At times, the heaviest loss becomes the very foundation for divine elevation. Do not mistake your pain for punishment. What appears to be defeat in the natural is often God making room for something far greater. God never removes without reason. He never subtracts without divine intention. When the storm rises, it does not always come to ruin you. It comes to reveal what cannot remain as you step into your next season. When people walk out, when doors close, when what you thought was essential slips away, do not lose heart. That very loss may be the greatest act of mercy God has ever given you. That setback may be the chosen path God is using to prepare you for more than you could ever imagine. You may be left asking, why me? Why did this have to happen? Why did I lose what I prayed so desperately for? But hear this. Sometimes God allows you to release what you believed was everything so He can place in your hands the everything He truly designed for you. What slipped away was never the blessing itself. What's coming is God doesn't restore back to the way things were. God multiplies. God increases. God expands. And when He brings restoration, it is not just equal, it is greater. But you must recognize the signs. You must stay alert, because when God is about to give you more than you lost, the enemy will increase the pressure. The spiritual warfare will intensify. The confusion will deepen. But that is your cue. It is evidence that breakthrough is close. Look around. What has fallen apart in your life? What has dried up? What doors have closed so violently it left you breathless? Those are signs that God is about to do something mighty. When God is about to restore, He first allows everything that is not built on His foundation to collapse. He removes the shaky structures. He tears down what was built on pride, on fear, on false confidence. He allows the hidden rot to surface so that you can no longer ignore it. And though it feels like punishment, it is mercy. It is love. It is preparation. Because God never blesses what is unstable. He builds upon strength. And if you've been through the fire, if you've been through the loss, then know this: you've been refined. There are things you prayed for in your past that God didn't give you, not because you weren't worthy, but because He was protecting you from small blessings that would limit your growth. You were thinking in inches, but God was preparing you for miles. You were asking for enough to survive, but God is about to give you enough to thrive. But He had to first break the idol of self-dependence. He had to shatter your limited vision so you could receive His unlimited provision. If you feel empty, that is good, because God cannot fill what is already full. He cannot pour new oil into an old wineskin. The loss created room for abundance. And let me tell you, when God is about to bless you, things will not make sense. People will distance themselves. The very ones you thought would celebrate you will fall silent. You will be surrounded by silence, confusion, and opposition. But do not be discouraged. This is your test. This is your proving ground. When God is about to open the floodgates of blessing, He first tests your endurance. He sees if you will still praise Him in the drought. He watches to see if you will still worship when nothing is going your way, because what is coming is weighty, and God will not place His abundance into hands that cannot carry the responsibility. Some of you are in that waiting room of life. You've cried the prayers. You've endured the betrayal. You've stood alone while everyone else moved forward. But hear me, delay is not denial. God is never late. What He promised, He will fulfill, but He will not give you what you cannot handle. And if you feel like you've lost everything, then lift up your eyes, because God is about to give you more than you lost. Your tears were not in vain. Your prayers did not fall to the ground. Heaven has recorded every sacrifice, every heartbreak, every sleepless night, and the reward is coming. But it will come God's way in God's time for God's purpose. When you are about to receive more than you lost, God will begin to stir discomfort in places you used to find comfort. You'll no longer be satisfied with what once gave you joy. Old friendships will feel distant. Familiar routines will lose their flavor. Why? Because God is making you uncomfortable in the old, so you will not resist the new. He is calling you out. He is pulling you away from small thinking, from toxic environments, from patterns that limit His blessing. And though it may feel like loneliness, it is sacred separation. It is divine distancing. God is isolating you to elevate you. If your surroundings feel unfamiliar, if your heart feels restless, if your life feels like it's in transition but you can't see where it's going, rejoice. Because when God is about to give you more than you lost, He doesn't just change your situation. He changes you. He upgrades your thinking. He purifies your motives. He stretches your faith. Because what He's about to give you requires a different version of you. You can't walk into the next blessing with the same mindset that lost the last one. You must grow. You must transform. And that transformation often comes through fire. Do not despise the fire. The fire is not there to destroy you. It is there to reveal what is eternal. When you pass through the fire of loss, the fire of rejection, the fire of delay, you will come out refined, not ruined. You will come out stronger, not weaker. You will come out wiser, not bitter, because God uses what was meant to harm you to elevate you. That is how He operates. That is His way. He allows the enemy to play his part only to reverse the weapon and turn it into a testimony. What was meant to bury you will be the very platform God uses to bless you. There are some watching this right now. You feel forgotten and you feel invisible. You've watched others be blessed while you remain stuck. But let me remind you, sometimes God hides you before He promotes you. Sometimes the greatest favor is not being seen, because God is doing a private work in you that will lead to a public reward. Do not rush His process. Do not resent His timing, because when the blessing comes, it will come in such a way that no man can take credit for it. Only God. Only God will get the glory for what is about to take place in your life. And when the blessing arrives, you'll recognize it. It will carry peace, not confusion. It will bring alignment, not chaos. It will multiply, not drain. And it will match the pain you went through. For every tear, God will pour out joy. For every closed door, He will open one no man can shut. For every betrayal, He will send divine connections. For every year the locusts have eaten, He will restore. That is the nature of God. He doesn't just repair, He renews. He doesn't just repair, He renews. He doesn't just replace, He multiplies. Some of you have been clinging to memories of what you lost. But hear this: what's ahead of you is greater than what's behind you. Let go of the ashes. Let go of the bitterness. Let go of the regret. The loss was painful, but the promise is powerful. The loss was real, but the reward will be greater. God is not done with you. Your story is not over. In fact, the next chapter is about to begin, and it will be written in bold, undeniable favor. If you can sense the shifting, if your spirit feels the trembling of change, Don't be afraid. You're not crazy. You're not alone. You are standing at the edge of something divine. You're closer than you think. Don't give up. Don't stop believing. Don't settle for comfort when God is calling you into abundance. Because when He gives more than enough. And when He restores, He exceeds expectation. What's coming will make sense of everything that didn't. What's coming will silence every voice that doubted you. What's coming will prove that God was with you all along. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are being positioned. God is aligning the right people, the right opportunities, the right moments. And when it all collides, you'll look back and say, now I understand why I had to go through the fire. Now I understand why I had to be alone. Now I understand why I had to lose what I thought I couldn't live without. Because if you had not gone through the valley, you wouldn't appreciate the mountaintop. If you hadn't tasted the bitterness of loss, you wouldn't savor the sweetness of restoration. When everything is stripped away, when the people you trusted have walked out, when the doors you prayed would open slam shut, when your strength is dried up and your heart is shattered in silence, listen closely, because this is the sound of God preparing to give you more than you lost. This is not the end, my friend. This is the beginning of divine restoration. This is the threshold of a blessing that is far greater than the pain you endured. And if you can open your spiritual eyes, you will begin to see the signs that God is about to repay you. Pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Sometimes the deepest loss is the greatest setup for divine elevation. Do not misinterpret your suffering. What looks like defeat in the physical realm is often God's way of clearing space for something greater. God doesn't take without purpose. God doesn't subtract without intention. When the storm hits, it is not always to destroy you. It is to expose what cannot go with you into your next season. When friends walk away, when opportunities fall apart, when you lose what you thought you couldn't live without, do not despair. That loss may be the greatest mercy you've ever received. That setback may be the exact path God is using to prepare you for more than you ever imagined. You may be looking around and asking, why me? Why did I have to go through this? Why did I lose what I prayed so hard for? But I say to you, sometimes God allows you to lose what you thought was everything, so He can give you everything He truly intended for you. What you lost was not the blessing. What's coming is. God doesn't restore back to the way things were. God multiplies. God increases. God expands. And when He brings restoration, it is not just equal. It is greater. But you must recognize the sign. You must stay alert. Because when God is about to give you more than you lost, the enemy will increase the pressure. The spiritual warfare will intensify. The confusion will deepen. But that is your cue. It is evidence that breakthrough is close. Look around. What has fallen apart in your life? What has dried up? What doors have closed so violently it left you breathless? Those are signs that God is about to do something mighty. When God is about to restore, He first allows everything that is not built on His foundation to collapse. He removes the shaky structures. He tears down what was built on pride, on fear, on false confidence. He allows the hidden rot to surface so that you can no longer ignore it. And though it feels like punishment, it is mercy. It is love. It is preparation. Because God never blesses what is unstable. He builds upon strength. And if you've been through the fire, If you've been through the loss, then know this: you've been refined. There are things you prayed for in your past that God didn't give you, not because you weren't worthy, but because He was protecting you from small blessings that would limit your growth. You were thinking in inches, but God was preparing you for miles. You were asking for enough to survive, but God is about to give you enough to thrive. But He had to first break the idol of self-dependence. He had to shatter your limited vision so you could receive His unlimited provision. If you feel empty, that is good, because God cannot fill what is already full. He cannot pour new oil into an old wineskin. The loss created room for abundance. And let me tell you, when God is about to bless you, things will not make sense. People will distance themselves. The very ones you thought would celebrate you will fall silent. You will be surrounded by silence, confusion, and opposition. But do not be discouraged. This is your test. This is your proving ground. When God is about to open the floodgates of blessing, He first tests your endurance. He sees if you will still praise Him in the drought. He watches to see if you will still worship when nothing is going your way. Because what is coming is waiting, and God will not place His abundance into hands that cannot carry the responsibility. Some of you are in that waiting room of life. You've cried the prayers. You've endured the betrayal. You've stood alone while everyone else moved forward. But hear me. Delay is not denial. God is never late. What He promised, He will fulfill. But He will not give you what you cannot handle. And if you feel like you've lost everything, then lift up your eyes, because God is about to give you more than you lost. Your tears were not in vain. Your prayers did not fall to the ground. Heaven has recorded every sacrifice, every heartbreak, every sleepless night, and the reward is coming. But it will come God's way in God's time for God's purpose. When you are about to receive more than you lost, God will begin to stir discomfort in places you use to find comfort. You'll no longer be satisfied with what once gave you joy. Old friendships will feel distant. Familiar routines will lose their flavor. Why? Because God is making you uncomfortable in the old so you will not resist the new. He is calling you out. He is pulling you away from small thinking, from toxic environments, from patterns that limit His blessing. And though it may feel like loneliness, it is sacred separation. It is divine distancing. God is isolating you to elevate you. If your surroundings feel unfamiliar, if your heart feels restless, if your life feels like it's in transition, but you can't see where it's going, rejoice. Because when God is about to give you more than you lost, He doesn't just change your situation, He changes you. He upgrades your thinking. He purifies your motives. He stretches your faith. Because what He's about to give you requires a different version of you. You can't walk into the next blessing with the same mindset that lost the last one. You must grow. You must transform. And that transformation often comes through fire. Do not despise the fire. The fire is not there to destroy you. It is there to reveal what is eternal. When you pass through the fire of loss, the fire of rejection, the fire of delay, you will come out refined, not ruined. You will come out stronger, not weaker. You will come out wiser, not bitter. Because God uses what was meant to harm you to elevate you. That is how He operates. That is His way. He allows the enemy to play his part only to reverse the weapon and turn it into a testimony. What was meant to bury you will be the very platform God uses to bless you. There are some watching this right now. You feel forgotten. You feel invisible. You've watched others be blessed while you remain stuck. But let me remind you, sometimes God hides you before He promotes you. Sometimes the greatest favor is not being seen because God is doing a private work in you that will lead to a public reward. Do not rush His process. Do not resent His timing, because when the blessing comes, it will come in such a way that no man can take credit for it. Only God will get the glory for what is about to take place in your life. And when the blessing arrives, you'll recognize it. No, it will carry peace, not confusion. It will bring alignment, not chaos. It will multiply, not drain. And it will match the pain you went through. For every tear, God will pour out joy. For every closed door, He will open one no man can shut. For every betrayal, He will send divine connections. For every year the locusts have eaten, He will restore. That is the nature of God. He doesn't just repair, He renews. He doesn't just replace, He multiplies. Some of you have been clinging to memories of what you lost. But hear this. What's ahead of you is greater than what's behind you. Let go of the ashes. Let go of the bitterness. Let go of the regret. The loss was painful, but the promise is powerful. The loss was real, but the reward will be greater. God is not done with you. Your story is not over. In fact, the next chapter is about to begin, and it will be written in bold, undeniable favor. If you can sense the shifting, if your spirit feels the trembling of change, don't be afraid. You're not crazy. You're not alone. You are standing at the edge of something divine. You're closer than you think. Don't give up. Don't stop believing. Don't settle for comfort when God is calling you into abundance. Because when He gives more than enough. And when He restores, He exceeds expectation. What's coming will make sense of everything that didn't. What's coming will silence every voice that doubted you. What's coming will prove that God was with you all along. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are being positioned. God is aligning the right people, the right opportunities, the right moments. And when it all collides, you'll look back and say, now I understand why I had to go through the fire. Now I understand why I had to be alone. Now I understand why I had to lose what I thought I couldn't live without. Because if you had not gone through the valley, you wouldn't appreciate the mountaintop. If you hadn't tasted the bitterness of loss, you wouldn't savor the sweetness of restoration. And now hear this with every fiber of your soul. When God is about to give you more than you lost, the environment around you begins to shift. People will misread you. Some will question your silence, while others will resent your growth. But do not be distracted. No, do not be pulled into battles God never asked you to fight. When God is preparing to elevate you, He will often separate you. This separation is sacred. It is strategic. It is not rejection. It is redirection. God removes noise from your life so you can better hear His voice. He allows the counterfeit to walk away so the authentic can find you. He closes doors not to punish you, but to protect the miracle that is coming. You may not feel strong right now. You may feel bruised, tired, and stretched beyond what you can bear. But listen, the presence of pain does not mean the absence of God. Sometimes the pain is proof that God is working on the deepest levels of your life. He is breaking cycles. He is disrupting generational pattern. He is rebuilding you from the inside out. And yes, it hurts, but it is the pain of birth, not death. You are not being buried. You are being planted. And what is planted in tears will rise in triumph. What is hidden in the soil will emerge in glory. When God is about to give you more than you lost, He gives you a new level of clarity. Your spirit becomes more sensitive to His direction. You begin to discern what is for you and what is not. You stop chasing what drains you and start guarding what feeds you. You stop explaining yourself to people who were never meant to understand your purpose. Because divine restoration always carries divine wisdom. And with wisdom flows discernment. And from discernment springs peace. That deep, steady, unshakable peace is the confirmation that your spirit is aligned with God's will. There is a sacred tension that precedes every breakthrough. A moment where everything feels suspended, where nothing shifts, where prayers seem unanswered. But know this, stillness is not the same as stagnation. God performs His greatest work in the stillness. He does not rush as people do. He is never pressed, never uncertain, never without control. When God is preparing to restore more than what you lost, He takes His time because what He establishes endures. God is not after fleeting applause. He is crafting eternal purpose. And the process you're walking through is greater than yourself. It is about legacy. It is about destiny. It is about what will carry on long after you. And when the moment of restoration arrives, it will not be hidden. It will not be silent. God will move in such a way that it silences every critic, every doubt, every lingering fear. And in that moment, you will realize the reason for the delay. You will understand why He said, "Not yet." When you begged for right now, because had He given it to you before, it would have overwhelmed you. It would have crushed you. But now your hands are stronger. Now your spirit is more disciplined. Now your character has been refined, and now you are ready to carry the more He has prepared for you. God is not limited by statistics. He is not bound by the timelines of man. He is not influenced by the opinions of those who cannot see what He sees in you. When people say it's over, God says, "I am just beginning." When they walk away, He steps in. When the doors close, He creates new ones. You serve the God who makes a way where there is no way. The God who causes rivers to flow in deserts. The God who brings light into darkness. And when He moves, nothing remains the same. You've been through seasons that almost broke you. You've endured disappointments that still echo in your memory. But here you are, still breathing, still standing, still hoping. That is not by accident. That is evidence that God's hand has been on you all along. Evidence that the promise is still alive. Evidence that restoration is not just a possibility. It is a certainty for those who remain faithful, because God never forgets the cries of the faithful. He never overlooks the humility of the broken. He never ignores the prayer that is whispered in surrender. Sometimes the signs that God is about to give you more than you lost come through your own transformation. Your appetite for certain things changes. You begin to desire purpose over popularity, truth over convenience, wisdom over noise. This inner shift is a reflection of divine preparation, because God does not bless the version of you that is attached to the past. He blesses the virgin that has surrendered to His will. He anoints the one who says, "Even if I don't understand, I will still trust. Even if I can't see it, I will still believe." And hear me, what is coming is not random. It is not coincidental. It is strategic. God has been orchestrating your life behind the scenes, aligning details, connecting pieces, arranging people, positioning events. He has seen every moment of weakness and turned it into a point of strength. He has taken what was intended to destroy you and made it the very soil where your destiny will grow. And the day is coming when you will look back not in pain, but in praise, not in fear, but in faith, not in regret, but in gratitude. You were not meant to stay in the valley. You were not created to live in the ashes. You are being called out of the wilderness and into the promise. But you must let go of what God has removed. Stop mourning the door He closed. Stop trying to revive what He has buried. If He allowed it to fall apart, it was not your foundation. If He allowed them to leave, they were not your covering. What God has for you is ahead, not behind. And the moment you turn your eyes forward, you will begin to see the signs, subtle, powerful signs that your restoration is near. You'll feel a strength that doesn't match your circumstances, a calmness that defies logic, a hope that rises in the face of delay. This is the supernatural working of God. This is the evidence that you are being carried by something greater than yourself. And this, my friend, is the sacred moment before the reward, the quiet before the miracle, the pause before the overflow. Hold steady. Anchor yourself in faith, because what is coming is not small. It is not partial. It is not temporary. It is full. It is multiplied. It is divine. God is about to give you more than you lost. Not because of who you are, but because of who He is. Not because you earned it, but because He promised it. And when God makes a promise, heaven and earth may shake, but His word will never return void. So walk forward with confidence. Lift your head with expectation. Stand tall in the middle of the unknown. Because the same God who allowed the loss is the God who holds the restoration, and His hands do not fail. His plans do not falter. His timing is always perfect. And I tell you with the fire of conviction, when God is preparing to give you more than you lost, He will strip away not just the external, but also the internal barriers within you. Your doubts, your fears, your old mindsets, they cannot enter the next level of your life. God does not elevate without purification, and before He expands your territory, He refines your identity. He removes every lie you believed about yourself. He removes the dependence on people, the pride that grew unnoticed, the ego that quietly poisoned your purpose. He doesn't just want to give you more. He wants to make sure you're someone who can carry more without being crushed by it. And understand this, divine increase is not simply about possessions or positions. It is about power. It is about the power of clarity, the power of contentment, the power of knowing who you are and who God is. Many pray for more, but what God desires is that your soul becomes rooted. Because what does it profit to gain abundance and lose yourself in the noise? So God in His mercy often slows down the blessing until your inner foundation is unshakable, until your joy is no longer dependent on applause, until your peace is not tied to outcomes, until your value is not determined by validation. That is when He gives you more, when you no longer need it to feel worthy. When God is about to reward you, He will often ask you to walk through places that look like the opposite of what you prayed for. You will be called to stand in faith in a season of famine. You will be asked to praise while surrounded by pressure. You will be commanded to believe even when all evidence points to delay. But this is not punishment. It is divine testing. because reward that comes without the shaping of your soul will become your downfall. But reward that follows obedience becomes your testimony. When you choose to trust God despite how it looks, despite how it feels, despite what others say, that is the faith that moves mountains. Let me tell you, when God begins to restore, He doesn't ask for permission. He doesn't follow the rules of man. He doesn't need consensus. What God has declared over your life will come to pass. Not by might, not by connections, not by force, but by His decree. And no amount of delay can cancel what God has already destined. No betrayal can block it. No hardship can destroy it. The Word of God stands above every situation. And when He commands the blessing, it will locate you. Even in the desert, even in exile, even in the lowest pit, the blessing will find you because it is attached to your name, not your location. There are moments when you will feel like the silence is too long, that the wait is too painful, that the prayers are bouncing off the ceiling. But God is not deaf. He is not distant. He is deeply involved in every detail of your life. And sometimes His silence is the space in which He watches your faith grow. It is in that silence that your roots dig deep. It is in that waiting that your heart is tested for loyalty. Will you worship when there is no sign of a blessing? Will you trust when the answer is not yet? That is where God separates the shallow from the surrendered. That is where God finds the vessel He can fill to overflow. And when the day of restoration comes, it will come suddenly, swiftly, like rain on dry land. What was barren will bloom. What was dormant will awaken. What was dormant will awaken. What was forgotten will rise with power. God will open doors that have been shut for years. He will resurrect dreams you buried in disappointment. He will shine light on the path you thought was closed forever. And in that moment, your spirit will testify that it was not your strength, not your wisdom, not your effort. It was God. It was always God. You may feel like you've missed your moment, like your chance came and went. But with God, there is no such thing as too late. He is the one who redeems time. He is the one who calls things that are not as though they were. And when He moves in your life, He will accelerate what took others decades. He will compress years into days. He will bring sudden favor that overrides every loss, every delay, every season of suffering. What you thought was wasted will be restored in a way that only God can do. Your past does not disqualify you. Your weakness does not disqualify you. Your mistakes do not disqualify you. In fact, it is often those who have been through the most fire that God chooses to bless the most deeply. Why? Because they know how to value what others take for granted. They carry humility. They walk with reverence. They give glory where it is due. And God looks for such hearts. Hearts that will not idolize the blessing, but will worship the one who gives it. Some of you are about to walk into a season that will not make sense to those around you. They will wonder how you were elevated so suddenly. They will ask how you recovered so quickly. They will marvel at how you found peace after such chaos. And you will smile not with pride, but with praise, because you know the cost. You know the crushing. You know the nights when all you had was faith. You know the fire. And now you will know the favor. Because when God restores, He does it in such a way that there is no doubt who deserves the glory. This is not the time to quit. This is not the time to shrink. This is the time to stretch your faith, to walk with boldness, to speak with conviction, to live with expectancy. Because when God is about to give you more than you lost, He will not whisper it. He will confirm it. You will see signs. You will feel the stirring. You will sense the shift. The wind of change will blow through your life, and everything that once seemed immovable will begin to shift at the sound of His voice. And listen now with the ears of your soul when God is about to give you more than you lost. You will find yourself tested in your ability to let go. The blessing God wants to place in your hands cannot fit where fear still lives. There are moments when the old must be entirely dismantled, so that the new can be born clean and strong. You cannot cling to past disappointments and expect future glory to manifest. God will often ask you to release the very thing you thought you needed to make room for what He knows will sustain you. And don't think it's strange when God removes certain people from your life. Sometimes subtraction is the first step to multiplication. When God begins to separate you from what is familiar, it is because He is elevating your path beyond what your current circle can handle. Not everyone can walk with you where you're going. Not everyone can handle the weight of what God is about to do through you. Do not mourn every goodbye. Some were orchestrated by the hand of God. He saw what you couldn't. He heard the conversations you didn't. He felt the intentions that were hidden. And in His mercy, He moved them out so He could move you forward. You see, divine preparation often comes wrapped in discomfort. It disguises itself in delay, in detours, in disruptions. But behind it all is the sovereign wisdom of God. He is not wasting your time. He is preparing your timeline. He is not ignoring your cry. He is tuning your heart, because when you receive more than you lost, you must also be more than you were. You must be wiser. You must be stronger. You must be rooted in faith, not just emotion. You must be grounded in purpose, not popularity. When God begins to increase your territory, the attacks may increase too. Don't be alarmed. Resistance is a sign of movement. The enemy doesn't fight what poses no threat. So if you're under pressure, if your peace is being tested, if your mind feels under siege, know this: the enemy senses that something is being birthed through your obedience. But no opposition can overturn what God has ordained. No storm can wash away the foundation God has laid. No weapon formed against your destiny will prosper when your heart remains anchored in God. And while the world chases after recognition, after applause, after worldly elevation, God is looking for those who seek righteousness, those who seek His pleasure over people's approval, those who would rather be hidden in His presence than famous in the eyes of the crowd. These are the ones He trusts with overflow because they will not use the blessing to boast. They will use it to build. They will not turn the miracle into a monument. They will turn it into a message of hope, of perseverance, of divine reward. The moment you stop depending on what you can see and start relying on what God has spoken, the shift begins. You are no longer limited by natural circumstances. You begin to operate in a different realm, a realm where faith is the currency and obedience is the path. And in this place, losses are not final. They are divine transactions. What was taken was making room for what would be eternal. What was delayed was increasing your capacity. What looked like rejection was actually redirection to something greater. And when that moment of increase arrives, it will not be subtle. God does not do small things when He is proving a point. Your restoration will be loud, undeniable, and overflowing. The very ones who thought you were finished will watch in awe as God raises you higher. Not so that you can say, "Look at me," but so you can say, "Look at what God has done." The blessing will not just lift you, it will bless those connected to you. It will break generational limits. It will birth something that outlives you. Because when God restores, He doesn't just restore things, He restores purpose. And hear this deeply. What God is about to give you is not just about healing your past, it's about aligning your future. It's about placing you exactly where you need to be so that others may be blessed through your obedience. You may think your pain was pointless, but God is using it as a bridge for others to walk across, a bridge that shows them that God still moves, still heals, still restores, still elevates. Do not despise your waiting season. It may feel like silence, but it is saturated with the presence of God. Heaven does its deepest work when the earth seems still. God is not inactive. He is intentional. He is preparing the hearts of those who will bless you. He is aligning divine connections. He is arranging the right time, the right place, the right opportunities. And when everything aligns, the favor will fall like rain. So keep walking with courage. Keep standing with integrity. Keep sowing in tears, because you will reap in joy. Keep trusting when nothing makes sense, because your endurance is the soil where the blessing is taking root. Your patience is proof that you are ready for what God has in store. Your humility is the container that will hold the glory when it arrives. The doors that are opening in front of you are not random. They are designed by the hand of God, and no man can close them. No system can block them. No delay can cancel them. What God has spoken over your life cannot be erased. Not by failure, not by fear, not by what you've been through. The promise still stands. The covenant is still active. The vision is still alive. And God is still faithful. And you will know, oh yes, you will know when it happens. There will be no confusion, no striving, no manipulation. It will flow. It will fit. It will align with such precision that you'll have no choice but to say only God. And that is the point of it all, that your life would reflect His greatness, that your story would shout His mercy, that your testimony would echo His power. So now, as you stand at the threshold of what God is about to do in your life, take a deep breath, not of fear, but of faith. Let every loss you've endured remind you that God has not forgotten you. Let every delay become your confirmation that preparation was taking place in realms you couldn't see. Let every closed door be a symbol that what's ahead is tailor-made for the new you, stronger, wiser, refined by fire, and ready to carry the weight of divine abundance. What you thought was the end was never your ending. It was the divine pause before the promise. It was the moment God stepped in to realign, to redirect, to rebuild. And now God is about to pour into your life, not just what was taken, but more. More peace than the pain, more clarity than the confusion, more favor than the failure, more reward than the rejection. What is coming will silence every doubt and every fear. It will shout one thing loud and clear: God kept you for this moment. Lift your head, set your gaze on God, and move forward with courage. The season of scarcity has ended, making way for abundance. Tears lasted through the night, but now joy flows like a mighty river. You are not going back. You are not returning to what once broke you. You are stepping into healing, into elevation, into the divine increase God prepared, long before you even realized how broken things had become. You did not fail. God was pruning. You were not cast aside. God was shielding you. You were not deserted. God was getting you ready. And now the appointed moment has arrived. The signs are before you. The shift is here. And when it all comes to pass, you will fall on your knees in awe and cry out from the depths of your soul, God has given me far more than what I lost. All glory to God and God alone. God is not unmoved by your suffering. He is not a mere observer in your battle. You may have felt overlooked, but you were never forgotten. You may have felt abandoned, yet you were always under divine protection. Often the greatest pain conceals the greatest purpose. And sometimes the quietest season is when God is working the loudest in your destiny. When others walked away from you, God remained by your side. When it felt like everything was falling apart, God was building the foundation for something greater than you could imagine. Understand this: God never subtracts without preparing to multiply. He never prunes without planning a greater harvest. What you lost is not gone forever. It is safeguarded in God's timing, and He will return it in ways beyond your imagination. Many have tried to measure your tomorrow by the pain of your yesterday. They assume what was lost defines what you can become. But God does not shape your future through the lens of past wounds. He searches the hidden places of your life, the parts unseen by others, and declares, I will repay. And when He repays, it is never just what was taken. It is always better, deeper, stronger. What He restores is not a replica. It is something brand new. The world may strip you and people may disappoint you, but God never forgets those who trust in Him through fire and loss. Your suffering was not a waste. Your waiting was not in vain. God is a recorder of faithfulness. He does not miss even the smallest act of endurance. Some of you endured heartbreak silently. You didn't retaliate. You didn't seek revenge. You chose peace. And maybe you thought no one noticed, but God did. And now the season is coming where God will reward what you kept hidden. The sacrifices you made, the patience you showed, the love you gave even when it wasn't returned. These things were written in the eternal record. And God never forgets. He will repay you not only to comfort you, but to glorify His power through your life. There are times when we look around and see everyone else winning, growing, receiving, rising, and we wonder why our prayers go unanswered. But what if the delay is not denial? What if the silence is the setup? God doesn't rush because He's not trying to give you a temporary solution. He's preparing an eternal result. You may be walking through a dry season right now. You may be carrying disappointment like a cloak over your shoulders. But listen, this is the kind of pain that produces purpose. This is the kind of suffering that shapes a destiny. And when the hand of God moves, it moves with precision, not panic. It moves with power, not pity. Some of the people who left your life were never meant to stay. Some of the things that crumbled were never built to last. God removed what would have poisoned your future. God blocked what would have broken you later. You cried when it happened. But one day, you will thank Him. You will look back and understand that the loss made room for the blessing, that the closed door was protection, that the silence was sacred, that the emptiness created space for something eternal. And here is what must be known. When God repays, it will come at a time when you least expect it. You won't have to chase it. You won't have to beg for it. The repayment of God is not earned. It is received by those who endure. It is for those who kept walking when everything told them to stop. It is for those who believed even when there was no evidence. That's who God rewards. Not the strongest, not the loudest, but the faithful. Those who said, "I don't understand, but I will keep trusting." That kind of heart touches the throne of heaven. If you've lost years to pain, to trauma, to injustice, God can restore in one moment what was taken in 10 years. If you've lost relationships, God can bring the right ones in due time. If you've lost dignity, peace, or stability, watch as God restores not just what was lost, but more than you imagined. You're not forgotten. You're not overlooked. You're not cast aside. You are on the mind of the one who rules all things. And when He repays, the world will know it wasn't you. It was God. It wasn't your effort. It was His mercy. It wasn't your strength. It was His divine favor. Every loss you endured in silence was a seed planted in God's soil, and the harvest is on its way. Not just a restoration of what was, but a transformation of who you are. That's the real repayment. Not just external blessings, but internal strength. Not just material things, but deep peace. Not just reputation, but wisdom that cannot be stolen. And once you receive that kind of reward, no one can take it away, because it didn't come from people. It didn't come from people. It didn't come from the world. It came from God, and it belongs to you. You may have been broken, but you are not defeated. You may have been emptied, but you are not finished. The greater the loss, the greater the glory that follows when God repays. So don't shrink back. Don't lower your expectations. Don't bury your hope. Lift your eyes. Raise your voice. Strengthen your soul. Because repayment is coming, and it is not small. It is pressed down, shaken together, running over. It is divine repayment measured not by your pain, but by God's purpose. Those who tried to destroy you didn't realize they were pushing you into the arms of the one who holds all power. Those who mocked your loss will witness your elevation, not because you fought back, but because you trusted God. And now, God will fight for you. You don't need to prove yourself. You don't need to explain your journey. When God repays, He speaks louder than any critic. He moves stronger than any enemy. He opens doors no one can shut. And He does it in such a way that only one name receives the glory His. You see, there are moments in life when all that remains is your cry to God in the dark. The friends are gone. The opportunities have dried up, and even your strength has run thin. And it's in that sacred space when the world goes silent that God's voice begins to thunder in your soul. God speaks most clearly when everything else has been stripped away. You thought the silence meant God had left you, but it was the silence that brought you into alignment with the sound of His power. It was in the quiet that you became unshakable. It was in the emptiness that your faith was purified, not polluted by the noise of men, but refined by the fire of divine testing. Do not let the weight of what you lost convince you that it was for nothing. Every closed door, every betrayal, every loss has a divine fingerprint on it. God doesn't just allow suffering, He transforms it. He doesn't allow pain to crush you. He uses it to craft you. The wound was real, but it was never the final word. What others meant to destroy you, God used to develop you. The very storm that tried to drown you will become the testimony that lifts others out of their own floods. And this is not just hope. It's divine reality. When God steps in, He rewrites the story, not by erasing the past, but by redeeming it. And when the hand of God redeems something, it becomes stronger than before it was ever broken. Let no one lie to you. What you lost was painful, but what you're about to receive is powerful. What you're walking into will not even compare to what was taken, because when God repays, it is not to replace, it is to reveal. God's repayment is not limited to material things. His repayment touches the depth of your being. It heals places no eye can see. It strengthens parts of you that were worn thin. It revives what you thought was dead. It renews your hope until your very outlook on life is changed. You no longer walk with a limp. You walk with purpose. You no longer beg for peace. You live in it. You no longer chase after what was lost. You carry what can never be taken again. Some of you have been through seasons that felt like exile. You were shut out, misunderstood, misjudged. You kept your integrity when it would have been easier to compromise. You stood in truth when lies would have opened more doors. And though it seemed like you were passed over, forgotten by everyone, God was watching. And now He is preparing to bring you out of hiding, not to elevate your ego, but to demonstrate His power. What was done in secret will be rewarded in the open, and not by man's timeline, but by God's. Every time you stayed silent when you were slandered, every time you gave when no one noticed, every time you refused to sink into bitterness, God saw. And now the heavens are rumbling with movement on your behalf. The repayment of God is coming, not because of who you are, but because of who He is. He is just. He is aware. He is never late. And when He repays, He not only fills what was empty, He overflows it. He doesn't just settle the score, He raises the standard. And those who thought your story was finished will have to witness the next chapter written by God's own hand. You might feel like your life has been in delay. You prayed, you hoped, you waited, but nothing changed. Listen carefully. God's delay is not denial. Delay is the proving ground of faith. It's where God watches to see if you will trust Him even when there is no evidence. Will you still believe when nothing seems to move? Will you still stand when every voice around you says, "Sit down"? Will you still expect the rain when the sky is dry? That's where the strong are separated from the shallow. That's where the strong are separated from the shallow. That's where the strong are separated from the shallow. That's where the faithful rise. And for those who have endured that kind of season, God has a reward that no one can calculate. Not only will God repay you in your lifetime, but your legacy will carry that reward forward. Generations will be blessed because of how you endured. Entire bloodlines will be shifted because you chose to believe when it would have been easier to quit. This is not just about you. This is about what God is building through you. Your life is the ground where divine restoration is being planted. Your future is the field where the harvest will come. So let them talk, let them laugh, let them mock, because what is coming will speak louder than their words ever could. God is setting a table not just for you, but in the presence of those who never thought you'd rise. This is not about vengeance. It's about vindication. And only God can do that. Only God can take broken pieces and make them a masterpiece. Only God can take seasons of rejection and turn them into revelations of destiny. Some of you were left alone for a reason. You were separated not because you were weak, but because you were chosen. And being chosen doesn't always feel like a blessing. It feels like isolation. It feels like no one understands you. It feels like the weight is too much to carry. But that's where God steps in. And when He steps in, He lifts not only the burden, but lifts you with it. He carries you through the valley, not around it, because He wants to show you who He is in the dark, not just in the light. The scars you carry are not signs of defeat. They are signs of survival. You made it. You didn't break. You didn't surrender. You bent, yes, but you did not break. And for that endurance, there is a reward. There is a divine repayment coming, not from the hands of those who took from you, but from the hand of the one who owns everything. God is not looking for perfect people. He's looking for persevering people. He's looking for the ones who still lift their eyes to the sky when everything around them screams, "Give up." Keep standing, keep trusting, keep preparing your heart, because the hour of restoration is closer than you think. And when it comes, you will know that it was not your strength that brought it. It was your surrender. It was not your connections, your plans, or your brilliance. It was your quiet faith, your unseen prayers, your unseen prayers, your unseen prayers, your unseen prayers, your unwavering trust in God alone. When God repays, nothing is left undone. He settles debts seen and unseen. He repairs what human hands cannot touch. He releases blessings that eyes haven't seen, ears haven't heard, and minds have not conceived. That is who God is, and that is what He's about to do. You didn't suffer for nothing. You didn't lose for no reason. You didn't wait in vain. The hand of God is moving. The reward is coming. The season is shifting. And the story will not end in sorrow, but in glory. All from the one who never forgets, never forsakes, and always fulfills what He has promised. You must understand this. When God allows the stripping away of things from your life, it is not an act of cruelty, but an act of cleansing. God removes to renew. He tears down what was never meant to stay, so that He can build upon solid ground. Many of the things you lost were not stolen. They were surrendered by divine design. They were allowed to exit your life because they could not go with you to where God is taking you. And what God is preparing for you requires space. It requires clarity. It requires a deeper trust in Him alone. Because if your faith is still anchored in what people say, in what your eyes see, or in what your hands can hold, then it's not yet anchored in God. There is a kind of peace that only comes after the storm. There is a kind of wisdom that is born from waiting. There is a strength that only rises when you've been brought low. And that's why some of you had to go through the pain, the loss, the confusion, so that what you now carry is not shallow belief, but unshakable conviction. God is not interested in surface-level faith. He desires a heart that knows Him in the valley as deeply as it does on the mountain. He desires a soul that doesn't need applause to keep going, that doesn't need affirmation to keep believing. God wants you to know Him as your source, your sustainer, your rewarder. You see, when people repay you, they pay you back with the same measure you gave. But when God repays, He adds purpose to the pain, beauty to the ashes, and eternal value to what was temporary suffering. You're not just receiving compensation, you're being crowned with wisdom, with dignity, with a story that no one can take from you. People can take positions, they can take recognition, they can even try to steal your voice. but they cannot take what God has deposited in your spirit. And when that spirit is built upon trust in the Almighty, nothing on this earth can uproot it. You didn't walk through fire for nothing. You didn't weep in the shadows for no reason. God has a way of taking what looked like defeat and turning it into distinction. He has a way of putting favor on the faithful in such a way that it confounds logic. And when it happens, no one will be able to explain it. They will try to find a reason. They will search for a cause. But all they will find is the evidence of God's hand at work. Let them wonder. Let them ask how you made it. Let them ask how you survived what should have crushed you. And let the only answer be this: God did it. Not talent, not timing, not opportunity, but God. God lifted. God restored. God opened the way. And God repaid. This is not theory. This is truth. And you're not just hearing it. You're about to live it. There are things you lost that you haven't even grieved properly because life moved on too fast. But God doesn't forget what your soul remembers. He knows the weight you carry in silence. And His repayment comes not just to replace, but to redeem. He doesn't return things as they were. He transforms them into what they were always meant to be. That broken relationship you cried over, that opportunity that slipped through your fingers, that time you feel you wasted, none of it was meaningless. In God's hands, even regret becomes a tool for renewal. Some of you are carrying the pressure of proving yourself. You feel like you have to succeed just to silence the voices of doubt around you. But listen carefully. Your worth does not come from proving others wrong. It comes from knowing that God is always right. And when He says He will repay, that's all you need to stand on. Don't waste your energy on revenge. Don't waste your heart on bitterness. Don't waste your future trying to make sense of why it happened. Instead, focus on who God is and what He's still going to do. You haven't missed your moment. You haven't gone too far. You haven't failed too deeply. What you lost may have shaped your past, but it cannot define your future unless you let it. And when God repays, He doesn't consult your past to determine your blessing. He consults your faith. He looks at your heart. He looks at what no one else sees. And from that hidden place, He brings forth public restoration. God knows how to take a buried seed and cause it to bloom in a new season. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not growing. And just because you're still hurting doesn't mean healing isn't happening. Sometimes the deepest healing takes place beneath the surface, far before the harvest ever appears. But if you keep trusting, if you keep believing, if you keep walking in alignment with His will, the day will come when everything will make sense. And that day will not come because the world gave you closure, but because God gave you peace. Peace is part of the repayment. Clarity is part of the repayment. Stability is part of the repayment. God doesn't just restore outward success, He restores inward security, the kind of assurance that lets you sleep at night, the kind of strength that allows you to smile again, the kind of perspective that makes you thank God even for what didn't work out. Because when you look back, you'll realize that every no was a setup for a greater yes. Every loss was part of the architecture of a divine design. And now the time is coming. God is aligning things. He is positioning people. He is stirring the atmosphere. And soon, what was once out of reach will be placed into your hands. Not by luck, not by connections, but by His will. When God decides it's time, no force can delay it. And when God opens a door, no hand can close it to throw. So hold fast to what you know, even when you can't feel it. Anchor yourself not in emotions, but in truth. Emotions rise and fall, but truth stands eternal. And the truth is this: God is faithful, God is able, God is just, and God will repay you, not with the things you think you need, but with what He knows will complete you. And when it comes, it will be more than enough. It will be more than expected. It will be more than you can contain, because that's how God repays, pressed down, shaken together, and overflowing. You're not at the end. You are not being punished. You are being placed. What you thought was buried is about to spring to life. What you believed was lost forever is returning in a way that will surpass every expectation. And when that season arrives, give all the praise to the one who never left you, who watched the whole journey and prepared your reward even while you walked through the storm. God was not merely a bystander to your pain. He will repay it with purpose, with peace, and with power. His timing is always perfect. Hear this clearly. When God promises restoration, He does not do it in pieces. He does not return only a portion of what was taken. He brings increase. What was stolen in sorrow will come back to you in triumph. What was endured in silence will return in joy. What was buried in darkness will rise in the light. But understand, the repayment of God is not measured by your timeline. It is measured by your transformation. Some of you are looking for compensation in material things, Bobby, but God is preparing to give you something much greater: unshakable peace, divine discernment, and a soul fortified by truth. You must not confuse the process with punishment. You must not mistake waiting for being forgotten. God delays only because He is perfecting. And when He perfects, He makes no error. The weight you carried was not because God was unaware. It was because He was preparing you to carry something heavier, something holier, something more permanent. It takes strength to receive a blessing and not be crushed by it. And God is wise enough to build the vessel before He pours in the oil. What you call delay, God calls design. And the day is coming when you will understand why it couldn't happen sooner, why it had to fall apart first, why they had to leave, why the door had to close. Because when the divine answer finally comes, it will not come to the old version of you. It will come to the version that pain prepared. Let the world chase quick gain. Let them celebrate temporary victories. But as for those who trust in God, we are anchored in something far deeper. Our blessing is not in the rush. It's in the root. God does not raise people for applause. He raises them for purpose. And when He lifts you, no voice can silence you. No hand can pull you down. No enemy can erase what God has ordained. The repayment you're about to receive will not be based on fairness. It will be based on divine justice. And divine justice does not ask permission. It does not consult the opinions of men. It moves by the command of the Almighty. You must be ready. Ready not only to receive, but to carry the responsibility of what is coming. For with every blessing comes a new level of vision, a higher level of clarity, and a greater level of accountability. This is not about restoring what was convenient. This is about walking into what is consecrated. You are not going back to what was familiar. You are being drawn into what is sacred. And that is why the journey has been long. That is why the fire was intense. Because God does not pour His glory into anything careless or casual. Do not wish to return to what was. Do not long for the comfort of the past. God is not in the business of rewinding. He is in the business of renewing. And when He renews, He makes all things better, not just the same. What you once thought was the pinnacle will look like the starting line compared to what God is about to release. You are standing on the edge of something so vast, so precise, so divinely orchestrated that only God could have written it. And when it arrives, there will be no mistaking it. You won't question if it's from God because it will bear His signature. It will carry the weight of His power, the peace of His presence, and the unmistakable fragrance of divine timing. What once looked like misfortune will become the very foundation of your testimony. The valley you cried through will become the place of your rising. The season you begged to escape will become the season you thank God for. Because in that place, God was forming something eternal in you. Something the world cannot give and cannot take. Understand this: your journey is not just about you. It's about what God will do through you. Your restoration will become a roadmap for others. Your scars will speak when words fall short. Your endurance will inspire those who feel forgotten. And all of it will point to God, not to your strength, but to His faithfulness. When people see your rising, they will ask, "How did this happen?" And your answer will be simple and unshakable. God did it. There is a shifting taking place. Heaven is not idle. God is moving in silence. And you are closer to the outpouring than you realize. That pressure you feel is not destruction. It's delivery. You are birthing a new chapter, a higher season, a deeper understanding. And when it arrives, you won't have to apologize for it. You won't have to explain it. Because those who knew your pain will recognize your glory. And those who doubted your endurance will witness your elevation. Let your faith rise. Let your hope stand tall. Let your spirit awaken. Because the time for mourning is passing, and the time for rejoicing is drawing near. Your weeping endured for the night, but morning is approaching. A morning not defined by the sun, but by the light of God's intervention. A morning where the weight is lifted, the promise is revealed, and the heart finally breathes again. God has seen every step. He has counted every sacrifice. He has recorded every moment of obedience. And now the storehouses of heaven are opening, not because you are perfect, but because you are prepared. When the hand of God moves, it is never by accident. It does not tremble. It does not hesitate. It moves with power, with perfection, and with purpose. You must understand that God is not working on your life based on convenience. He is working based on covenant. He made no mistake when He allowed you to walk through loss. He made no error when He permitted the storm, because through it all He was shaping your soul to carry the very reward He prepared for you long before the pain ever touched your life. God's plan for your restoration didn't begin after the loss. It was already in motion before the first tear ever fell. There are some seasons where you feel invisible, not because you are insignificant, but because God has hidden you in His protection. God does not expose what He values prematurely. You weren't rejected. You were preserved. You weren't discarded. You were hidden. When others couldn't see your worth, it wasn't because you had none. It was because God was keeping you from the wrong hands. He was concealing what He intended to reveal in the fullness of time. And when the time is right, not even your enemies will be able to deny the work of God in your life. Every delay, every detour, every disappointment was building something within you that could not be developed in comfort. God trains those He intends to trust with something greater. You were not abandoned in the dark. You were anointed in the dark. And now the season of revealing is coming. Not because you forced it, not because you earned it, but because God decided it was time to repay. You see, God's repayment doesn't arrive as a reward for doing everything right. It arrives because you stayed faithful when things went wrong. Because you didn't give up when you were confused. Because you held on to hope when everything around you shouted despair. The reward of God is not just what He gives you, it's what He makes you. His greatest repayment is not gold or silver. It's wisdom, maturity, peace that doesn't waver, joy that can't be stolen, strength that doesn't collapse under pressure. He is creating within you the kind of character that can carry favor without being destroyed by it. God will not place greatness in fragile hands. So if your journey has been heavy, it's because the blessing that's coming will be weighty. And what is weighty must be carried by those who have been forged in fire. And here is the truth that must be declared when God decides to honor your endurance. He does not need your enemies to agree. He does not need your critics to understand. He does not need your circumstances to be ideal. When God repays, He shifts things suddenly. What was closed will open. What was blocked will be released. What was denied will be delivered. And when that shift comes, you won't need to knock on doors. Those doors will swing wide of their own accord, because it was never about human favor. It was always about divine timing. Do not envy those who seem to rise quickly. Do not compare your journey to theirs. What God is building in you is deeper than what can be seen on the surface. Their platform may be tall, but yours will be rooted. And anything rooted in God cannot be shaken. While others build fast and fall hard, you are being grounded, established, and fortified by divine hands. And when the time comes, what God has for you will last. Because what He plants, He waters. What He raises, He defends. What He blesses, He protects. So do not be anxious about how long it has taken. The blessing that comes too soon can crush the unprepared, but the blessing that comes after the pressing, that is the blessing that builds legacies. That is the blessing that touches generations. And that is the blessing God is preparing for you. Your story will not end in lack. It will not conclude in silence. It will crescendo with glory that belongs to God alone. There is a clarity that comes after chaos. There is a focus that comes after the fire. You are not who you were when you began. You have been changed. You have been refined. And now what God is about to release will not only restore what was taken, it will redefine your entire future. You are being aligned not just with opportunity, but with purpose. God is not blessing you with a replacement. He is rewarding you with destiny. You thought you were chasing healing, but God was preparing wholeness. You thought you were asking for survival, but He is delivering victory. And when it arrives, you will no longer carry the wounds of your past. You will carry the wisdom of your journey. Everything you endured has a purpose, and everything you lost has a return. But you must not lose your focus now. You must not trade your expectation for doubt. You must not let fatigue make you forget what God already promised. Stand tall. Speak life. Keep your posture of praise. Because the repayment is not in the far distance. It is closer than your breath, and it will not come empty. It will come full of joy, full of clarity, full of abundance, full of divine proof that God has been with you all along. So rise in your spirit. Let your heart remember who your source is. Not the people who turned on you, not the systems that failed you, not the plans that crumbled. Your source is God, and He is not running out. He is not second-guessing. He is not calculating whether you're worthy. He already decided on. And when God decides to repay, there is no force, no voice, no darkness, and no delay that can stop it. The next chapter of your life is not built on what others allowed you to have. It is built on what God is commanding to be released. And when that command is spoken, creation itself must obey. Doors will open, paths will clear, resources will flow. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is. And He is faithful to complete what He began. He is mighty to fulfill what He promised. He is merciful to restore beyond measure. And He is just to repay, pressed down, multiplied, and overflowing. And I declare this to your heart with urgency and power. When God chooses to act on your behalf, no force in existence can block it. No opposition can reverse it. No delay can cancel it. For God does not operate within the limitations of human understanding. He transcends time. He surpasses logic and He exceeds expectations. What you thought was buried for good, God is about to resurrect in such a way that not only will it rise, it will shine brighter than it ever did before. What you once held with trembling hands, you will now carry with strength because you've been tried, tested, and made ready by God Himself. There are times when it may feel like you've reached the end of your strength. You've cried until the tears stopped flowing. You've waited until the clock seemed irrelevant. You've hoped against all odds, and still it looks like nothing has changed. But listen closely. What hasn't changed in the natural has already shifted in the spiritual. God moves before you see it. He prepares before He reveals. And if you could only see the unseen, if you could only witness what is being rearranged behind the curtain of this life, you would fall to your knees, not in despair, but in overwhelming awe of what God is about to deliver into your hands. There are rewards that are not visible to the crowd. There are victories that don't make noise but carry eternal value. God is not just in the business of showing you favor in front of people. He is also in the business of healing you in private. That private healing is a repayment in itself. You are being made whole from the inside out. You are being repaired where no human hand could reach. You are being stabilized in the depths of your spirit so that when the blessing arrives, you don't buckle under its weight. Let others chase validation from the world, but you hold out for the reward that comes from God alone. Because when God gives, He gives with peace. He adds no sorrow to it. It does not come wrapped in anxiety. It does not come tangled in manipulation. It comes pure, clear, certain, and appointed. And when it lands in your life, it will not compete with anything because it will be so clearly from God. No one will be able to deny it. Sometimes the silence of God is louder than the noise of the world. It is in that silence that He tests your roots. Will you still worship when the doors stay closed? Will you still believe when the prayers go unanswered? Will you still follow when the path is hidden in shadow? Because those who endure that silence and keep their trust anchored in God, those are the ones who will experience the kind of repayment that shifts entire generations. Their children will reap peace because they stood strong. Their descendants will walk in stability because they refuse to bow to despair. This is not just about you. It is about what God is writing through you. Do not underestimate the power of one faithful soul. One life surrendered and submitted to God's timing can bring light into places that have known only darkness. And that's what you are becoming. A light that was refined in loss. a flame that didn't burn out but burned brighter. You're not coming out of this season bitter. You're coming out better. You're not emerging empty. You're emerging equipped. God has been gathering every shattered piece of your story, and He is now forming a masterpiece, not to put you on display, but to reveal what His mercy can do through endurance. And make no mistake, when the moment of divine repayment comes, it will not just bless you, it will humble you. It will leave you breathless, not because of its magnitude, but because of its mercy. You will weep not out of sorrow, but out of reverence, because you'll remember the nights you wanted to give up. You'll remember the days you walked in silence, misunderstood, overlooked, and abandoned. And then suddenly the very same life you once tried to escape will be overflowing with purpose. Not because you figured it out, but because God stepped in. Yes, there is coming a time when your hands will no longer be empty. Your heart will no longer be heavy. Your mind will no longer be at war. That time is being crafted by the one who holds time in his palm. And when he opens his hand, what you lost will look small compared to what is given. Or because God does not merely return what was taken, He multiplies it, He enriches it, He elevates it, and He sanctifies it for something greater. You may be thinking, but I lost so much. Yes, you did. But what you gain will speak louder than what you lost. Your story is not going to end with a list of things taken. It will conclude with a testimony of what God restored, refined, and repaid. And this time, what you receive will last. It will not decay. It will not be taken. It will not be temporary because it was built in God's presence. And anything built in His presence is built for eternity. And now, as this word settles into your heart, let this truth never leave your soul. What you went through was not the end. It was the beginning. What you lost was not wasted. It was a seed. What felt like a postponement was actually God arranging the exact scene for something far bigger than you could have pictured. You have not been overlooked. You are not finished yet. You are not abandoned. God has witnessed every tear, heard each silent plea, and carried every bit of pain that had no voice. In His perfect wisdom, He has appointed a season not merely for healing, but for full restoration. Hold fast. The season of divine recompense is approaching. What arrives will bring clarity to all that once made no sense. What is being lifted up will quiet every lingering doubt. When it comes, you will not only be made whole, you will be refreshed. You will rise not as someone defeated by loss, but as a vessel of purpose, a living witness to God's righteous restoration, and proof that the Most High repays with abundance, overflowing beyond measure. Move forward now, not with fear, but with faith. The one who allowed the loss is the same one who will restore it, pressed down, shaken together, and lifted in glory. And when it unfolds, let every eye that sees it know this was the work of God alone. Have you ever walked through a season where every part of you wanted to argue, to defend, to prove your point, yet God whispered, "Be silent," not because you lost the battle, but because He was preparing to move in such a powerful way that your words would only interfere? This silence is not defeat. It is the pause before the downpour of blessings. It is the holy quiet that comes just before a miracle so undeniable it will speak louder than anything your voice could declare. God does not require noise. What He requires is your trust. And sometimes the greatest proclamation of faith is to remain silent, be still, That is the decree that flows not from man, but from the throne of heaven itself. Be still, not because you lack strength, not because you doubt, not because you lack direction, but because in the silence, God is accomplishing what words could never explain. There is a moment in every believer's life when God says, be quiet, wait, trust, don't announce it, don't fight it, just be silent until I bring the miracle. And in that moment, your obedience in silence becomes your loudest declaration of faith. You see, the world teaches us to speak up, to defend ourselves, to react, to make our voices heard. But God works differently. God says, I will fight for you. You need only to be still. When God is preparing a miracle, He often demands your silence. Why? Because some blessings are too sacred to be exposed to human interference. Because what God is about to do in your life will not require your explanation, your announcement, or your defense. It will speak for itself. There are moments when the storm rages and you want to shout your pain, you want to cry out your confusion, you want to scream your disappointment, but God whispers, hush, hold your peace, I am working behind the curtain. And those who obey, those who choose silence in the middle of chaos, are the ones who witness the glory of God in full measure. Because silence is not weakness, silence is reverence, silence is trust, silence is the language of those who know that God is still on the throne. Think of it. When a seed is planted in the earth, no sound is heard. No trumpet sounds when the roots take hold. No announcement is made when the first sprout pushes through the soil. But beneath the silence, something is growing, something is shifting, something is becoming. So it is with your life. While the world sees stillness, God sees preparation. While others see nothing, God is nurturing a miracle beneath the surface of your silence. You must understand, when God tells you to be silent, it is not to punish you, but to protect what He is birthing in you. There are spiritual enemies who feed on your word. There are people in your life who would destroy your dream if they heard even a whisper of it. That's why God silences you, not to stop your destiny, but to preserve it. Some miracles require privacy. Some victories must begin in the quiet place, where only God sees and only God knows. There is a holy power in being silent when everything inside you wants to speak. When they lie about you, God says, be silent. When they misunderstand your heart, God says, be silent. When they walk away and you're tempted to chase after them, God says, be silent. Because your silence is not the end of the story. It is the opening act of something glorious. You are not losing when you are quiet. You are building. You are trusting. You are aligning with the rhythm of heaven, where stillness speaks louder than words. Let them think what they want. Let them draw their conclusions. Let them assume. You do not need to defend yourself when God is your defender. You do not need to argue when the truth will outlive the lie. You do not need to explain when God is about to make it clear. Some miracles are so divine, so sacred, so overwhelming that the only right response is to step back and let God speak through the outcome. Too many people miss their miracle because they couldn't stay silent long enough to see it unfold. They opened their mouth and exposed what God meant to hide. They told people who weren't meant to understand. They defended themselves when God was already preparing their vindication. But not you. You will be different. You will wait in silence because you trust the God who does not sleep, who does not forget, who does not fail. You see, silence is not passive. It is powerful. Silence does not mean nothing is happening. It means everything is happening. But under divine management, The most powerful moments in your life may come not when you shout, but when you are silent and let God move. Your silence becomes a sanctuary. It becomes a testimony. It becomes a holy space where God says, "Now I can work without interference." When God tells you to be silent, He is inviting you into a sacred partnership. He's saying, "Let me speak for you. Let me make the way. Let me shut the mouths of the lions. Let me silence your accusers. Let me show them what I can do with a vessel that knows how to wait in stillness." Because those who wait in silence are those who rise in strength. They don't waste energy trying to prove anything. They don't exhaust themselves explaining to people who were never meant to understand. They conserve their faith. They protect their promise. They guard their peace. And yes, it's hard. It's hard when you're misunderstood. It's hard when people walk away. It's hard when your name is dragged through the mud and all you want to do is shout the truth. But God is not asking you to shout. He's asking you to trust. He's asking you to let Him reveal the truth. Because when God vindicates you, it will be undeniable. When God blesses you, even your enemies will have to admit that something divine has taken place. So do not fear the silence. Do not curse the quiet season. That silence is sacred. It is the pause before the breakthrough. It is the breath before the birth. It is the stillness before the storm breaks in your favor. Some of the loudest victories begin in absolute silence. When you learn to be silent in faith, you allow God to speak in power. There are seasons in your life when you must walk with sealed lips and open hands. Not because you have nothing to say, but because you trust the one who says it all. God does not need your explanations. He does not need your arguments. What He needs is your surrender. And silence is a form of surrender. Silence says, "I could speak, but I choose to trust." Silence says, "I could fight, but I choose to believe." Silence says, "I could explain, but I choose to wait on God." And God honors that kind of faith. He honors that kind of discipline because He knows the power that is coming. He knows the miracle that is on the way. And when it comes, it will speak volume. The very people who doubted you will have no choice but to watch. The very situations that tried to break you will become the foundation of your testimony. But only if you can stay silent long enough to see it through. The silence is not empty. It is full of God's movement. It is full of angels being dispatched. It is full of closed doors being unlocked. It is full of favor that is being arranged. It is full of the impossible bending to the will of the Almighty. But if you speak too soon, you disrupt the flow. If you act too early, you miss the perfect timing. If you try to handle it yourself, you might delay what was meant to come quickly. So be silent, not in fear, but in faith, not in weakness, but in wisdom, not in defeat, but in divine expectation, because something is coming. Something is shifting. Something is being orchestrated that you couldn't plan even if you tried. But it requires your stillness. It requires your restraint. It requires your ability to sit in the presence of God and let Him do what only He can do. Some of you have been praying for something big, something life-changing, and God heard you, but now He's saying, "Let me work. Let me finish what I started. Stay quiet while I build the miracle." Your job is not to announce it. Your job is to prepare for it. Your job is to stay in the secret place, holding on to your peace, keeping your mouth shut and your heart open. Because the more silent you become, the louder God will speak through the outcome. The more you resist the urge to speak prematurely, the more glorious the testimony will be when the time is right. And when it happens so, when it happens, it will not require an introduction. The miracle will be its own announcement. The blessing will be its own defense. The power of God will be so evident that even the doubters will fall silent. You do not have to fight for what God has already promised you. You do not have to scream for what God has already secured. Be silent and let the evidence speak. Be silent and let the harvest reveal what was planted in secret. Be silent and let God show the world who He has been shaping you to become. Because the truth is, the ones who are the most powerful in the kingdom are not the loudest. They are the most obedient. They know when to speak and when to be silent. They understand the rhythm of God's timing. And when you learn that rhythm, you will walk in a peace that cannot be shaken and a power that cannot be stopped. So do not despise the silence. Do not rush out of it. Embrace it. Honor it. Because in that silence, God is building something eternal. In that stillness, God is preparing something unshakable. And when the appointed time comes, your silence will break into celebration. Your stillness will explode into blessing. Your waiting will be rewarded with wonders. When God calls you to silence, He is not pushing you away. He is drawing you in. He is inviting you into a deeper intimacy, a divine closeness, where the noise of the world fades and only His whisper remains. In that sacred silence, your soul becomes attuned to things that others cannot perceive. Your ears begin to hear not the opinions of men, but the directions of heaven. And in that silence, your spirit becomes strong, not through speaking, but through listening. Because there are revelations that only come when the mouth is shut and the heart is wide open to God alone. God does not rush. His power is not hurried. His timing is not dictated by your anxiety. God moves with purpose, with precision, and with perfect wisdom. And sometimes the silence is His signal that He is orchestrating something far beyond your current understanding. While you're worried about how things appear on the surface, God is working deep underground, aligning circumstances, shifting hearts, and preparing the moment when the curtain will rise and His glory will be revealed. But until then, He tells you to hold your tongue, not because you are voiceless, but because your voice is being preserved for a greater proclamation. There is strength in restraint. There is victory in waiting. God honors the one who trusts His pace more than their emotions. When you feel surrounded, when you feel overlooked, when your spirit is weary from battles that no one sees, do not break your silence with fear or frustration. Speak only in prayer. Speak only in faith. Let your soul cry out to God in the quiet, not in the noise of panic, because God hears what no human ear can catch. He listens to the silent prayers, the ones that have no words, only groans, tears, and unspoken hopes. Do you know why God wants you to be silent before the miracle? Because words have power, and in moments of testing, careless words can sabotage divine timing. You might confess doubt when you should be declaring trust. You might invite negativity when you are meant to guard your atmosphere. You might release fear into your environment when faith was supposed to saturate the room. That's why silence is not just avoidance. It is spiritual discipline. It is strategic stillness. It is guarding the atmosphere of your miracle. God is not asking you to pretend everything is fine. He's asking you to put your trust in the unseen. He's asking you to stop managing the outcome and start surrendering to His authority. Because your silence is not ignorance. It is recognition. Recognition that God is wiser than your plans. recognition that your insight is limited but His vision is eternal. And when you choose to be silent, you are proclaiming with your soul, I don't need to know everything, I only need to trust the one who does. There are sacred moments in life when your silence becomes your shield, when words would only ignite warfare that God never meant for you to fight, when explanations would only feed curiosity that God never intended for others to have. Some things are meant to be carried in silence because they are too holy to be mishandled by careless ears. God is saying, let me conceal you for now. Let me preserve this for the right time. And if you obey, if you stay silent when everything in you wants to speak, you will witness a miracle that no human power could manufacture. Silence is not a pause in your story. It is part of the plot. It is a page being written with invisible ink, soon to be revealed under the light of God's timing. You may not see it now, but silence is sacred soil. It is where your roots grow deep, your character is refined, and your spirit is anchored. When God keeps you quiet, it is not rejection. It is preparation. You are being forged in the fire of faith. You are being trained to carry glory that cannot be tainted by the noise of this world. Don't confuse silence with stagnation. Just because you don't see movement doesn't mean there isn't progress. God does some of His most powerful work in the dark, in the quiet, in the unseen. Look at the sky. It moves in silence. The earth rotates without a sound. The heart beats without shouting. The most essential forces in life operate without noise. So it is with God. His greatest acts often come wrapped in silence until the moment they explode into undeniable reality. God may silence you not to hold you back, but to push you forward without distraction. He may be keeping you quiet so He can shield your vision, protect your growth, and prepare your breakthrough in a chamber of stillness. Sometimes the silence is your ark, the place where you are sealed off from the flood of confusion and opinion. God shuts the door not to isolate you, but to preserve you. And when the rain stops and the waters recede, you will step out into new territory, refreshed, renewed, and ready. God is not in the business of empty silences. Every quiet season has a divine purpose. Every unanswered question, every restrained word, every withheld explanation, all serve a greater plan. You may not understand it today, but one day when the miracle unfolds, you will look back and thank God that He taught you to keep your peace. Because if you had spoken too soon, if you had exposed the vision too early, if you had tried to explain what only heaven could interpret, you might have delayed what was destined to be yours. You must understand God is not only working in your situation, He is working in you. The silence is molding you. It is teaching you the strength of stillness, the courage of surrender, the wisdom of restraint. You are learning that not everything deserves your reaction. Not every situation requires your words. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can say is nothing and let God be the one who responds. Even when they question your silence, even when they mock your stillness, even when they pressure you to speak, stay grounded. Trust that God sees what others don't. Trust that He is building a testimony that will require no introduction. Trust that what He has promised in the quiet will come to pass in the light. And when it does, those who laughed at your silence will be silenced by your results. Let your quiet confidence in God become your shield. Walk through the storm with peace. Let the winds rage. Let the doubters speak. Let the noise rise. None of it will move you because you are anchored in the presence of the Almighty. You don't need to shout when heaven is already roaring in your defense. You don't need to prove yourself when God is the author of your reputation. In time, the silence will end. In time, the voice of God will thunder. In time, the miracle will manifest. And when it does, your obedience will have been the seed that unlocked it. So hold fast. Don't break the silence just to satisfy the flesh. Don't disrupt the process just to ease your emotions. There is a reward for those who wait quietly, faithfully, fully surrendered to the will of God. When the appointed time arrives, your silence will turn to song. Your stillness will erupt into strength. Your private trust will produce public breakthrough. And all will know it was not your words that brought the victory. It was your surrender. It was your obedience. It was your willingness to be silent, even when silence was misunderstood. There is a time when silence becomes your shield, not just from the chaos around you, but from the traps the enemy sets ahead of you. The enemy thrives on your reactions. He listens closely to your panic, feeds on your impatience, and seeks to twist your words against you. But when you are silent, truly silent in the presence of God, you strip the enemy of his weapon. You confuse the camp of darkness because they cannot figure out what you are thinking, what you are planning, or what you are expecting. Silence frustrates the enemy because it means you're no longer reacting. You're waiting. You're no longer trying to control. You're surrendered. And when you surrender to God, no force on earth or in the unseen world can stop what He has ordained. There is a stillness that does not come from laziness, but from boldness. It is the stillness of the one who knows, I've placed it in God's hands and I will not pick it back up. There is strength in sitting down when everything in you wants to rush ahead. There is wisdom in keeping quiet when everything in your flesh wants to scream. And there is power in trusting that the one who formed the stars is perfectly capable of handling the details of your life. God is not seeking those who panic in the waiting. He is seeking those who trust in the pause. Do you know why God tells you to be silent before the miracle? Because He wants you to recognize that He alone is the source. Not your words, not your wisdom, not your networking, not your charisma, only God. He wants your testimony to be free from contamination, free from pride, free from the fingerprints of man. That when the blessing comes, it will be undeniably marked by the power and presence of God. And no one else will be able to take the credit. The silence is not a punishment. It is a purification. It is the place where your motives are refined, where your desires are tested, where your heart is aligned with God's will and not your own. In the silence, you are stripped of distractions, illusions, and pride. You are brought face to face with the reality that no matter how loud the world gets, the only voice that truly matters is the voice of God. Some people cannot handle silence because they are addicted to noise. They seek validation from people. They chase applause. They need someone always agreeing with them to feel right. But when God takes you into the silent place, He severs your dependence on external affirmation. He detaches your peace from people's approval. He teaches you to live off of His voice alone. And that kind of transformation cannot be bought, cannot be borrowed, cannot be imitated. It can only be learned in the stillness with God. You see, when you stay silent, you are not just avoiding speaking, you are tuning in to hear the instructions that only come in stillness. Because there are assignments that God will only whisper, not shout. There are directions He gives only to the soul that is quiet enough to receive them. If your life is filled with constant noise, constant venting, explaining, overthinking, you may miss the subtle nudge of God that shifts everything. But in silence, you become sensitive. You begin to discern what others overlook. You begin to walk not by reaction, but by revelation. And here's the truth. Not everyone is meant to understand what God is doing in your life. Some things are so holy, so delicate, that even sharing them too soon can cause spiritual damage. There is a reason God says, conceal a matter until the time is ripe. Your silence becomes a covering for the sacred. When you keep quiet, you preserve the oil. You protect the process. You shield the seed until it becomes fruit. Do not let the pressure of others force your voice before God gives you permission to speak. Let the world assume. Let them question. Let them laugh. Because in the end, it won't be your argument that convinces them. It will be the undeniable manifestation of what God has done. There is coming a moment, if you remain faithful, when your silence will burst into a result so clear, even your critics will fall silent. That is the power of letting God handle what your mouth wants to manage. And in that stillness, your relationship with God deepens. You begin to experience not just what He does, but who He is. You no longer serve God just for the miracles. You serve Him because you trust His character even when there is no evidence around you. That's where maturity begins. Not when you praise God after the blessing, but when you can be silent before the blessing because you know He is working even when you see nothing. Silence allows God to expose what cannot be seen in the noise. Sometimes it is in your quietest season that the deepest healing takes place. You begin to confront yourself. You realize how much you were trying to force, how often you were trying to fix what only God can redeem. You stop talking to everyone else and finally start talking to God in a way that is raw, real, and reverent. And that silence becomes your secret weapon. You step into every space with a steady calm because the tears have already been poured out in the hidden place. You carry yourself with assurance, not because your world is flawless, but because you've released the need to control it. You let God be who He is. And when you surrender like that, His peace takes its seat in your heart. Even when storms rage around you, there's no need to defend what God is constructing. No need to broadcast what He is preparing. Simply remain aligned, remain still, and remain faithful. Quiet consistency carries more weight than loud declarations. When you honor God in the unseen waiting, you are planting seeds for a harvest no enemy can touch. And the time will come when every unspoken prayer, every hidden tear, every promise you clung to, every whisper in the dark will be answered, not with explanations, but with undeniable evidence. People won't have to ask what happened. They'll see what God did. The doors will open. The favor will fall. The healing will manifest. The opportunity will arise. And they will know it was God and only God. There is a sacred mystery in the way God works that defies human logic. We live in a world obsessed with instant results, constant communication, and quick validation. But God is not bound by the noise of the world. He is drawn to the stillness of trust. While the world shouts for answers, God whispers to the soul that waits in silence. While others panic in uncertainty, those who know God walk quietly, confidently through the valley, knowing that silence in the hands of God is never empty. It is preparation. It is strategy. It is power wrapped in quiet surrender. Silence is not an absence of faith. It is the very evidence of it. When you can keep quiet in the middle of the storm, when you can resist the urge to speak before God has finished what He's doing, when you can stand in the middle of delay without doubting His presence, you are walking in a dimension of spiritual maturity that few ever reach. Because silence is not just the absence of speech. It is the fullness of trust. It is the soul saying, God, even if I don't understand it, I believe you are good. Even if I don't see the way, I know you are leading. Even if I don't hear the answer, I know you have already spoken it into existence. In this world, we are trained to announce every step, to promote every decision, to gather approval from others before we even begin. But when God places a vision inside you, He often requires that you conceal it until it has matured. You are not hiding it out of fear. You are guarding it out of honor. You are protecting what is holy from being handled by what is carnal. Because when something is in seed form, it is vulnerable. And God says, let me water it in silence. Let me grow it in secret. Let me prepare the soil before you shout to the world what I've begun in you. When you remain silent, you are not disengaged. You are aligning yourself with a deeper current. You are stepping into the divine rhythm of patience and purpose. You are no longer reacting to the noise of the world. You are moving to the heartbeat of heaven. And when you move with God, you do not need to rush. You do not need to explain. You do not need to convince. Time itself becomes your ally, because time in God's hand becomes a servant to your destiny. Some of you are being tested in the waiting room of silence. You are sitting between the promise and the fulfillment, and everything in your flesh wants to speak. You want to justify yourself. You want to rush the outcome. You want to declare what hasn't yet manifested. But hear this with the authority of spiritual truth. If you wait upon God in silence, you will be preserved, protected, and positioned in ways that the loud and impulsive will never understand. Let them question your stillness. Let them misinterpret your quietness. Let them assume you have nothing to say, because soon the fruit will speak. Soon the outcome will roar louder than anything you could have said. And in that moment, your silence will be vindicated. Because it was not silence out of weakness, it was silence out of obedience. It was not fear, it was reverence. You were not mute. You were listening. And the one who listens in silence is the one who will hear the secrets of heaven. God does not reveal His deepest plans in the clamor of the crowd. He speaks in the stillness to the one who turns off the noise, who shuts the door, who quiets the soul before Him and says, God, I don't need the world's noise. I need your guidance. That is the soul God will fill. That is the life God will use. That is the vessel God will pour out His glory upon. You must learn to trust that silence is not avoidance. It is a vessel that holds the promises, the instructions, the whispers of God that carry more weight than the loudest human voice. When God instructed His chosen ones to walk around the city walls without speaking a word, it was not for lack of courage. It was a divine strategy, because sometimes the miracle does not come when you shout. It comes when you are willing to walk in silence, trusting that the command of God is greater than your need to be understood. There are moments in your life when the silence will be your shield from destruction. If you speak too soon, you may reveal the blueprint to those who will sabotage it. If you share too early, you may allow doubt to enter through the voice of others. But if you wait, if you hold your peace, if you stay silent under God's covering, He will bring you out in such glory, such undeniable victory that no words will be needed. The miracle will declare its own origin. The blessing will testify of its source. Do not underestimate the value of unseen growth. Do not despise the quiet season. Do not curse the days when it seems nothing is happening, because in the hands of God the invisible becomes invincible. In His time the hidden becomes holy. What you sow in silence you will reap in glory. What you carry in secret you will birth in power. But only if you trust the process enough to keep your mouth closed and your heart open. God is not a God of confusion. He is a God of perfect order. And part of that order is teaching His people when to speak and when to be silent. The world may never understand the strength it takes to be still. They won't see the tears you cry behind closed doors, the prayers you whisper into your pillow, the trust you carry when nothing makes sense. But God sees, and He honors that kind of faith. He responds to that kind of discipline. He is moved by the soul that says, God, I will not try to control what only You can complete. I will stay silent until the miracle speaks. And when it does, it will shake the foundations. It will silence the critics. It will shift the atmosphere. Because a miracle birthed in silence carries the fingerprint of God in ways that nothing else can. It cannot be explained. It cannot be denied. It cannot be touched by human arrogance. It is pure. It is holy. It is divine. There comes a time in every soul's journey where the only answer God gives is silence. And that silence is not absence. It is divine intention. It is not neglect. It is sacred design. Because silence is where God pulls you out of the noise, the distractions, the false securities of this world and draws you into the secret chamber of trust. He is not ignoring you. He is refining you. He is not punishing you. He is preparing you. In that quiet space where it seems nothing is moving, nothing is changing, nothing is speaking, God is laying the foundation for something that will shake everything around you when it comes to pass. Silence is not avoidance. See, it is an altar. It is where pride dies. It is where ego is crushed. It is where dependence on self is dismantled. It is where you stop asking God to bless your timing and start surrendering to His. And when you reach that place, when you no longer need the reassurance of constant signs, when you no longer crave the validation of people's approval, then God knows you are ready. Ready not just to receive the miracle, but to carry it, protect it, and steward it with reverence and humility. God's silence is never without purpose. It teaches your spirit how to mature. It trains your inner man to see beyond the natural. While others are reacting to what they can see and hear, you are walking by something higher, by conviction, by faith, by an unshakable knowing that the Creator of all things is working behind the scenes. You are not blind. You are focused. You are not lost. You are being led through a path that no eye has seen and no ear has heard. And for that kind of journey, silence is not just required. It is holy. God sometimes commands silence because speaking too soon would contaminate what is sacred. He knows that premature speech opens the door to human interference. Sometimes even well-meaning people can speak fear, doubt, or confusion into something that was never meant for their ears. That is why God will seal your lips not as a punishment, but as protection. He will keep your vision hidden in the womb of time until it's ready to be birthed in power. And when that moment comes, it will arrive not with the noise of men, but with the thunder of heaven. The silence is a spiritual cocoon. It's where transformation takes place. The caterpillar doesn't announce to the world what it's becoming. It simply withdraws. Silence is the noise that disappears for a time, and in that hidden place, the miraculous begins. So too, God pulls you away, covers you in silence, and begins the sacred work of changing you from the inside out. And when He finally brings you forth, you will not be the same. You will not need to explain what happened. Your presence will carry the evidence. Your peace will testify. Your victory will speak volumes. People may mock your silence. They may question your inactivity. They may misread your restraint as weakness. Let them assume. Because when you are silent by God's instruction, you are not standing still. You are standing in position. You are not being passive. You are being sharpened. And when the time is right, God will release you like an arrow straight into the target of His will. But if you move too early, if you speak too soon, if you step out before He says go, you could forfeit what was already yours. There is a divine authority that comes with obedience to God's timing. It is not loud, but it is unshakable. It does not boast, but it cannot be denied. It is the authority of one who has been tested in silence, refined in waiting, and released in perfect alignment. That kind of authority cannot be taught. It must be cultivated in the fire of surrender. And only those who walk through the valley of silence and still choose to trust God will carry it. When God tells you to be silent, He is saying, "Let me speak for you. Let me show them who you are. Let me reveal the truth. Let me bring justice. Let me shine light on what has been hidden." You do not need to rush to defend yourself. You do not need to fight every accusation. When God is involved, He will not only vindicate you, He will elevate you. And your silence will become your crown. There is something deeply powerful about refusing to speak against what God is allowing. Even when it hurts, even when it seems unfair, even when the waiting is long, when you stay silent in submission rather than lashing out in frustration, you are telling God, "I trust you more than I trust my own understanding." And that kind of trust moves the heart of God. It invites Him into your situation in a way that words never could. Let this truth burn into your spirit. Silence in God's hands is never wasted. Every second of your quiet obedience is building a testimony that will thunder when it is released. You may not feel it, but roots are growing. You may not see it, but foundations are being strengthened. You may not hear it, but doors are unlocking in realms you haven't even entered yet. And when the appointed time arrives, God will reveal what He was doing all along. And the silence will have been the soil that nourished the miracle. So endure the silence with courage. Embrace the stillness with reverence. Do not rush to speak just to feel in control. Do not allow your impatience to drown out the quiet voice of God. There is power in staying quiet until God gives the release. And when that release comes, it will come with undeniable evidence. It will come with favor no man can fabricate. It will come with a peace that silences every voice of doubt. Remember, even the earth had to wait in silence before light was spoken into existence. Even the night must yield in stillness before the morning breaks. And even your life must sometimes dwell in silence before the next season begins. Don't fear the quiet. Don't fight the pause. Don't resent the wait. God is not inactive. He is preparing something so complete, so holy, so divine, that it requires a stillness you must honor. So remain grounded. Let the silence do its work. Stay humble in the hidden place. Keep your spirit surrendered. Let your silence be worship. Let it be faith in its purest form, not spoken, but lived. And when God moves, and He will move, your silence will become a song. Your stillness will become strength. And your waiting will birth wonders that no words could ever fully describe. And now, beloved soul, hear this final truth with the weight it deserves. Silence is not the absence of faith. It is the highest expression of it. When you choose to close your mouth and open your heart to God's timing, you are declaring with your entire being, God, I trust you more than I trust my feelings. I believe in your plan more than I believe in what I see. That kind of faith does not tremble. It stands firm. That kind of obedience does not waver, for it waits with holy expectation. You may be in a season right now where everything seems still. The world is moving around you. People are making noise. Things are happening for others. And yet God has told you to be silent. Do not look at this season with bitterness. Do not reject the quiet moments. For in the hush of silence, God is crafting what will one day be the most powerful testimony of your life. He is shaping something within you that can only be born out of stillness. Something holy, something eternal, something untouched by human hands. So keep your peace, protect your heart, trust His timing. The very God who led you into this silence will be the same God who ushers you into the miracle. And when that miracle appears, it will need no announcement, no defense, not even your words, for it will bear the undeniable mark of God alone. Until then, remain still, remain steadfast, remain quiet, because this silence is not a conclusion. It is a holy beginning. And when God moves, every eye will see. It was never your effort, but His power. Never your labor, but His command. And the silence you carried will be revealed as the seed that opened every door. When God intends for you to be with someone, creation itself responds in ways beyond human understanding. The wind carries a new melody. The heavens align with divine order, and the timing unfolds so perfectly that you know it cannot be chance. It is not luck. It is the very hand of God directing your path. And if you have ever wondered whether your journey was meant to intertwine with another's, if you have ever found yourself standing where love and destiny meet, lean in. Because when God is the one writing the story, nothing can interrupt it. A deep peace settles within your soul. With God at the center, you don't need to force it. You don't need to chase after it. You don't need to plead for anyone to remain. When the Lord ordains a union, it flows naturally. It breathes life. It grows in grace. Anxiety does not exist in the will of God. There is only certainty. If your heart has been shattered by those who failed to see your value, if you have endured lonely seasons thinking God overlooked you, hear this truth. God's delay was never meant to wound you. He was preparing you. He was preparing the other person. Because divine timing requires divine molding. When God wants you with someone, He'll first isolate you. He'll pull you away from distractions, from toxic attachments, from what your flesh wants, so that your spirit can begin to discern what is truly sent by Him. He will break down your own desires until your will aligns with His. That is why some relationships had to fall apart. That is why some people walked away. It wasn't rejection, it was redirection. God removes what is not meant for your destiny so you can receive what is designed to build you, bless you, and bring you closer to Him. And you must understand, when God chooses someone for you, it will not always look how you imagined. It will not always come in the package you were praying for, but it will come with a peace you never knew existed. It will challenge you to become better. It will push you toward purpose, not pull you into confusion, because God is not the author of chaos. He is the architect of harmony. When He connects two souls, it's not based on shallow attraction or fleeting emotion. It's based on spiritual alignment, purpose, and divine order. There are signs, oh yes, undeniable signs when God is drawing two lives together. He will give you clarity. He will confirm it through His Word, through your prayers, through your peace. You won't have to second guess it day and night. You won't have to sacrifice your dignity to keep it. When God wants you with someone, it will never require you to lower your standards or compromise your values. It will lift you up. It will make you want to be more obedient, more prayerful, more aligned with your Creator. That's the power of a divine connection. It brings you closer to God, not further away. And don't think for 1 second that you have to manipulate your way into someone's life. When God ordains it, you won't have to beg to be loved. You won't have to perform to be accepted. You won't have to compete to be chosen. The one God has for you will recognize you in the Spirit. They will see your worth not just in your words, but in your walk. And the connection will be deeper than appearance, deeper than worldly things. It will be a soul-deep recognition, a knowing that this is who you are meant to walk with through the fire and the favor. God is not random. He is strategic. He places people in your life at specific times for specific purposes. Some are there to teach you, to stretch you, to test you. But when He wants someone to stay, nothing you do can push them away. And when He wants someone to go, no amount of pleading can make them remain. That is why you must trust Him, not just with your heart, but with your path. He sees what you don't. He hears conversations you can't. He knows motives before they are exposed. And when He wants to protect you, He will block certain people from accessing your spirit. No matter how much you think you want them, you may feel like you're running out of time. You may feel like everyone else is finding their person and you're being left behind. But hear me, delay does not mean denial. God's timing is not man's timing. He doesn't operate on your calendar. He moves according to purpose. He moves when your heart is ready to receive the blessing, not just crave it. And sometimes He waits until you stop idolizing companionship and start prioritizing His presence. Because until God becomes your first love, every other relationship will become a source of distraction, not direction. When God wants you with someone, He will speak to them just as clearly as He speaks to you. He will not be one-sided. He will not be full of confusion. God is a God of confirmation, and He will show you through their actions, their intentions, their prayers, their pursuit. And you will not have to wonder where you stand. You will not have to live in a cycle of hot and cold. There will be consistency. There will be integrity. There will be peace. And peace is one of the clearest signs that God is in something. Because wherever He is, peace follows. Do not be deceived by emotions alone. Emotions can be misleading. They rise and fall. They are subject to mood, to loneliness, to insecurity. But when God is behind it, it goes deeper than feelings. It is rooted in truth. It is sustained by faith. It is built on trust. You will feel it in your spirit before you feel it in your skin. It will bear fruit that glorifies God, not fruit that feeds your ego. And it will strengthen you for the storms of life, not weaken you in your faith. You may be asking, how do I know if it's truly from God? Listen closely. When it's from God, It will not contradict His principles. It will not pull you into sin. It will not ask you to hide in the shadows or compromise your convictions. It will stand in the light. It will be honorable. It will be protected by prayer and guarded by purity. When God wants you with someone, He will create a foundation that is unshakable. Not perfect, but unshakable. Because the connection will not depend on circumstances. It will depend on covenant. And sometimes God will bring someone into your life and things won't go smoothly at first. There will be trials. There will be distance. There will be seasons of waiting. But do not mistake process for punishment. What God is doing behind the scenes is bigger than what you can see in the present. He may be refining both of you in the fire, so that when He brings you together, the union is strong, refined, and ready to fulfill its divine assignment. Because every God-ordained relationship has a purpose beyond just companionship. It has a mission. It has a spiritual responsibility. That is why you cannot attach yourself to just anyone. The wrong connection can delay your destiny. The wrong person can drain your purpose. Be careful who you align your life with. Not everyone is called to walk beside you. Not everyone is carrying what you need. But when God brings the right person, your strengths will complement one another, your faith will multiply, your vision will align. You will sharpen one another, not sabotage each other. You will find that the relationship does not distract you from God. It drives you deeper into His presence. You begin to pray more. You begin to walk in humility. You begin to operate in wisdom. That's how you know it's not just good, it's God. And when it's God, you don't have to fear the future. You don't have to worry about betrayal. Because what God ordains, He sustains. And no weapon formed against it can prosper. No voice raised against it can curse it. When God says yes, no man can say no. Now you must also prepare yourself, because God is not just working on the other person, He is working on you. You must become the person who can carry what you're praying for. You must be healed from past wounds. You must be free from bitterness. You must walk in forgiveness. Because if you carry old baggage into a new blessing, you will contaminate what God has designed to be pure. Let Him purify your heart. Let Him strip away the ego, the pride, the insecurities. Let Him rebuild you into the person who is ready for love that is rooted in heaven, not earth. And if you've already met someone and you feel the pull, but things seem uncertain, go to God, not to your friends, not to social media. Take it to the one who sees all. Fast, pray, seek wisdom, ask for discernment, and be willing to walk away if God gives you no peace. Do not hold on to something just because it feels good. Feelings lie, but the Spirit of God does not. If God is not in it, it is not worth it. No matter how beautiful it looks on the outside. But oh, when it is from God, you'll know. You'll feel covered. You'll feel seen. You'll feel safe. You won't have to fear being yourself. You won't have to fight to be valued. You will be loved with a love that reflects the heart of God. And together you will rise. Together you will pray. Together you will walk through valleys and mountaintops with grace and grit. Because when God wants you with someone, He doesn't just bless you with a partner. He gives you a warrior, a teammate, a spiritual covering, a purpose-filled companion who will stand beside you and never let go. When God writes your story, Every detail carries eternal weight. Every conversation, every detour, every delay is perfectly placed not to confuse you, but to craft something greater than your human heart can comprehend. You see, when God aligns your destiny with another, it is not about romance alone. It is about the fulfillment of divine assignment. It is about two souls joining forces, not to please each other, but to glorify the one who created them. The connection God ordains is not rooted in selfish desire. It is born out of spiritual necessity. It is not meant to complete you, but to complement your calling. There is something holy about timing when it is governed by God. You may be ready, but the other person might still be in the process. You may feel eager, but God may still be preparing your character. Because God will not allow what is meant to bless you to come into your life when you are not equipped to handle it. He does not give sacred things to careless hands. He does not join hearts that have not been healed. And so if it seems delayed, it is not rejection. It is protection. It is preservation of something sacred. You must not confuse loneliness with lack. Sometimes God separates you so He can sanctify you. He removes all noise from your life so His voice becomes the loudest. Because when your heart is too entangled in the world, you cannot hear the whispers of heaven. And when God is preparing to place someone in your life by divine design, He requires your ears to be tuned to Him, not your own longing. He wants you to choose with clarity, not craving. To walk in wisdom, not desperation. For God does not bless rushed decisions. He blesses surrendered obedience. When God wants you with someone, He begins to adjust your life so that your purpose aligns with theirs. He will shut doors that seem promising. He will remove relationships that looked stable. He will allow you to feel alone, not to harm you, but to bring you closer to Him. Because only in that solitude do you truly learn that no one can fill your soul like God. And until that lesson is rooted deep within you, every relationship you pursue will fall short, will crumble under pressure, will turn to dust. Because no human can carry what only God is meant to uphold in your life. God doesn't just send you what you prayed for. Oh, He sends what will grow you. That's why when the right person comes, you will not only feel loved, you will feel stretched. Your comfort zone will be challenged. Your hidden wounds will be revealed for healing. Your faith will be tested and your character refined. And through it all, God will be the center, guiding, correcting, strengthening. Because a God-ordained relationship is not a destination. It is a journey. It is the starting point of a greater assignment. And if you're not willing to walk in truth, to sacrifice, to forgive, to remain faithful, you are not yet ready for what God has planned. This is not about finding someone to make you feel good. This is about God positioning you beside someone who mirrors your values, honors your presence, and joins you in the sacred task of walking upright before the Almighty. When God places someone in your life, they will not pull you into darkness. They will push you into purpose. They will not cause you to hide. They will inspire you to rise. They will not drain your spirit. They will water your soul with truth, with discipline, with encouragement rooted in righteousness. And your union will not only bless you, it will become a testimony to others of what happens when God is the matchmaker. And do not expect perfection. God does not pair perfect people. He pairs purpose-driven people. He brings together those who, though flawed, are willing to surrender to His will. Those who recognize their weaknesses, yet strive daily to walk in humility. And when trials come, and they will, it is not your feelings that will hold you together, but your faith. It is not your emotions that will carry you, but your obedience to the one who brought you together. Because in God-ordained unions, love is not simply a feeling. It is a decision rooted in reverence for God and fueled by commitment to His plan. So be alert, be watchful. There are many who will come into your life with smooth words and smiling faces, but they are not from God. They are distractions, not destiny. And if you do not have discernment, you will fall for charm and miss the covenant. But when God sends someone, their spirit will confirm what their words proclaim. Their presence will reflect reverence for God, not confusion. Their actions will reflect reverence for God, not just attraction to you. Because when it is God, you won't have to guess. You will know deep down in your soul that this is not ordinary. This is divine. And for those who are weary from waiting, for those who have cried in silence, wondering if God sees your loneliness, know this: God has not forgotten you. Your prayers have not been in vain. Your patience has not gone unnoticed. God honors those who wait on Him. He rewards those who place their trust in His wisdom, not their own timeline. And in the perfect moment when your heart is ready and your path has been prepared, He will unveil what He has kept hidden for you. And it will be worth every tear, every sleepless night, every moment of longing. Because what comes from God comes with peace, with power, with purpose. You must also be willing to let go. Let go of what you thought your future should look like. Let go of the image you created in your mind. Because sometimes what we think we want is far smaller than what God has in store. He will exceed your expectations, but you must release your limitations. Stop holding on to people who are not tied to your future. Stop reopening doors that God has sealed shut. Stop chasing those who walk away. God will never allow what is truly yours to miss you. If someone left, they were not assigned to your journey. Do not mourn what was never meant to remain. When God wants you with someone, the connection will be undeniable, but it will also require effort. God may bring the person, but it is your responsibility to walk in love, to serve with humility, to communicate with wisdom. Do not think the presence of God removes the need for discipline. Divine unions demand divine character. They require both parties to grow, to yield, to sacrifice. And when the storms of life come, and they will, you will not be shaken because your foundation will not be built on temporary feelings, but on eternal truth. This is not a fairy tale. This is a faith walk. And every step must be taken with God leading the way. You will not always understand. You will not always feel secure, but you must trust the one who sees what you cannot. You must believe that His plan is better than your own, because God does not waste time. He does not make mistakes. If He has promised you something, it will come to pass, not in your time, but in His. And when it does, you will look back and see how every closed door, every painful goodbye, every silent season was preparing you for what your heart could not yet carry. Let your prayers be shaped not by impatience, but by purpose. Instead of asking when, begin to ask what. What do you want to teach me in this season, God? What must I release? What must I strengthen? What must I surrender? Because when your heart is postured in surrender, God can pour out blessings that no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no mind has imagined. And the person He sends will not only be a blessing to your life, they will help you become a blessing to others. There is beauty in waiting. There is power in patience. There is transformation in trusting God. And when that divine connection enters your life, it will not bring more questions than answers. It will bring peace that surpasses understanding. It will bring growth. It will bring alignment. And together you will walk into the future, not hand in hand for your own glory, but united for the glory of God to fulfill His will and accomplish the assignment that can only be completed through unity. And listen closely. When God truly ordains your steps towards someone, He will not only prepare the way, He will prepare your heart to carry the weight of what's coming. Because love sent by God is not light. It is powerful. It is life-altering. It demands a higher level of discipline, faith, and surrender. It calls you out of selfishness and into sacrifice. And until your heart is willing to serve, not be served, until your soul is anchored in trust, not pride, God will keep molding you in the fire, not to punish you, but to purify you. He's not delaying to destroy your hope. God is waiting because He is enlarging your capacity. You need to see this clearly. When the Lord places someone in your life, it is not to make you comfortable. It is to fulfill His purpose. That relationship comes with responsibility. It carries weight in the spiritual realm. It is not just an emotional bond. It is a divine covenant. And where God's will brings agreement, power is released. Favor will come, but so will opposition. The enemy will attempt to tear down what God is building. That is why your foundation must never rest on a person, but on the God who sent them. Because storms will rise, trials will press in, and if you are not standing on the solid truth of God, what seemed unshakable at first will eventually fall apart. This is why many relationships break down, not because there was no love, but because there was no alignment. They were started from impulse, not from instruction, from attraction, not from assignment. But when it is truly from God, He calls you to be more than a companion. He calls you to safeguard the vision, to stand as a vessel of prayer, and to preserve peace. He will require you to guard the union with your character, not your emotions, because your feelings will lie to you, but God never does. And sometimes God will allow a counterfeit to come before the real one, to test your discernment, to see if you truly trust His voice over your own desire. The counterfeit will look the part. They'll say the right thing, but something in your spirit will feel uneasy. Something won't sit right. That's not fear. That's God warning you. Don't silence that voice. Don't override that signal. Because when you ignore God's warning signs, you invite unnecessary pain. But when you obey, even when it hurts, you make room for what is truly meant. When God wants you with someone, the connection will mature you. It will not always feel easy, but it will always feel purposeful. You will begin to grow in ways you never have. You will feel stretched, not to break you, but to build you. Because God doesn't just send someone to walk beside you. He sends someone to challenge the parts of you that need growth. The right person will call you higher. They will correct you in love. They will hold you accountable to God's standard, not just affirm your comfort. And though it may not always be pleasant, it will be necessary. Because growth is proof of God's involvement. Do not idolize a person. Do not place them on a throne in your heart. That space belongs to God alone. Even when God sends the right person, they are not your source. They are not your provider. They are not your Savior. They are a blessing, but never the foundation. God remains your anchor. And the moment you place more trust in a person than in God, you will feel the shaking. You will feel the misalignment. because no human being is meant to carry the weight of your soul. Only God can. You must walk into divine connections with open eyes and a guarded heart. Not closed off, but discerning. Let God lead the way. Let Him confirm, not just once, but over and over again through peace, consistency, and clarity. If you have to constantly convince yourself it's from God, it probably isn't. When God moves, He brings assurance. He brings light into dark places. He brings order to chaos. And what He unites, no confusion can unravel. Don't allow loneliness to be louder than God's wisdom. Loneliness is temporary, but a decision made outside of God's will can cost you years of peace. It can lead you into battles you were never meant to fight. That's why you must silence the noise of the world and anchor your soul in what God is whispering. Sometimes His voice is quiet, not because He's absent, but because He's testing your willingness to still seek Him when the answer isn't instant. And when you show God that your trust doesn't waver in silence, He rewards that faith with clarity. Remember, God doesn't show you someone's soul through their appearance. He reveals it through their patterns. Pay attention. Are they stable? Are they consistent? Are they guided by principles or by emotions? Are they bringing you closer to God or closer to compromise? These questions are not rooted in fear, they're rooted in wisdom. Because what you join your life to will either lift you or limit you. And when God wants you with someone, that person will be a builder, not a burden. A multiplier, not a divider. A carrier of peace, not confusion. Sometimes the connection will come after you've been broken, after you've healed from battles that left you breathless, and you'll wonder why God waited so long. But the truth is, He was waiting for the version of you that is whole, not wounded. Because if He sent the right person when you were still carrying the residue of your past, you would sabotage what He intended to bless. So He waited. He protected you. He held back the blessing until you were ready to receive it with wisdom and walk in it with responsibility. And don't mistake quiet seasons for empty seasons. When God is silent, He is still working. When nothing seems to be moving, trust that He is positioning everything behind the scenes. He is aligning schedules. He is softening hearts. He is removing obstacles. And when everything is ready, He will bring that person into your life in such a way that you will know only God could have done this. The timing, the setting, the mutual recognition, it will be divine. Not because it's dramatic, but because it's drenched in God's fingerprints. This is not about romantic feelings alone. This is about divine purpose. When God joins you to someone, your missions will intertwine. Your spiritual paths will align. Your goals will not compete. They will complement. You will build something that outlives your emotions, something that stands as a testimony of obedience, faith, and surrender. And when people see your union, they will not just see two people in love. They will see what God can do when two souls walk in agreement under His hand. You are not forgotten. You are not unseen. God is faithful to complete what He begins. And if He has whispered to your spirit that He has someone for you, trust Him. Keep building your character. Keep walking in truth. Keep praying with boldness. Keep releasing what doesn't belong. Because when the appointed time comes, the door will open. Not through your striving, but through your submission. When God brings someone into your life, you won't have to compete for their attention. You won't have to chase their affection. God does not write stories of desperation. He writes stories of destiny. He does not pair a confusion with purpose. He does not place peace in the arms of chaos. What He brings will be whole. What He sends will bring stillness to your spirit, not storms. And when He writes the story, you won't have to add to it. You'll just have to walk in it with gratitude and grace. And if you are currently walking alone, know this: solitude with God is never wasted. In this season, He is shaping you. He is strengthening you. He is removing what could destroy you. He is pruning your character so that when He places you beside someone, you will not just survive, you will thrive. You will not just exist in their life, you will enhance it, because you have been molded by the hands of the one who sees the end from the beginning. When God designs a connection, He doesn't look at surface compatibility. He examines the soul. He sees the unseen. He knows what your future holds and what kind of spirit needs to walk beside you. That is why you must stop looking for someone who simply looks the part and start seeking someone who is aligned with the purpose God placed within you. The person who is meant to walk with you will not only share your laughter, they will share your burdens. They will not just celebrate your victories. They will kneel beside you in your battles. Because when it is God ordained, it is not built on convenience. It is built on covenant. And understand this: true union under God requires spiritual maturity. You cannot carry God's plan with an immature heart. You cannot protect what is sacred with a careless mindset. The person God joins you with is not just for your pleasure. They are part of your spiritual assignment. You will be called to protect them in prayer. You will be required to walk in patience, in honor, in selflessness. And if your heart is still led by impulse or entitlement, then God will continue refining you. He will not place precious things into unprepared hands. He is too wise. He is too intentional. And His timing is too perfect to be rushed. Sometimes God will bring someone into your life quietly, without noise or grand announcements. There won't be fireworks. There won't be signs in the sky. But there will be a divine stillness in your spirit. There will be a quiet confirmation that this is right, that this is safe, that this is sacred, that this is not something you need to fight for, but something you need to steward. That is the fingerprint of God. When the soul rests, not because everything is perfect, but because the presence of God surrounds the connection like a shield. And do not forget, God protects what He ordained. He shields it from premature exposure. He hides it from eyes that would envy it or try to destroy it. That's why for a time you may feel unseen. That's why the one meant for you may be invisible to the crowd. God is hiding you both, not to delay joy, but to protect destiny. What is pure must be preserved. What is holy must be shielded. And when the right moment arrives, He will reveal what He has kept covered. And the world will see what heaven already approved. If you're struggling with disappointment from the past, if someone you thought was the one walked away, hear this: if it was from God, it would not have ended in confusion. If it was from God, it would not have taken you away from prayer, peace, and purpose. When God joins two people, He does not pull them away from His presence. He pulls them deeper into it. So thank God for the ones who walked away. Thank Him for every door that closed. You may not understand it now, but God sees every motive. He hears every conversation spoken behind closed doors. And when He removes someone, it is not to break you. It is to build you for what's ahead. And what is ahead requires focus. It requires strength. It requires the kind of faith that trusts God even when your eyes don't see a thing moving. because often the greatest moves of God happen in silence. He works in the soil beneath the surface, in the unseen. He softens hearts. He reroutes paths. He tears down false connections and clears the clutter so that your spirit can recognize what is real. And when the time is ripe, when both your soul and theirs are prepared, God will cause your paths to cross in a way that not even the wisest among you could have orchestrated. This is why you must stay faithful, not just in your actions, but in your thoughts, in your posture, in your private moments of prayer. You are not waiting in vain. You are being prepared. You are being sharpened. You are being equipped for something that will outlive your emotions. Do not let the temporary noise of culture distract you from the eternal wisdom of God. The world may tell you to settle. The world may tempt you to chase validation. But God calls you to wait, not because you're being punished, but because He is saving you from less than what He designed. And when God brings you the person He has prepared for you, it will feel like divine alignment. Not because everything will be easy, but because everything will make sense. You will begin to understand why it didn't work with anyone else. You will see the purpose behind the pain, the meaning behind the waiting. God's design will not require you to abandon who you are. It will allow you to grow into who you were always meant to be. It will not crush your spirit. It will activate your calling. You will not feel smaller in their presence. You will feel strengthened, supported, and seen. This is how God moves. Not with confusion, but with clarity. Not with rush, but with revelation. He opens your eyes to see through the flesh and into the spirit. And when He speaks, He does not stutter. His confirmations are not vague. They are undeniable. You will find yourself in prayer not because you are begging for clarity, but because you are overwhelmed with gratitude. Because when God joins you with someone, it's not just a relationship. It's a reflection of His wisdom, His timing, His mercy. Do not be fooled by impatience. Impatience will lead you to the wrong arms. It will make you justify what your spirit already knows is not from God. It will make you settle for potential instead of purpose. But when you truly trust God, you don't just wait, you prepare. You build. You become the kind of person who can receive what you've been praying for. Because the blessing is not just in the person, it is in what that person brings out of you. A divine connection should make you more prayerful, more disciplined, more grateful, more aligned with God. And when that kind of person enters your life, sent not by your emotions but by God, you will notice the difference. You won't feel the need to perform. You won't be afraid of losing them. You won't be tormented by doubt because they were never yours to keep. They were God's to give. And what God gives, He sustains. What He ordains, He surrounds with peace. You will not have to compromise to keep them. You will not have to abandon your values to stay close. Instead, you will rise. Both of you will rise in strength, in purpose, in truth. When God joins your path with someone, it is not for shallow companionship. It is for divine fulfillment. It is not simply to appease your longing for partnership, but to activate the deeper purpose within your soul. And if you are not grounded in that understanding, you will reduce what is sacred to what is seasonal. You will mishandle what is holy. That is why God sometimes holds back what you desire, because He loves you too much to give you something you'll destroy with immaturity. He waits until your character can protect what your prayers have requested. He sees beyond the surface. He sees beyond the smile, beyond the words, beyond the physical. God looks at the spirit. He examines the motives. He weighs the intentions. And before He allows someone to walk hand in hand with you into your future, He evaluates their ability to carry the weight of your destiny. Because who you walk with will either multiply your light or drain your fire. The wrong person can silence the voice God placed within you, but the right one will fan the flame. The right one will speak life when you're weary and remind you of who you are when doubt tries to whisper lies. When it's from God, they won't just understand your calling. They will honor it, and it will never require deception. It will never require you to pretend, to shrink, to twist yourself into someone else. What God sends will meet you at your most authentic place. You will be fully seen and fully safe. And they will not come to take. They will come to give. Not because they want to gain control, but because God has taught them how to pour without expecting, how to lead without dominating, how to love without conditions. That's the fruit of someone who's been with God. That's the mark of a heart that's been surrendered, refined, and matured by the hands of the Almighty. But you must stop seeking validation from broken places. You must stop trying to convince people to see what only God can reveal. When God intends for someone to recognize you, He will open their eyes. He will awaken their spirit. You won't have to force clarity. You won't have to beg for love. You won't have to fight for position in someone's life. God does not assign confusion to His promises. He assigns peace. And peace is not passive. It is powerful. It is the quiet assurance that though you may not have all the answers, you are exactly where you're meant to be. Some of you have cried at night asking God why your heart has been delayed, why your soul has wandered in a season of waiting. But what you must realize is that waiting is not wasting. Waiting is preparation. Waiting is purification. Waiting is sacred. It is in the waiting that God removes what is weak and replaces it with wisdom. It is in the waiting that you stop needing a person to feel whole and begin needing only God to feel complete. Because when you enter into a union still broken, you will place weight on the other person to fix what only God can heal. And that is a burden no one was built to carry. Let your healing be your preparation. Let your solitude be your sanctuary. Don't rush the process. God is doing something behind the scenes that your eyes cannot see. The delay is not your enemy. It is your protection. And when it finally happens, when the pieces come together, when the prayers collide with reality, you will understand that the wait was worth every silent night. Because what God builds is eternal. What God joins is covered. What God writes cannot be erased by time, distance, or distraction. Those two things cannot be erased. This is, and don't be surprised when the enemy tries to attack what God is preparing. The enemy is not threatened by those who are connected by emotions. He's threatened by those who are connected by obedience. The enemy is terrified of unions that are born through prayer, sustained by discipline, and destined for purpose. That is why distractions come when you're closest to breakthrough. That is why false opportunities arise when you've just started to trust. But do not lose focus. Do not let temptation pull you from truth. Stay rooted in God. Stay watchful. Stay discerning. Because what He is preparing is not only for your joy, it's for His glory. When God puts His hand on a relationship, it becomes more than two people in love. It becomes a divine force, a shield against darkness, a testimony of faith, a vessel of peace. That kind of bond does not crumble under pressure because its strength is not drawn from man, O'Brien. It is drawn from God Himself. And when both souls are submitted, when both hearts are yielded, they move together like a storm of light through a world of shadows. They build, they bless, they bear fruit, that others can taste and see that God is real, that God still answers, that God still joins souls in perfect time. You must ask yourself, am I becoming the person I'm praying for? Am I walking in the kind of discipline I desire in another? Am I prepared to lead in patience, to follow in humility, to sacrifice without recognition, to forgive before apology? Because love sent by God is not soft. It is strong. It is forged in truth. It endures testing. And if you're not prepared to protect what is sacred, then you are not yet ready to receive what is divine. But when your heart is refined, when your mind is sober, when your spirit is humble, then the blessing can come. Then the door can open. And when it does, there will be no doubt. There will be no striving, no performance. The love will be quiet and steady, not loud and frantic. It will be sacred, not showy. It will honor your boundaries, not cross them. It will protect your spirit, not manipulate your emotions. Because it is not driven by flesh, it is driven by truth. It is not ruled by fear. It is ruled by peace. That is the difference between a relationship that is convenient and a relationship that is called. When God wants you with someone, the entire rhythm of your life will begin to align. Not because it's easy, but because it's right. Conversations will carry depth. Moments will carry weight. Even the hard days will carry grace. Because when it's from God, there is purpose in the pain and mercy in the trial. You won't walk this road alone. You will travel together, shoulder to shoulder. Not in front, not trailing behind, equally strong, equally faithful, equally surrendered to the design of the one who joined you. So I urge you, ready yourself not only for the blessing, but for the duty that accompanies it. Get ready to lead, to hear, to pray, to stay. Get ready to guard what God entrusts to you, not with force, but with the Spirit. Remain in prayer, remain humble, and keep watch, for the hour is close. When the blessing comes, may your recognition be measured not by its appearance, but by how it draws your heart nearer to God. And when it arrives, remember the giver, for this union is not the finish line. It is the doorway to a higher call God has been arranging since the dawn of time. There are seasons in life when it feels like everything is crashing in at once. Pressures from society, echoes from your past, and the weight of an uncertain future. Your heart pounds, your thoughts race, and your soul quivers. But hear me today, if you truly long to receive the deepest desires of your heart, you must grasp the divine secret so many forget. Rest. Be still within. Quiet your soul before the Lord. For in that sacred stillness, in that holy pause, you open the way for God's power to move mountains for you. The world urges you to strive, to fight, to seize what you want. Yet God in His wisdom often calls us to the opposite path. To step aside, to release control, to trust Him enough to take over. Because true strength isn't born in restless striving. It's found in surrendered stillness. It's rooted in the quiet assurance that God knows who you are, knows what you need, and knows the perfect moment to deliver it. You don't need to drain your soul chasing what God has already prepared for you. When you relax, when you rest in the assurance of His will, you open the door for miracles. You unlock blessings that no effort could ever achieve. The most powerful position in life is the one on your knees, not begging but trusting, not striving but surrendering. Many are running, clawing, competing, comparing, constantly moving from one goal to another, yet never satisfied. They're chasing money, relationships, recognition, and they believe that only through endless effort will they succeed. But the soul is not built to carry that kind of pressure. It is only when we pause and realign with God that we realize what matters most was never far. It was waiting for us to be still. If the heart is restless, nothing you gain will ever satisfy. But when your heart is at peace with God, even the smallest thing becomes a blessing. The greatest treasures of life, peace, favor, purpose, fulfillment, are not taken by force. They are received in faith. Some of you have been praying for years, waiting, hoping, fasting, pleading. But I ask you today, have you tried relaxing in the presence of God? Have you tried letting go of your anxious grip and simply telling Him, God, I trust you? Because sometimes the answer doesn't come through your intensity. It comes through your peace. Sometimes God waits for you to stop running so He can begin moving. Sometimes the door won't open until you stop banging on it and quietly sit before it in faith, knowing that if it's meant to be yours, God Himself will turn the key. There is a holy kind of rest that is not laziness, not apathy, but divine confidence. It says, even if nothing changes today, I know God is working. I know He's aligning the right people, the right opportunities, the right timing. That kind of rest is powerful. That kind of rest releases angels. That kind of rest brings clarity because when your spirit is calm, you begin to hear the voice of God more clearly. Not the voice of fear, not the voice of culture, but the voice of purpose and direction. Look around at nature. The rivers do not rush anxiously, yet they reach their destination. The stars do not compete to shine, yet each holds its place in the heavens. The sun does not rise early or late, yet it brings light to the world every single day. God has built balance and order into everything He created. And you, who are made in His image, are not meant to live in panic and pressure. You are meant to live in divine alignment. There is power in calm. There is glory in rest. There is victory in trust. And trust is what it all comes down to. Do you trust that God has your back? Do you believe that He's not just watching from a distance, but orchestrating things in your favor? Because if you do, then you don't need to chase after what's already chasing you. Favor follows faith. Breakthroughs follow belief. When you relax in the presence of God, you position yourself to receive what is already yours in the Spirit. You stop striving for crumbs and begin preparing for the feast He's been setting in your honor. But if your hands are full of worry, how will you receive what He is trying to place in them? Many people lose what was meant for them simply because they didn't know how to be still. They rushed ahead. They tried to force it. They let fear dictate their pace. But faith is not afraid to wait. Faith is not afraid to rest. Faith knows that when God moves, no man can stop Him. And when God says now, nothing can delay Him. That's why when you relax, not in the flesh but in the Spirit, you activate a heavenly force that goes before you, making crooked paths straight and turning impossible situations into testimonies. Some of you are tired, not because you've worked too much, but because you've trusted too little. You've placed the weight of your future on your own shoulders, forgetting that it is God who carries you. Relax. Let Him lift it. Let Him handle what you cannot. Stop trying to control what was never in your hands to begin with. That relationship, hand it to God. That job, hand it to God. That dream that seems so far off, hand it to God. And then breathe. Breathe knowing that the one who created the universe is not confused about your life. There is a kind of peace that comes when you stop begging for signs and start believing in the unseen. When you know that God is not slow, He is strategic. When you believe that the delays are not denials but divine development. Sometimes God is preparing you for the blessing just as much as He is preparing the blessing for you. And if you receive it too early, it may crush you. That's why He says, be still. That's why He tells you to wait. Not because He's forgotten you, but because He's perfecting what concerns you. The world honors those who never resting. They call them hustlers. But heaven honors those who rest in God. They are called the faithful. And the faithful always inherit the promise. They don't miss it. They don't lose it because they understand this one truth. When you stop trying to force your way, God makes a way. And His way is always better. His way doesn't bring burnout. It brings peace. His way doesn't lead to emptiness. It leads to overflow. But it starts with trust. It starts with surrender. It starts with relaxing the grip of fear and picking up the mantle of faith. You've cried enough. You've worried enough. You've begged long enough. Now is the time to rest in God. To lean into Him like never before. To say, God, you see what I cannot, you know what I do not. So I will stop wrestling and I will start resting. And I promise you this, when you relax in Him, He begins to work for you in ways you could never imagine. The closed doors begin to open. The lost opportunities begin to return. The broken pieces begin to form a masterpiece, not because you forced it, but because you trust it. And trust is never passive. It is the most powerful action a soul can take. Trusting God is not doing nothing. It is doing the most. It's declaring to the heavens and to every enemy of your destiny that you believe that no matter what the world says, you are anchored in the unseen. That your confidence is not in what you have, but in who has you. And when you live like that, when you walk with that kind of peace, everything changes. You don't just survive, you thrive. You don't just get through, you rise above. God has not called you to carry every burden. He has called you to cast it. And when you do, when you release what's in your hands, He releases what's in His. And what He holds is far greater than anything you could ever build with your own effort. That's why the most anointed people are not the busiest. They are the most surrendered. They understand the power of letting go. They know the secret of divine flow, that everything they need will come not when they chase it, but when they align with the rhythm of God. When you truly relax in your soul, you begin to see that life is not a race to be won, but a journey to be aligned with the will of God. Every moment, every delay, every unanswered question becomes part of a greater orchestration. God does not operate on the chaotic timelines of this world. He moves according to divine design, eternal timing, and perfect knowledge. While you fret about what you do not yet have, God is preparing what you are not yet ready to receive. And so He teaches you not through speed, but through stillness, not through noise, but through silence. That's why learning to relax in God is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is spiritual maturity. It is the recognition that God's silence is not absence. It is preparation. There is a storm that brews in the heart of every human being who thinks they must do it all, fix it all, be it all. That storm is fueled by fear, anxiety, pride, and doubt. But God never created you to live in the eye of that storm. He called you to stand above it. And the only way to rise above the chaos is to anchor yourself in divine trust. That trust is not loud. It is quiet and unwavering. It is the voice within you that says, even if I don't see the way, God is making the way. Even if I feel alone, God is closer than my breath. Even if I don't understand, God knows exactly what He's doing. It is in this posture of trust where transformation begins. Your thoughts shift from worry to worship. Your mind moves from panic to peace, and your steps begin to align with divine timing. The reason so many people feel like they're constantly hitting walls is not because the path is wrong, but because the pace is wrong. As God never asks you to run ahead of His will. He asks you to walk with Him, to listen, to rest, to obey. And sometimes that obedience looks like doing nothing but waiting. Waiting with faith, waiting with peace, waiting with a heart fully surrendered. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. The delay you face is not a rejection. It is a sacred pause, a divine intermission where God rearranges everything for your benefit. And if you fight the stillness, you may miss the direction, because often God will not shout above your noise. He will wait until you are quiet enough to hear Him. This is why you must relax. Not just physically, but spiritually. You must stop carrying the burdens that belong to God. He does not need your worry. He needs your worship. He does not require your stress. He asks for your surrender. There is a weight that lifts when you say, God, this is too much for me, so I give it to you. And when you mean it, when you truly release it, something miraculous happens. Doors open, burdens lift, and paths that were once blocked become clear. Not because you fought harder, but because you let God fight for you. You see, many blessings are held back not because God is withholding, but because you haven't made room for them. Your hands are too full of fear. Your schedule is too packed with noise. Your heart is too burdened with self-reliance. But when you relax, when you clear the clutter of anxiety, God rushes in. He is not impressed by how much you can carry. He is moved by how much you're willing to lay down. The most powerful people in the world are not the ones who shout the loudest or work the hardest, but those who are in perfect alignment with the will of God. And that alignment comes through peace, a peace that says, God, I trust you more than I trust my understanding. I choose rest over worry, surrender over striving, patience over panic. That is the kind of heart God honors. That is the kind of spirit He blesses. Look back at your life. The moments where you were the most anxious, the most desperate, the most restless. Did they bring you peace or did they drain your spirit? Now look at the moments where you let go, where you said, God, if this is your will, then I surrender to it. Weren't those the moments when everything began to shift? When things started to fall into place, not because of your effort, but because of your surrender. That is the sacred pattern of faith. Let go and let God lead. And remember, relaxing in God does not mean giving up on your dreams. It means trusting that God is the keeper of those dreams. It means believing that what is meant for you will not miss you. And what misses you was never meant for you. God's plans are not fragile. His timing is not flawed. His blessings do not require your manipulation. They require your trust. So stop trying to control what only God can orchestrate. Stop tying yourself to outcomes. Detach from the need to understand everything and anchor yourself in the knowledge that God understands everything. There is a place in the soul where anxiety cannot survive. It is the place where you meet God face to face, not in the noise of performance, but in the quiet of trust. There you are reminded that you are not what you do, not what you have, not what people say about you. You are who God created you to be. Fearfully, wonderfully, purposefully made. You don't need to chase validation. You don't need to impress the world. You need only to rest in your Creator. And when you do, a peace descends like rain on a dry land. A peace that cleanses, restores, and renews. Let God renew you. Let Him strengthen you, not through constant activity, but through divine rest. Stop trying to outrun the process. Stop comparing your pace to others. What God is doing in your life is unique. You are not behind. You are not late. You are exactly where God needs you to be. And even if you feel stuck, even if you feel like nothing is moving, understand this. God does His greatest work in stillness, silence, in the soil where nothing seems to be growing, but deep roots are forming beneath the surface. And yet there are those who still believe that peace is only for the privileged, that rest is for the lazy, that stillness is for those who've given up. But I declare to you with every fiber of conviction, peace is for the obedient. Stillness is for the wise. Rest is for the one who trusts that God is enough. You do not rest because the journey is over. You rest because you know who walks with you. You relax not because the battle is finished, but because you know that the battle is not yours, but God's. And when you truly believe that your soul stops shaking, your hands unclench, your eyes lift not to the problem, but to the provider. What the world teaches you is to grind, to press, to push harder when things get tough. But what God teaches is that when the load gets heavier, you go lower. You humble yourself. You submit the pressure at His feet. You say, God, if you brought me this far, you won't leave me now. If you opened one door, you will open another. When you walk in faith, you're not walking alone. When you rest in God, you're not being passive. You're declaring spiritual war against the forces that want you to burn out, give up, and forget your purpose. Relaxing in God is not ignoring your responsibilities. It is doing them with a heart that is not ruled by fear. It's applying for that job, but trusting that God decides the outcome. It's taking care of your family, but knowing that God is your ultimate sustainer. It's showing up every day not to impress the world, but to honor the one who gave you life. That kind of relaxation does not lead to laziness. It leads to clarity. You start to see where your energy should go. You stop trying to control everything and start moving only where God leads. Some of you are exhausted because you've been trying to do God's job. You've been playing the role of the provider, the protector, the planner, the judge. But there is only one who holds that authority. And when you release your false control, when you step down from the throne of your own life and let God sit where He belongs, peace returns like a river. Then and only then do you begin to see that you were never meant to fix it all. You are meant to trust the one who can. Do you know why you haven't seen your breakthrough yet? It's not because God has forgotten you. It's because you've been blocking what He wants to send by holding too tightly to your version of the plan. You're so focused on what you think it should look like that you're missing what He's trying to give you. But when you relax, when you let your heart breathe and say, God, do it your way, you allow the unseen to take form. You allow destiny to align with divine timing. You let go of counterfeit blessings to make room for the real ones. And yes, there will be moments where you'll be tempted to take matters into your own hands again. You look at others who seem ahead, and the urge to panic will rise up. But hear me clearly, comparison is the thief of peace. The moment you take your eyes off what God is doing in you and start focusing on what He's doing in them, you lose your rhythm. And when you lose your rhythm, you start forcing things. And when you start forcing things, you fall out of favor. Because God blesses order, not chaos. You don't need to worry about who's getting married before you, who's getting richer before you, who's getting recognized before you. God didn't forget you. He's preserving you. Because what He has for you is not common. It's not ordinary. It's not quick or cheap. It's custom made, and anything custom takes time. So stop fighting the process and start trusting the Creator. Stop running after everything and let the right things start running toward you. This is not the time to panic. This is the time to plant yourself deeper in trust. Because when your roots are in God, your leaves will not wither in the heat of delay. When your foundation is in the Almighty, no storm will shake you. And when your eyes are fixed on God, you will see what others miss. You will hear the quiet instructions, the divine nudges, the sacred whispers that lead you to places no map can guide you. That's the reward of rest. Clarity. God doesn't shout over noise. He whispers to the still. Let me ask you this. What would happen if you truly believed that nothing good would ever pass you by? That anything meant for you would find you? Not when you're stressed, not when you're anxious, but when you are at peace with God's pace. That's not fantasy. That's the promise of those who walk in surrender. They may not move the fastest, but they always end up exactly where they were meant to be because their steps are not based on pressure. They are based on divine instruction. So yes, relax. Let people think you're being too calm. Let them wonder why you're not rushing like everyone else. Let them question your peace, because when your breakthrough comes, and it will, they'll understand. They'll see that your calm was not foolishness. It was faith. They'll realize that your peace was not passivity. It was power. Because God always defends those who place their trust in Him. He always honors the ones who wait on Him. And waiting is never weakness. Waiting is preparation. A farmer doesn't pull up the seed each day to see if it's growing. He waters it. He tends to it. And he trusts the process. That's exactly what your waiting is accomplishing. It's watering your faith, building your endurance, shaping your character so that when the harvest arrives, you won't just receive it, you'll carry it well. Because every gift from God comes with preparation. That's why rushing can never produce what resting will. Rest proves your readiness. When anxiety takes over, you lose sight of who God is. You shrink the Creator of the heavens down to the size of your impatience. But when you choose peace, you lift God higher. You exalt His power above your need. You lift His will above your worry. And that's when doors swing open. That's when favor follows. That's when heaven moves. Not because you shouted the loudest, but because you trusted the deepest. You don't need to convince God to bless you. You just need to get in position to receive. And the position is peace. The posture is surrender. The expression is trust. That's where the real power is. That's the secret. Most people never discover that the most successful, the most fulfilled, the most anointed people are not always the busiest. They are the most rested in God. They move with purpose. They walk in wisdom. They don't chase, they attract because they are aligned. And alignment always beats ambition. And now I tell you, there is a deeper revelation that comes when you truly make peace with God's pace. It's not just about relaxing your body or even calming your thoughts. It's about entering into a sacred dimension of trust where you realize the timing is not yours. It is God's. The timing of your promotion, the timing of your healing, the timing of your vindication. All of it is governed not by chance, not by coincidence, but by the hands of the Almighty who sees the end from the beginning and the beginning from the end. You must stop living like life is something you have to figure out on your own. You were never created to carry the burden of your own destiny. God didn't design you to be the architect of every detail. You are not God. You are His creation. And your greatest strength will be found in the moment you truly accept this truth. You are not in control. And that's the most freeing thing you will ever realize. Because once you release the illusion of control, God can begin to reveal the divine orchestration already taking place behind the curtain of your circumstances. Let me tell you, there are blessings already in motion that your eyes have not yet seen. There are solutions to problems that haven't even reached you yet. There are provisions being built in secret, not because of your performance, but because of your positioning. And the position God requires is not a frantic hustle, it's faith. Not inaction, but alignment. Because it's possible to be busy and still be disobedient. It's possible to be active and still be far from the will of God. But when your spirit is in tune with His direction, your steps become strategic, your words become anointed, and your rest becomes a weapon. You see, the enemy wants to steal your rest because he knows that in rest, your discernment becomes sharp. In rest, your hearing becomes clear. In rest, your spirit becomes sensitive to God's movement. That's why so many are agitated, confused, doubtful. It's not because they don't have access to God. It's because they haven't created the silence necessary to hear Him. But when you quiet the distractions, when you turn down the volume of fear, when you detach from the endless noise of comparison and anxiety, you begin to hear something deeper, the whisper of destiny. And that whisper doesn't rush. It doesn't panic. It doesn't demand that you have all the answers. It simply calls you to trust, to believe that even when the night is long and the way is unclear, God is still working. He is still weaving every delay, every setback, every closed door into something far greater than you imagine. Sometimes what feels like rejection is simply redirection. Sometimes the thing you're begging God to do now is something He's intentionally withholding because He knows what's ahead and He's protecting you. So don't mistake the silence of God for the absence of God. Don't interpret a closed door as a divine no. It might just be a not yet. And if you'll stay in faith, if you'll hold your peace, if you'll relax into the rhythm of trust, you'll see that the very things you thought were being denied are actually being prepared for a more perfect time. God is never early and He is never late. He moves with precision. He answers with perfection. He gives not just what you ask for, but what your soul truly needs. Some of you have cried, "Why haven't I seen it yet? Why is this taking so long? Why do I feel stuck?" And I say to you, it's not because God has turned away. It's because He's building something deeper inside of you. He's teaching you to wait well, to live with expectation, not anxiety, to prepare your inner world to carry what your outer world will soon experience. He's not just working around you, He's working in you. And when the time comes, you won't just receive the blessing, you'll be ready to handle it, because a blessing given too soon becomes a burden. A door opened too early becomes a trap, and a dream fulfilled without maturity becomes a curse. That's why God is careful. That's why He sometimes says, wait, not because He delights in your frustration, but because He delights in your future. And if you could see what He's protecting you from, you would thank Him for every delay. If you could glimpse the weight of what's ahead, you'd praise Him for every silent season. Because while you've been asking for what's good, God has been preparing what is best. So I say again, relax, breathe, let go of the timeline you've built in your head. Let go of the pressure to be where someone else is. Your journey is not theirs. Your timing is not theirs. Your purpose is not theirs. And that's the beauty of it. What God has written for you cannot be stolen, rushed, or missed. The only thing that can delay it is your resistance to rest. When you try to force open what God has closed, you may find yourself drained, discouraged, and distant from the very peace that was promised to you. But the moment you step back, the moment you say, God, I choose your pace over mine, your way over mine, your will above mine, that's when the shift begins. Not always immediately, not always visibly, but spiritually something breaks open. Because God honors those who trust Him. He elevates those who wait on Him. He pours out abundance on those who rest under His covering, knowing that in their stillness, He is moving. You want to see miracles, learn to be still. You want to receive answers, learn to listen. You want to walk in divine timing, learn to wait, not passively, but actively, with praise, with faith, with expectation. Let your relaxation be a declaration of your belief that God is not done with you yet, that what He started, He will finish, that what He promised, He will perform, that what He prepared for you is on its way. Not because you chased it, but because you trusted for it. And when it comes, and it will, you'll look back and realize that every moment you chose peace over panic was a seed that birthed your harvest. Every time you said, I will not worry, I will worship, you moved the heavens. Every breath of surrender, every step of obedience, every act of faith brought you closer, not to what you wanted, but to what God always knew you needed. And that, my friend, is where everything changes. And now I urge you to reflect. Truly reflect on what it means to rest, not just with your body, but with your spirit, to relax in the depth of your soul. Because some of you have grown weary, not from the work of your hands, but from the war in your mind, the constant thoughts, the racing doubts, the whispers of not enough, the echoes of too late, the torment of what if. These are not just mental battles. They are spiritual attacks sent to steal your focus, your confidence, and your peace. But God, in His mercy, is calling you into a different realm, a higher dimension of trust, where anxiety cannot enter, and fear cannot speak. You see, peace is not the absence of noise. It is the presence of God within the noise. And when you carry God within you, when your heart is saturated with the knowledge that He is in full control, no storm on the outside can shake the stillness within. The enemy's greatest weapon is not disaster, it is distraction. If he can keep you busy with worry, hurried with fear, and pressed with pressure, he can keep you from hearing what God is whispering. But when you choose stillness, when you choose to relax in God's sovereignty, you render the enemy powerless because your peace becomes your shield. Your calm becomes your declaration of war against chaos. There is a supernatural order that begins to unfold when you remove your hands from the wheel and say with every fiber of your being, God, I trust you more than I trust myself. That's not weakness. That's wisdom. That's maturity. That's spiritual courage. Because only the brave can truly let go. Only the spiritually mature can choose to rest when the world demands they panic. Only those who truly know God can say, even if everything falls apart around me, I will not be moved. For I am not held up by my circumstances, but by the invisible hand of the Almighty. And I speak this into your spirit. Now some of you have been grinding, striving, praying with clenched fists, fasting with fearful hearts, pushing doors that won't open, and crying out, why is nothing changing? And the answer is this, because you have not yet surrendered the weight. You have given God your words, but not your worry. You have offered Him your praise, but not your pressure. You have spoken of faith, but lived in fear. And God, in His divine love, is not punishing you. He is inviting you to a rest so deep, so sacred, so holy, that it shifts your entire atmosphere. When you enter that rest, you stop begging and start believing. You stop chasing and start attracting. You stop surviving and start thriving. Not because life became easier, but because your soul became anchored. Anchored in the truth that God is not watching your life unfold like a spectator. He is writing it like a master author. Every chapter, every page, every punctuation mark is intentional. Nothing is random, nothing is wasted, and nothing is outside of His reach. The pain, the delay, the heartbreak, the confusion, it's all being used, being molded, being transformed into something far greater than your finite mind can grasp. And yes, I know you've waited. I know you've questioned. I know you've wondered if God even hears you. But I declare to you today, He hears. He sees. And He is nearer than you think. But sometimes He waits for your silence before He speaks. Sometimes He waits for your surrender before He sends. Sometimes the greatest answer is not in what He gives, but in what He takes. The burden, the fear, the lie that you have to earn what He has already prepared. God is not withholding from you out of cruelty. He is holding it back because He's perfecting the vessel that must carry the blessing. He knows what you don't. He sees what you can't. And when you try to take what is not yet ready, you rob yourself of the fullness of what was meant to be. That's why the command is simple. Be still. That's not a suggestion. That's not a motivational quote. That is a divine instruction that holds the power to unlock what has been locked for years. There are things in your life that are not broken. They are just paused. They are on divine hold while God finishes what you cannot see. And the moment you stop fighting the delay and start trusting the delay is the moment the spiritual tides begin to turn. God does not operate in panic. He is not hurried. And if you are made in His image, neither should you be. Learn to walk with the calm of someone who knows that everything they need is already in motion. Learn to rest like one who knows their name is written in the plan of God. Because when you trust God deeply, you begin to live differently. You don't speak from fear, you speak from faith. You don't act from desperation, you act from direction. You don't run after every opportunity. You wait for the one that has your name on it. And when people ask, why are you so calm? You'll say, because I know who holds my life. I know who guides my steps. And I know that what's meant for me will never pass me by. Let me tell you, the greatest victories are not always loud. Sometimes the greatest victory is peace in a storm. A calm spirit in a world that's spiraling. A heart that smiles in the waiting. That's when the enemy knows he's lost. When you're not shaken by what should have shaken you. When you're not bitter about what you lost, because you know God will restore better. When you're not afraid of what's ahead, because you know God has already gone before you. And when you reach that level of trust, your prayers begin to change. They're no longer frantic. They're filled with quiet confidence. You no longer cry out in panic. You speak with authority, knowing you are heard. Your faith is no longer conditional. It's unwavering. You don't just believe when things go right. You believe when nothing makes sense, because your hope is not in outcomes. It's in God Himself. And that, my friend, is the place where true life begins. Not a life free from struggle, but a life filled with strength. Not a life absent of storms, but a life anchored in peace. Not a life without delay, but a life full of divine timing. And it all begins the moment you relax. Not from indifference, but from unshakable faith. The moment you say, God, I give it back to you. I will move when you say move. I will speak when you say speak. Until then, I will rest in your plan. Because peace is power, rest is strategy, and surrender is the highest form of strength. When you master these, when you truly relax into the arms of the Almighty, you won't just receive the things you prayed for, you'll become the person He created you to be. Not a product of panic, but a vessel of peace. Not a captive of fear, but a warrior of trust. And when you walk like that, talk like that, live like that, the world takes notice. Because the light of a relaxed, God-centered soul cannot be ignored. And now let this truth be written on the tablets of your heart. When your spirit truly rests in God, the world no longer has power over you. The timelines of society, the expectations of others, the lies of fear, they begin to lose their grip because you've anchored your hope in something eternal, something immovable, something no eye can see and no hand can alter. The will of God Almighty. That will is not vague. That will is not uncertain. It is deliberate. It is sovereign. It is unstoppable. And when you align your soul with that will, the chaos outside may rage, but the calm within will stand unshaken. Do not mistake silence from God as inactivity. When you see no movement, God is moving the most. His greatest works are not always performed in the open. They begin deep beneath the surface of your life, where pride is broken and character is built. You may want the blessing now, but God is more concerned with preparing you to carry it. And in that preparation, He calls you to relax. Not because the journey is over, but because He's taken the weight off your shoulders and placing it onto His own. He never designed you to carry everything. He designed you to trust. In a world that glorifies busy, God glorifies balance. In a culture that tells you to run, God may ask you to wait. Because the fastest path is not always the right one. The loudest voices are not always speaking truth. And the most visible victories are not always rooted in divine favor. But when you rest in God, you begin to see through the fog of pressure. You begin to recognize the quiet path that leads to true fulfillment. Not worldly noise, but divine nourishment. In mute, God is not moved by panic. He is moved by trust. And when you stop shouting in desperation and start sitting in expectation, that's when the shift happens. That's when what was held back is released. That's when what you thought was lost returns in ways that only God could orchestrate. Because when you let go of your grip, you give room for God's hands to work. When you sit down in surrender, you rise up in strength. Let us not be the people who panic at every delay. Let us not be the ones who think silence means abandonment. God does not forsake the ones who wait on Him. In fact, it is often in the waiting where He reveals the deepest truths. He peels back the layers of impatience and fear until what remains is pure faith. A heart that no longer needs signs to believe. A soul that no longer needs speed to feel secure. A mind that no longer needs answers to walk forward. Some of the greatest blessings come wrapped in stillness. The kind of stillness that breaks chains. The kind of stillness that silences the voice of the enemy. The kind of stillness that says, I don't need to see the whole staircase. I just need to trust the one who built it. That's faith. And faith doesn't scream. It doesn't demand. It waits. It listens. It knows that God is faithful, and if He said He will do it, He will. But so many today are trapped in the illusion of doing. They think their value is in their hustle. They believe their worth is in their results, and in doing so, they exhaust themselves, burn out their spirits, and disconnect from the very source that sustains them. God does not need your performance enough. He desires your presence. He does not ask for your perfection. He asks for your peace. That peace is not found in finishing every task or fixing every problem. It is found in knowing that God is already ahead of you, working on your behalf, orchestrating what your eyes have not yet seen. Even in the darkest of nights, when you feel alone, forgotten, and overwhelmed, know this: God is closest in your calm. He draws near, not when you strive, but when you still your soul before Him. That's when you feel His strength. That's when you hear His voice. That's when you realize you were never walking alone, not even for a second, but the noise of your anxiety was drowning out His comfort. The fire of your worry was clouding His guidance. And the clutter of your thoughts was closing the door to His instruction. But when you quiet your soul, you open the door again. And when that door opens, divine clarity floods in. You begin to see that your delays were not detours. They were doors being installed at the right time. You begin to understand that what felt like silence was a sacred setup. That what looked like a loss was actually liberation from what would have harmed you. God does not misplace His children. He does not forget their prayers. He collects every tear, hears every whisper, and watches over every step. And if you're willing to be still, you will begin to see the pattern emerge. How every piece of your pain was leading to purpose. How every setback was shaping your strength. Yes, life has its storms. Yes, there will be trials. But when your soul is anchored in God, even the winds must obey. Even the waves must submit. Peace is not found in the absence of storms. It is found in the presence of God within the storm. And once you know that kind of peace, the world loses its hold on you. You stop chasing people who walked away. You stop fearing opportunities you missed. You stop regretting what's behind and start rejoicing in what's ahead. Because your future is not in the hands of chance. It's in the hands of God. And those hands do not fail. And so I say to you again, relax, not as an escape, but as an entrance into a deeper dimension of trust. Relax your mind. Let go of the outcomes. Relax your heart. Stop fighting what God is working on. Relax your body. Your exhaustion is not a sign of failure. It's a call back to divine rest. Let your whole being return to the place where strength is born. Not from striving, but from surrender. Because when you relax, you allow God to show you who He truly is. Not a distant power, not a harsh ruler, but a thoughtful, caring Creator who gently directs every beat of your heart. He's not holding you back with silence. He's preparing you for something greater. And the moment you stop resisting that truth is the moment you'll begin to live in it. Let the world drown itself in noise. Let others chase after life in fear. But you choose to be still and believe. Believe that God is God. Believe that He is more than enough. Believe that He can be trusted. And in that belief, everything begins to fall into place. New doors will swing open. Courage will rise. Calm will overflow. And the very blessings you once struggled for will begin to flow toward you. Because when you walk with God, what belongs to you will come without force. Beloved brothers and sisters, pause whatever you're doing and let this truth ring through your soul. The pain you feel now will not write the final lines of your life. The trials you're enduring are not your concluding chapter. God has not abandoned you. He has not turned away. He has not shut the door of mercy on you. The season of struggle you find yourself in is only for a time. And I proclaim with every bit of conviction in me, God is ready to bring it to an end. You might be shedding tears in the dead of night. You might be crawling through days that stretch like years. Your spirit may feel crushed beneath burdens you cannot voice. Yet this is not the finish line of your story. In His perfect wisdom, God has already appointed the hour when this storm will break and light will pierce your path. He is the writer of your story, and He never closes the book on you with sorrow. He closes it with meaning. Let the winds rage. Let the thunder crash. Let the darkness feel unending. But you stand firm because God is still writing. He sees the pain you've hidden behind your smile. He sees the strength you use just to get through each day. He sees how you continue to be kind while you're breaking inside. And God says, I have seen your tears. I have heard your prayers. I am coming to close this chapter of hardship. You were not created to live in despair. You were not formed from the dust to spend your days under the weight of suffering. God allowed the trial. Yes, He permitted the fire. Yes, but He did not bring you this far to leave you in the ashes. He is the one who lifts people out of the pit and sets them on solid ground. And if you are in the pit right now, then get ready, Bo. God is preparing your rise in your life. There's some chapters in life that God allows so you can become what you were meant to be. You may not understand the pressure, but it is producing perseverance. You may not understand the rejection, but it is building resilience. You may not understand the silence, but it is strengthening your faith. God is not ignoring you. He is developing you. And when He's done, the page will turn, the dust will settle, and what seemed like suffering will be revealed as shaping. You didn't choose this chapter of hardship, but God allowed it for a reason greater than you can see. The pain wasn't sent to destroy you. It was sent to reveal something within you, something that could not be discovered in comfort. Some of the greatest awakenings happen in the wilderness. Some of the deepest faith is born in silence. Some of the strongest people are shaped in storms. You are not being punished. You are being prepared. When God decides to close a chapter, no devil can keep it open. No enemy can reverse His will. When God declares it is finished, then every weapon that was formed against you loses its power. Every chain that tried to hold you breaks. Every voice that tried to silence you is silenced by His hand. He does not need permission. He does not need explanation. When He says the trial is over, it ends. Hold on to that. Hold on with everything you have. If all you can do is whisper in your heart, God, I trust you, then that is enough. Even now, He is moving behind the scene. Even now, He is arranging divine appointments, opening doors you don't yet see, aligning the right people, and removing obstacles you didn't even know were there. You may not see it with your eyes, but you must believe it with your spirit. God is working. You may feel like everything is falling apart, but what if everything is actually falling into place? What if this hardship was the very thing God used to guide you, to humble you, to protect you from something you didn't even know was coming? Sometimes the greatest blessings are disguised as burdens. And when the curtain is pulled back, you will see that the hand of God was always on your life. The tears you cried in private will be answered in public. The valley you walk through will be the same valley God uses to elevate you. He never wastes pain. He never abandons the faithful. And if you've been holding on, if you've been faithful through the flood, then get ready because your reward is near. God will not allow your suffering to be permanent. He is too kind. He is too faithful. He is too powerful to let hardship write your whole story. The chapter is closing. The fire is fading. The storm is passing. Do not confuse the silence of God for absence. Do not mistake His patience for neglect. He is waiting for the perfect moment, the divine time. And when He moves, everything will change in an instant. You may feel like you're at the end, but God sees it as the turning point. You may be crying, God, I can't take it anymore. And He's whispering, you're almost there. Do you know why it feels heavier right now? Because you're closer than ever before. The enemy knows his time is short. He's throwing everything he can at you because he sees what God is about to release into your life. So stand. Even if your knees are shaking, stand. Even if your heart is tired, stand. Even if your faith feels small, stand. Because when God closes the chapter of hardship, He opens a chapter of restoration. He repays what was lost. He restores what was broken. He renews what was dying. He brings life to barren places. He heals what no human could ever heal. The very thing that tried to break you will be the proof that God rebuilt you. The very hardship that tried to destroy you will become the testimony that inspires others. God is not just closing this chapter to give you peace. He's closing it so that you can be a witness to others walking through the same fire. Your survival has purpose. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not being punished. You are being positioned. There is a difference between being buried and being planted. And right now some of you feel buried. But God says, no, my child, I have planted you. You are not dying. You are about to rise. You are about to grow. You are about to see the light again. Do not underestimate what God can do in a moment. Years of struggle can be overturned in a single act of His will. What you thought was lost forever can be returned, restored, and multiplied. That is the power of God. That is His way. He waits until everyone says it's impossible. Lift your head. Breathe again. Speak life over yourself. Remind your soul that God is still in control. The chapter is almost over. This pain is not forever. You will not weep always. You will not struggle forever. The night will break and morning will come. Every delay has a divine purpose. Every no from heaven was protection. Every closed door was a redirection. You thought you were being held back, but you were being held together. You thought the silence meant abandonment, but it was preparation. God has not changed His mind about your future. What He has promised you is still on the way. And no hardship can cancel what God has spoken over your life. He is the God who opens rivers in the desert. He is the God who brings water from the rock. He is the God who provides bread from the sky. And He is the same God who is with you now. If He did it before, He will do it again. If He made a way then, He will make a way now. The suffering you've endured has not gone unnoticed. Every moment you chose to trust instead of doubt. Every time you praised when it hurt. Every time you forgave when it felt unfair. God saw it all. And He will reward it. He will honor it. He will bless you in ways that eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. He is not just closing the chapter of hardship. He is writing a new one of hope, joy, peace, and provision. But do not rush the process, do not run ahead of Him. Trust His timing. The same God who allowed the pain will decide when it ends. And when it ends, no one will be able to deny that it was God who did it. Let your faith rise. Let your spirit lift. Let your heart again. This is not how your story ends. This is just a chapter. And God has already prepared the next one. You may feel like your strength is gone, but God's strength is limitless. You may feel like your light is flickering, but He never runs out of power. Rest in Him. Lean on Him. Let go of fear and hold on to the truth that God is faithful. You are still here. You are still breathing. That means He is not done. That means purpose still lives in your bones. That means the best is not behind you. It is ahead of you. The enemy would not be attacking you so hard if there weren't something powerful on the horizon. You're not under attack because you're weak. You're under attack because you're chosen. When God decides to close this chapter, it will be sudden. It will be undeniable. You'll go to sleep burdened and wake up with peace. You'll look back and say, that was the day everything changed. He's not asking you to figure it all out. He's asking you to trust Him while He works it out. And He will. Oh, He will. Not on your timeline, not when you think it should happen, but in His perfect timing. And when that time comes, your weeping will turn into laughter. Your mourning will turn into dancing. Your worry will turn into worship. My beloved, listen closely, for I am not just speaking to your ears. I am speaking to your soul. You have walked through a season of darkness. You have endured hardship that words cannot fully express. You have been tested in the fire. And though others cannot see your scars, God has counted every silent cry, every sleepless night, every ache in your heart. He knows. And not only does He know, He is acting. Even now, He is turning the pages of your life, bringing this chapter of sorrow to its end. God is not distant. He is not idle. He is not unmoved by your suffering. While you have been struggling to understand, He has been preparing the shift. While you were wondering why the door wouldn't open, He was building a door that no man could shut. While you were asking how much longer you could survive, He was preparing a breakthrough that would silence every doubt. This is not the end. This is the breaking point of what you've known and the birthing place of what God is about to reveal. Some of you have been walking through affliction, not because you are forgotten, but because you are chosen. There are battles assigned only to those whom God has equipped for deeper purposes. You have not been in this fire because of weakness. You have been in it because God trusted you with the heat. You have not been enduring because you are ordinary. You've been enduring because you were called to carry something extraordinary. God does not put heavy oil on fragile vessels. You are being refined for greatness, not punished by misfortune. Let this sink into your spirit. God never wastes pain. What broke you today will build someone else tomorrow. What crushed you in this season will crown you in the next. You are not going to walk away from this empty-handed. The tears you've sown in faith will return in a harvest of strength, of wisdom, of divine elevation. The very thing the enemy meant to use to break you, God will turn into the weapon of your rising. Now I must tell you something that may shake you. Not every hardship is from the enemy. Some battles are authored by God not to destroy you, but to develop you. He allows some storms not to drown you, but to teach you how to walk on troubled waters. He allows some deserts not to starve you, but to teach you that His provision is not limited by your environment. And when that lesson is complete, when the shaping has done its work, He steps in not a moment too soon and not a second too late, and He closes that chapter. Do not mistake divine delay for denial. What looks like silence is God working behind the veil. There are things in motion you cannot see. Doors being opened in rooms you haven't walked into yet. Hearts being stirred on your behalf. Resources being aligned. The moment God says now, your season of struggle will collapse under the weight of His favor. It will not be gradual. It will be swift. The same way night gives way to day without resistance, hardship will give way to divine peace. If you've been walking through rejection, understand this: rejection is often redirection. Not everything that is taken from you is a loss. Some things must fall away so that the hand of God can be clearly seen. Some relationships must end. Some opportunities must pass you by. Why? Because God is not interested in your comfort. He is interested in your calling. And when the season shifts, you will understand why He said no to things you thought were essential. You are not being reduced. You are being refined. The shaking you've experienced has not come to destroy your foundation, but to expose anything not built on God's strength. He is anchoring you. He is stripping away the distractions. He is preparing you for something far greater than you imagined. But understand this: before God promotes, He prepares. And sometimes preparation feels like punishment. But oh, when God finishes His work, when the final stroke of His hand completes this chapter, you will not recognize yourself. You will rise from the ashes, not bitter but blessed, not broken but built, not lost but led. And the very people who questioned your faith, who watched you struggle, who mocked your hope, they will have no choice but to acknowledge that God was with you all along. Now let me speak to the tired one, the one who's barely holding on, the one who's wondering if it's even worth continuing. You have come too far to give up now. Do not let this valley convince you that there is no mountain ahead. God has not brought you this far to leave you in the wilderness. Keep walking. Every step you take in faith is shaking the gates of your next season. And to the one who's angry at God, who feels betrayed by the pain, you're not disqualified. Even in your frustration, He understands. God is not afraid of your emotion. He sees beyond your feelings into your destiny. He knows that what looks like anger is often just confusion. What sounds like doubt is often the cry of a weary heart. He is not offended. He is patient, and He is still moving on your behalf. What you see as delay, God sees as protection. What you thought was rejection, God calls redirection. He has been guarding you from stepping into things that would have drained your spirit. He has been holding you back, not because He's against you, but because He's saving you for something greater. The enemy wanted to break you in this chapter. But God has preserved you. He has hidden you in the shadow of His might. And when the time comes, He will reveal the glory He has been forming in secret. You must understand God's deliverance is not always loud. Sometimes it is quiet. Sometimes it comes through endurance. Sometimes it looks like nothing has changed, but something inside you has shifted. And that inner shift is the proof that the outer breakthrough is coming. You are not the same person who entered this storm. You are stronger. You're wiser. You're more grounded in the truth. You have been transformed. This is why your hardship is ending, not because God wants to relieve you, but because His purpose in it is fulfilled. The pressure has produced perseverance. The trial has sharpened your faith. The crushing has released the oil. And now, as surely as the sun rises after the longest night, God will bring closure to what has tormented you, not in the way the world gives peace, but with a peace that comes only when the hand of God moves in power. So, brace yourself. The shift is near. Your prayers have not been ignored. They have been stored in the hands of the one who answers in perfect timing. Your cries have not been lost. They have been recorded in the throne room of the Almighty. And the season is coming when every why will be answered with a now. Every wound will be healed. Every drought will be followed by a flood of favor. Let your spirit rejoice not because of what you see, but because of what God has declared. Let your heart sing not because your pain is gone, but because you trust the one who holds your next chapter. This is not the time to give in to despair. This is the time to anchor your soul in the promise that God does not lie. If He said the hardship would end, then it must. If He said the night will pass, then it shall. If He said He will restore, then get ready. Restoration is coming. You don't need all the answers. You don't need the full picture. All you need is this truth burned into your heart. God is faithful. He has never failed. He cannot fail, and He will not fail you. The chapter of hardship is not eternal. It has an expiration date set by the very hand that formed the heavens and the earth. And now let this truth resound in the deepest corners of your soul. When God chooses to shift the atmosphere around your life, no force in existence can resist His will. The weight you've been carrying is not eternal. The shadow that has loomed over your life is not permanent. Because when God says enough, the winds will obey, the burden will lift, and the chains will fall. God is not watching you suffer from a distance. He is standing at the threshold of your breakthrough, ready to step in and declare the end of your affliction. Do not let the outward appearance of your circumstances mislead you. God does not define you by what you are walking through. He defines you by what He has already spoken over your life. And nothing you face has the power to cancel His word. God is not limited by time, by human logic, or by the weight of your situation. When He speaks, creation responds. When He moves, no one can reverse it. Your struggle has remained not because God is weak, but because He is wise. He allowed it to serve a purpose, but that purpose will not last forever. You might be standing in a season where every door feels locked and nothing seems to shift. But hear this: God does not need an open door. He is the one who creates doors. He does not wait for approval to act. He does not ask your enemies before blessing you. He does not consult your pain to see if it has finished tormenting you. No, when the appointed time arrives, He will speak and hardship will vanish like shadows before the rising sun. What you thought would be your ending will become the very platform for a brand new beginning, authored by the hand of God. Some of you have been walking through a hidden suffering, an internal storm that no one around you understands. You have smiled in public but wrestled with fear in private. You've carried the weight of uncertainty and pain without anyone to lean on. But here's what you must understand. You are never alone. God has been there through every silent battle, through every tear you couldn't explain. And He is not just observing, He is gathering every moment of your endurance like treasures in a storehouse. For every quiet act of faith, for every unseen sacrifice, for every night you chose to believe when you had no evidence, there is a divine response coming. There are moments in life when the soul is pressed so deeply you can no longer rely on your strength. And in those moments when you feel you are at your breaking point, God shows you that He is the one holding you up. Not your job, not your reputation, not your relationships, not your plans, God alone. And it is in those moments that faith is born. Not just belief, but a deep, unshakable trust that even in the dark, even in the silence, God is still in control. Sometimes hardship is God's classroom. It is where He teaches us to listen. It is where He removes the clutter of the world, the distractions of noise, the dependence on people, and teaches us to walk by His voice alone. It is in the furnace that faith becomes fire. And though the fire is hot, though the flames are fierce, it does not consume the one who walks with the covering of God. Instead, it burns away what is unnecessary. And what remains is pure, tested, indestructible. You may not understand why things happened the way they did. You may not understand why you lost what you did, or why certain people walked away, or why your path has been so long and painful. But hear me clearly. God does not waste anything. The betrayal was not pointless. The delay was not empty. The pain was not in vain. He is weaving something out of it all that will one day cause your heart to say, "Now I understand. Now I see what I could not see before." And until that day comes, hold on to the truth that God is not punishing you. He is preserving you, preserving your mind, preserving your peace, preserving your purpose. Some chapters are filled with hardship because God is protecting you from stepping into something too soon. Timing matters, and God's timing is always perfect. When He closes the chapter, it will not just be an escape from pain, it will be an entrance into destiny. God doesn't deliver halfway. He doesn't heal partially. He doesn't restore with limitations. When He moves completely. He shuts doors no man can open and opens doors no man can shut. He will not leave you in the middle of a storm without an ark. He will not leave you in the heat of battle without armor. He will not leave you in the waiting room forever. A time is coming when the very place that has caused you the most pain will become the ground where God displays His glory through your life. So strengthen your heart, wipe your tears, lift your eyes not to the mountain, but to the one who created the mountain. He is your provider, your protector, your sustainer. He is not just the God who starts things. He is the God who finishes them. The hardship is coming to an end, not because it ran out of power, but because God has declared that it has served its purpose. And when He closes a chapter, it is never a whisper. It is a declaration. It is a shift. It is a divine verdict that says no more. Your chapter of hardship is about to be followed by a chapter of peace. Not the peace the world gives. Not peace that depends on circumstances. But peace that is rooted in the knowledge that God reigns. Peace that cannot be taken by bad news, by betrayal, by economic shifts, or by fear. That peace is coming. That rest is coming. That new chapter is not a fantasy. It is a promise. And God's promises are not like man's words. They are not empty. They are alive. They carry the weight of divine authority. And when they are spoken, nothing in this world can stop them from being fulfilled. Let this be a wake-up call to your spirit. You are stepping out of the wilderness. You are coming out of the cave of despair. You are being lifted from the shadows into the light of divine favor. And when that light shines, you will not be the same. You will not walk the same. You will not speak the same, because hardship has refined you. God has already written the next sentence of your life, and it begins with redemption. It begins with recovery. It begins with joy that no sorrow can erase. And you will look back on this season not with bitterness, but with reverence. You will say, even then God was with me. Even then He was faithful. So let your faith rise. Let your trust deepen. Let your soul lean into the voice of the one who has carried you this far. Oh, and now let this truth strike the deepest chords of your heart. Every hardship has an appointed end in the eyes of God. It may feel like the pain has become permanent, like the storm is your new identity, like sorrow has become your companion. But that is a lie. It is a lie whispered by fear, sustained by doubt, and fueled by delay. But the truth is this: God has already written the conclusion of your affliction, and it ends with deliverance, not defeat. It ends with restoration, not ruin. God is not pacing the heavens wondering how to help you. He is not searching for a solution. He is the solution. He is the master planner, the knower of all things, the one who makes a way where there is no way. And when He chooses to act, time itself must obey. When He sends His command, no barrier can remain standing. No condition can resist His decree. That's the kind of power guiding your life. That's the force standing behind your next breakthrough. Some of you have become too familiar with struggle. You've worn your suffering like a second skin. You've been in the fire so long that you've forgotten the feel of peace. But let me remind you today, you were not created to live in bondage. You were not meant to wake up every day expecting pain. You were not meant to live with clenched fists, bracing for another blow from life. No, God did not design you for defeat. He designed you for victory. He did not form you to remain stuck in trials. He formed you to walk through them. And on the other side of that storm, there is a promise waiting that hardship cannot steal. Do you not see it? The very trial that tried to define you is the same trial God is using to elevate you. The very darkness that tried to swallow you is the same darkness God will use to reveal the light within you. The chapter of hardship is not your identity. It is a process. And when the process ends, the promise begins. That's why the enemy has been trying so hard to discourage you. He knows what you're about to walk into. He knows that when God closes this chapter, you will emerge with more wisdom, more clarity, more strength, and more favor than ever before. Let your heart wake up to this reality. God is never late. You may feel forgotten, but heaven has not gone silent. You may not hear answers, but that doesn't mean God is absent. Silence is not a sign of inactivity. It is often the sign of divine preparation. When the seed is planted in the soil, it is unseen. But just because you can't see growth doesn't mean growth isn't happening. God has been cultivating something in the dark, something powerful, something sacred. And when it finally breaks the surface, the world will see what He has been doing in secret. There are blessings that only come after struggle. There is understanding that only comes after wrestling. There is peace that only feels like peace, after chaos has tried to consume you. This is why God doesn't always remove you from the fire. Sometimes He lets you walk through it so you can come out with a fire of your own. Not a fire that destroys, but a fire that burns away fear. A fire that refines your character. A fire that fuels your purpose. So do not curse the chapter. Do not despise the season. It is coming to a close. But before it ends, make sure you receive what God wanted to plant in you through it. Let the pain deepen your patience. Let the silence sharpen your discernment. Let the delay increase your dependency on the one who controls time itself. Because when this chapter ends, and it will end, you will need everything it taught you. And then comes the shift. The shift so divine that no one will be able to take credit for it but God. A shift so powerful that even your enemies will be forced to acknowledge that something beyond human strength carried you out of that pit. A shift that will remind you that your prayers were never in vain. Your tears were never wasted. Your waiting was never ignored. The one who heard you in the night will answer you in the daylight. And all will know this was the hand of God. You will not have to fight for recognition. You will not have to chase validation. When God closes a chapter, He doesn't just end the struggle. He honors the survivor. And He will cause those who once overlooked you to see you through new eyes, not because you demanded attention, but because God Himself elevated you. And when God elevates, no man can demote. So what should you do now while you wait for this chapter to close? Stand firm. Do not compromise your character just to escape the discomfort. Do not lower your standards to seek temporary relief. Stay grounded. Stay faithful. Keep walking in the truth. Keep trusting the process. Because the time of testing is also the time of proving. And when it is over, when the trial has run its course, you will emerge with a testimony that no storm can erase. God has already seen your future. He knows what's coming. He knows how it ends. And He's not worried. That's why you don't need to be either. You don't need all the details. You just need the faith to believe that the same hand that allowed this chapter is the hand that will end it. Not because of your strength, but because of His mercy. Not because you earned it, but because He is full of wisdom and compassion. And listen closely. When this chapter closes, you will realize that God not only preserved your life, but He protected your purpose. There are doors you wanted to walk through that God kept shut. There are people you wanted to keep in your life that God removed. So there are opportunities you begged for that never came. And one day you will look back and say, "Thank you, God, for not giving me what I wanted, but giving me what I needed." Because what you needed was not always comfort. It was preparation for the call that's coming next. There is glory on the other side of this grief. There is reward on the other side of this wrestling. There is peace on the other side of this pressure. You are not walking through this fire to be consumed by it. You are walking through it so that when others see you on the other side, they will know you have been touched not by fortune, not by luck, but by the living power of God. He is the one who sustains. He is the one who sees the end from the beginning. He is the one who does not need the approval of man to move on your behalf. And when He moves, the mountains tremble. When He speaks, creation bows. When He decides the struggle is over, it is over. Do not measure the power of God by the pressure of your pain. Do not weigh the promise by the heaviness of the trial. You see only what's in front of you, but God sees the full picture. Every chapter, every turn, every silent cry you whispered into the darkness. You've been waiting and wondering, when will this end? But God has not been still. He has been moving the unseen, shifting the invisible, preparing your path while you were still in the middle of the storm. The silence you mistook for absence was actually the stillness before the miracle. Every hardship you've endured has been under God's watchful eye. Nothing slipped past His wisdom. Not one moment of suffering escaped His attention. And when He allows something to come into your life, it's because He already has the power to use it for your good. You are not defined by the attack. You are defined by the outcome. God has already declared. He's not writing your story as it happens. He has already written it. And victory is not at the end of the story. It's woven through every page by His hand. Some of you have felt buried, like life has pushed you so deep into the ground that you can barely breathe. But hear this, you are not buried. You are planted. And when a seed is planted, it goes through pressure, darkness, silence, and isolation. But deep in the soil where no one sees, transformation begins. Roots grow. Strength forms. And when the time is right, that seed doesn't just rise, it breaks through the ground with power. That is what God is doing in you. He is not breaking you, He is building you. And when your time comes, nothing will be able to hold you down. You may be surrounded by chaos. You may be standing in the ruins of what once was. But let me tell you, God brings beauty from ashes. He does not leave His people in ruin. He does not abandon what He started. And if everything around you has crumbled, then that only means He's about to build something new, something stronger, something no storm can ever destroy again. God does not restore you to what you were. He elevates you beyond what you imagine. You may have walked through loss, but what is coming will be greater than what was taken. Stop looking at your life through the lens of defeat. Start seeing yourself through the eyes of the one who made you. God doesn't see brokenness. He sees potential. He doesn't see what you lost. He sees what He's about to give. He doesn't see a failure. He sees a vessel ready for His power. And when you finally understand that your hardship was not a punishment but a platform, your spirit will begin to praise Him even before the breakthrough arrived. He began to thank Him even before the breakthrough arrived. There is no power greater than the will of God. No timing more accurate than His divine plan. When God says your season of hardship is over, nothing can stop what comes next. But before He releases the blessing, He builds the foundation. That's why He allowed you to be tested, not to harm you, but to strengthen your roots. So when the winds come again, and they will, you will not be moved. You will stand firm. Because what God builds, He builds to last. Let your soul rise in faith today. Refuse to settle into sorrow. Refuse to identify with struggle. You are not weak. You are not forgotten. You are not cast aside. You are the evidence that God still moves in the earth. You are the testimony that survival is not only possible, it is powerful. You have been through what should have crushed you. And yet, here you are breathing, hoping, believing. That is not by accident. That is the mark of God's mercy on your life. There will come a time sooner than you think when you will look back and barely recognize the person who endured so much. You will look back not with regret, but with reverence, not with shame, but with strength. You'll say, I didn't know it then, but God was with me every step. He covered me when I couldn't cover myself. He guided me when I was walking blind. He held me when I had no one else. and that will become the core of your gratitude. And listen carefully now. God is not asking you to be perfect in this chapter. He is asking you to be faithful. Stay anchored. Stay open. Stay committed to doing what is right even when it's hard. Because it's your faithfulness in the fire that activates the next season. Anyone can praise when the sun is shining, but those who lift their hands in the rain, those are the ones God lifts higher when the storm clears. You don't need to prove your strength. Just keep proving your trust. The deliverance that's coming is not random. It's strategic. It's purposeful. God doesn't just close chapters to end suffering. He closes them to release destiny. The pain pushed you. The hardship humbled you. But now comes the reward. Now comes the reward that only God can give. Not man-made, not momentary, but lasting and full of peace. And it won't just affect you. It will overflow. Your healing will heal others. Your rising will inspire others. Your testimony will spark the faith in someone else who's still in the fire. You see, when God closes a chapter, He doesn't leave you standing in the ashes. He lifts you, and He doesn't lift you quietly. He lifts you so those around you will know it was not your own doing. It was His mercy, His power, His hand. And they will ask, how did you come through all that? And you will say, because God carried me. So now, my dear listener, stand still and know that God is not finished with you. The weight you've been carrying, the storms you've survived, the tears you've cried in silence, all of it has been seen. All of it has been recorded by the hand of the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps. And now by His command the chapter is turning. Not by chance, not by the will of man, but by the decree of God Almighty. The weight of sorrow that has followed you is about to be replaced by peace. The fear that once held your heart captive is about to be shattered by heavenly assurance. Every closed door, every broken path, every prayer that seemed unanswered, they are now being rewritten by the hand of divine purpose. And what unfolds next will prove that the hardship was never your final verdict. It was only the setup, a sacred preparation for a destiny far greater than you ever dreamed. Step forward, not with fear, but with faith. Do not look back with regret, but lift your eyes with expectation. The season of struggle is drawing to a close, not because you forced a way out, but because God opened a way through. The light of dawn is breaking over your story, and the very God who carried you through the fire will guide you into the abundance of what He has prepared for you. Make this your proclamation. God is faithful. God is sovereign. He is transforming my pain into purpose, my battles into victory, and my struggles into a testimony. The new chapter begins today, written by God's own hand, overflowing with peace, triumph, and the undeniable proof that He was with you every step of the way. Listen carefully, because what I'm about to say could be the single most important truth you hear all day. A smiling face does not always hide a loving heart. A warm handshake is not always a promise of peace. A gentle voice is not automatically a vessel of God's Spirit. There is a battle unfolding beyond our sight. While many move through life as if blind and deaf, those whose hearts are tuned to God can read the warnings clearly. Evil rarely arrives wearing obvious masks of flame and horns. More often it slips in wrapped in charisma, hidden behind manipulation, and painted over with deceit. Yet God, in His boundless wisdom, has not left you helpless. He marks the red flags. He sets down alarms. He murmurs caution into the spirit of those who walk in His light. God is not the author of confusion, and where evil dwells, confusion reigns. There are those who pretend to walk in the light, but their footsteps betray them. Their fruits are rotten, though they paint the tree in gold. And I declare to you today, if you are walking with God, He will not allow you to be deceived. But you must open your eyes and see. You must open your ears and listen, because the evil in this world hides behind polished faces and honeyed tongues. The first sign of evil is the absence of repentance. Listen to me now. Evil never says, "I was wrong." Evil never bows in humility before God. Instead, evil justifies itself. It twists the truth until wrong becomes right in its own eyes. These people will lie to cover their sin. But worse, they will lie to themselves. A person who cannot admit their wrongdoing is a person who has removed God from the throne of their conscience. They place their ego above truth. And when a man or woman does that, the spirit of darkness finds a home. If you see someone who always blames others, who never bends the knee to correction, know this: they are not walking with God, no matter how loudly they speak of Him. The second sign is manipulation. Evil loves to control without force. Evil wraps itself in sweet words and false promises. It lures, it charms, it flatters. It does not take the sword to your throat. It seduces your mind. Evil people are often the most persuasive, the most convincing. They know how to make you doubt yourself and trust them. But God has given you a spirit of truth. He has given you the ability to sense when something is off. Don't ignore the feeling in your spirit when someone says all the right words, but their presence feels wrong. Evil people operate through manipulation, not honesty. Through pressure, not peace. When someone constantly seeks to bend your will for their benefit, watch closely, for evil is near. The third sign is a delight in the downfall of others. Evil people rejoice when others fall. They gossip with pleasure. They spread rumors with a smile. They secretly clap when someone loses their job, their peace, their family, because it makes them feel superior. My brothers and sisters, God is not in that spirit. God uplifts. God mourns with the broken. God restores. But evil feeds off destruction. If someone celebrates your pain, if someone tries to crush you when you're already low, that is not a person of God. That is a vessel being used by something far darker. And no matter how well they mask it with kind gestures or spiritual words, if they laugh at another's tragedy, their heart has turned cold to God. The fourth sign is deceit. A liar walks hand in hand with the forces of evil. Lies are the language of darkness. And the one who lies casually, the one who lies to get ahead, the one who lies to tear another down, they are not just harming others. They are lining themselves with wickedness. God is a God of truth. His presence cannot dwell in a deceitful heart. Evil people will look you in the eye and lie without flinching. They will twist facts, rewrite events, and invent stories because the truth is too inconvenient for them. But remember, truth stands the test of time. Truth will expose the liar. If someone constantly lies and excuses it with smooth words, walk away. Their tongue is a flame that sets fire to everything holy. The fifth sign is arrogance. Oh, how evil feeds on pride. The spirit that says, I am better. The attitude that says, I deserve more. The mindset that refuses to serve but demands to rule. That spirit has no fellowship with God. Arrogance is the beginning of rebellion. It is the seed of every fall. It was pride that turned once glorious beings into enemies of God. It is pride that separates the soul from submission. When a person walks with arrogance, they believe they are above rebuke. They believe they are the judge, not the judged. But those who truly walk with God walk with humility. If you meet someone who boasts endlessly, who cannot be corrected, who looks down on others as though they were gods among men, know that evil has crept into their spirit. And the longer they feed that pride, the further they fall from the light. The sixth sign is a pattern of destruction. Wherever they go, evil people leave brokenness behind, broken relationships, broken trust, broken peace. If you trace their steps, you will find people who are used, people who are discarded, people who are wounded and never healed. Evil builds nothing. It only tears down. And those who are being used by evil cannot create harmony because their soul thrives on chaos. God is a builder. He is a restorer. He repairs what is shattered, but evil rejoices in demolition. If someone's presence consistently brings tension, pain, or division, don't ignore that sign. God does not author such confusion. Step back and seek His clarity. The devil sows discord, but God brings peace. And peace is a compass. When it's gone, look around you. Something dark may have entered. The seventh and final sign is a hatred for the truth. Evil people do not just dislike the truth. They hate it. The truth convicts them. The truth exposes them. And so they fight against it. They avoid it. They mock it. And when someone speaks truth to them, they lash out. Not because you are wrong, but because they are trapped in their own deception. A heart that loves God rejoices in truth even when it stings. A heart that belongs to darkness runs from it. If someone becomes hostile when you speak what is right, if they silence you when you speak what is good, then you are dealing with someone who has rejected the truth of God. And where there is no truth, there can be no righteousness. Now hear me and hear me well. These signs are not given so you may judge others with a hard heart. No, these signs are given so you may guard your spirit, protect your peace, and remain in the presence of God. There is a reason why God told you to be watchful. Evil does not knock on the door shouting its name. It whispers. It sneaks. It smiles. It pretends. But God reveals. God warns. God convicts. And He is speaking to you now through this very word. You have seen these signs before, perhaps in a co-worker, perhaps in a friend, perhaps in someone close to your soul. Do not ignore what God is trying to show you. Your safety, your spiritual purity, and your peace may depend on your ability to walk away. And if as you listen, you begin to see some of these signs in your own actions, let that not be a reason for shame, but a moment for awakening. God does not condemn those who turn. He delivers. He forgives. But you must recognize the signs in yourself too. For it is easy to point the finger outward, but wisdom looks inward. And the one who walks in truth must be willing to confront their own darkness. Pride must fall. Lies must die. Manipulation must end. For only then can you walk fully in the light of God. Evil thrives in darkness. It breathes in silence, and it grows in spiritual ignorance. But God has sent you this message as a lamp unto your feet. You were not called to be blind. You were not created to be fooled. You were not chosen to be used by the enemy. You are a vessel for the light. And the closer you walk with God, the clearer you will see. Don't be deceived by charm. Don't be fooled by titles. Don't be silenced by pressure. Evil can wear any face, but it cannot imitate the Spirit of God. And when God is truly present, there will be peace. There will be humility. There will be truth. There will be purity. Then I tell you now, the time for silence is over. God is calling His people to a higher discernment. Not a discernment rooted in suspicion or paranoia, but one rooted in divine awareness. A holy sensitivity to what is of God and what is not. Too long have many tolerated darkness in their lives, not because they were weak, but because they were unwilling to see the sign. Evil does not always come to destroy you with force. It often comes to distract you, to delay you, to drain you. And before it destroys your house, it first desires to enter your mind. It wants to make you question what you know is right. It wants to blur the lines. But when your spirit is anchored in the presence of God, you will see things clearly, and no manipulation can blind you. God gives clarity where evil gives confusion. That is one of the purest signs. In the presence of God, there is peace even in the storm. But when evil is present, there is restlessness even in calm. You could be surrounded by material comfort, but your soul will feel agitated. You could be smiling on the outside, but inside your spirit feels choked. This is not just stress. This is a spiritual warning from God. When you are walking with someone whose presence disturbs your spirit, do not ignore it. That is not your imagination. That is not paranoia. That is God telling you something here is not from me. You do not have to know all the details. You just have to be obedient enough to walk away when He tells you. Some evil people will never reveal their true nature with words, but their actions speak loud enough. Watch how they treat the weak. Watch how they speak about those who can do nothing for them. Watch how they act when no one is watching. God sees what men try to hide, and He gives you glimpses, not to make you bitter, but to make you wiser. Do not be the one who keeps giving chance after chance to someone who God has already exposed. If God shows you someone's true character that is not cruelty, it is mercy. He is protecting you from what you cannot yet see. He is preserving your purpose from contamination. Don't allow pity to override divine wisdom. It is not unkind to walk away from someone who is destroying your peace. It is obedience. And let me speak to your heart now, because someone listening has been spiritually tied to the wrong people for far too long. You thought you were being loyal. You thought you were being loving. But in the name of love, you tolerated poison. In the name of faithfulness, you allowed evil to make a nest in your life. You've been drained, discouraged, and confused. But God is shaking your soul today. He is saying, come out from among them. He is saying, clean your circle. Because evil does not always need to possess you. It just needs to be near you to slow you down. It doesn't need to destroy you directly. It just needs to distract you long enough that you miss your divine timing. God did not create you to survive, and He created you to thrive. But you cannot thrive while you are entangled with those who serve darkness, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And let's be clear, not everyone who carries evil is aware of it. Some people are being used by spirits they do not understand. They operate under jealousy, under rage, under pride, and they don't even know it. But that's why God calls you to walk in wisdom. Your responsibility is not to fix them. It's to recognize them and act accordingly. You are not their Savior. You are a servant of God, and your duty is to protect what God has planted in your soul. There comes a moment in every person's life when God begins to separate. He begins to divide what is holy from what is harmful. what is pure from what is poisonous. And if you are in that moment, do not resist it. God removes not to punish, but to preserve. He takes away to protect. He exposes not to shame, but to sharpen. And you must be willing to accept what God shows you, even if it hurts. Because some of the greatest delays in your life have not come from external attacks. They've come from internal connections. People you kept too close. Voices you gave too much access to. Relationships you refused to release. But now is the time to obey. God has a calling over your life. He has appointed you for impact. But you cannot carry out that calling while you're yoked to people carrying spirits of deception. And let me tell you something, the enemy is strategic. If he cannot destroy you, he will distract you with friendships that feel good, but are spiritually toxic. He will connect you with people who applaud your talents, but drain your anointing. He will place people in your life who feed your ego, but starve your soul. But if you stay close to God, you will begin to feel when something is off. He will cause your spirit to become restless around certain people, not out of hatred, but out of spiritual warning. That uneasiness is not rudeness, it's revelation. And let me speak boldly. Stop ignoring red flags just because you're afraid to be alone. God never called you to cling to evil for comfort. You are not made to blend in with darkness for the sake of companionship. When God sets you apart, He also requires you to walk alone at times. But it's better to walk alone with God than to walk with evil and lose your soul's clarity. Evil people will use your kindness against you. It will guilt you into staying, manipulate you into silence, and twist your loyalty until you can't even recognize yourself. But God is your defender. God is your clarity. And if He has called you out, don't look back. Some of you have been questioning your instincts. You have been asking, why does my heart feel heavy around this person? Why do I always feel drained after talking to them? Why do I lose my peace when I'm near them? And God is answering you right now, because I never placed them in your life. I never assigned them to your spirit. They are a distraction, not a destiny. God is not the author of anxiety. He is the giver of peace. And where there is no peace, you must pause. Where there is spiritual weight, you must pray. Where there is confusion, you must separate until God speaks. And hear this now. Evil may be subtle, but it is not stronger than the Spirit of God within you. When you walk with God, you walk in power. You do not need to fear those who carry darkness. You do not need to cower before those who hate truth. For greater is God who is with you than the schemes that rise against you. You have the authority to rebuke what is not of God. You have the right to walk away. You have the wisdom to discern, but only if you stay connected to God daily. You cannot walk in clarity if you are disconnected from the one who gives sight. Do not let popularity confuse you. Do not let charisma deceive you. Evil people often rise quickly, but their fall is inevitable. God may allow them to shine for a season, but their roots are rotting. And when the storm comes, they will collapse under the weight of their own deception. But those who walk with God will stand firm. They will not be shaken even when evil surrounds them. Because the foundation of the righteous is built on the unshakable truth of God. You don't need to expose evil with your mouth. Just walk in the light, and the light will do the exposing. God fights for the pure. He defends the upright. You don't need to prove anything. Just stay aligned with God, and everything not sent by Him will fall away. Evil has an expiration date, but righteousness has eternal reward. And let this truth sink deep into your soul. God does not remain silent forever. When evil rises, God responds. When darkness creeps in, the light of God does not retreat. It shines brighter. He watches in patience, but not in passivity. He sees the schemes of the wicked, the plots formed in secret, the words spoken behind closed doors, and in His perfect timing, He brings every hidden thing into the open. You may have wondered why God allows certain people to thrive in their wickedness for a season. But do not confuse delay with approval. God allows space for repentance. But when that space is abused, His justice will not be withheld. Evil will never have the last word. God will. He will toastable justice. He will reap the gospel. He will call the earth God. There are people in this world whose entire mission is to sabotage what God has planted in others. They are not creators. They are destroyers. They do not build. They infiltrate. They do not uplift. They entangle. Their words sound sweet, but their hearts are full of poison. They disguise envy as advice. They applaud you with hands that hide a trap. So be watchful, for with every increase from God you must guard the soil of your life. Not every cheer comes from a sincere heart. Some will rejoice at your wins only to linger close enough to derail your next move. That's why you should pray for God to cleanse both your road and the people around you. When God begins to lift you up, He also creates separation. The higher you ascend, the sharper your discernment must be. You cannot bring vipers into the season ahead. You cannot rise while tied to burdens designed to pull you down. And hear this, some who mean harm will not step away on their own. They will cling like vines to your life, posing as helpers while slowly draining your spiritual strength. So stand firm. Remember, God is the gardener. He will prune, He will cut. He will tear away every false vine, not to hurt you, but to prepare you. Your growth requires removal. Your peace requires boundaries. And your destiny requires obedience. Don't cry over what God removes when you prayed for protection. Some of you are weeping over friendships and relationships that God Himself dissolved. And He is saying, you asked for peace. I had to remove the ones who were stealing it. You asked for clarity. I had to silence the voices of deception. You asked to walk in my will. I had to remove those sent to distract you from it. Evil people will often leave with drama, confusion, and blame. Let them go. Do not chase what God has cut off. Your healing begins at the door you finally stop reopening. And understand this. Evil people often carry the spirit of accusation. They project their darkness onto others. They accuse the innocent. They twist facts to favor their narrative. They pretend to be victims while orchestrating chaos behind the scenes. If you've ever been falsely accused, slandered, or misunderstood by someone you once trusted, know that God saw it. He saw the lies. He saw the manipulation, and He is not blind to your tears. Your vindication may not come through a public apology. It may not come through confession, but it will come through divine reversal. When God vindicates, He doesn't just clear your name. He elevates your life. He blesses you in the sight of those who tried to curse you. He prepares a table before you not in privacy, but in the presence of your enemies. You do not need revenge. You do not need to fight with flesh and blood. Your battle is not against faces. It is against spirits. And your victory is in staying aligned with God. Evil wants you to retaliate. It wants you to curse back, to gossip in return, to slander, to plot. But when you stay silent and surrender it to God, He fights battles you didn't even know were forming. He shuts mouths you never even heard. He dismantles plans that never reach your ears. This is the power of walking in righteousness. Your silence speaks louder than their schemes. Let me also tell you something powerful. You become what you tolerate. If you entertain evil, it begins to shape your perspective. If you excuse evil, it begins to affect your choices. If you protect evil, it begins to corrupt your heart. There is no neutral ground when it comes to righteousness. You're either pushing back against the darkness or you're allowing it to inch closer. And evil doesn't enter your life all at once. It creeps, it tests, it knocks softly. But when you open the door even a little, it enters boldly. That's why you must be ruthless in your discernment, gentle with people, but fierce in your boundaries, merciful in spirit, but unshakable in truth. God is calling His people to rise above superficial kindness. Not all kindness is godliness. Sometimes the most godly thing you can do is walk away, to say no, to separate, to protect your spirit from contamination. You don't need to explain yourself to everyone. You just need to be obedient to God. When He speaks, move. When He warns, listen. When He removes, release. Your peace is not worth compromising for the sake of pleasing people who are walking in darkness. And to the one who is weary, God sees your heart. He knows the toll it has taken to deal with hidden enemies, smiling manipulators, and trusted voices that turned out to be weapons. But don't grow bitter, grow wiser, don't shut down. Rise up. This pain is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of your sharpening. God is forging you through this fire. You are becoming more discerning, more focused, more purified. Evil thought it could destroy you, but instead it made you more aware of who truly stands with God and who only pretends. This season is not for soft sight. It is for clear vision. You cannot afford to blur lines anymore. You cannot pretend not to see what God has shown you. You must protect your spirit like your life depends on it, because it does. Every compromise weakens your shield. Every ignored red flag drains your discernment. But every time you choose obedience, your spirit grows sharper. Your heart becomes more aligned with the truth. The fear of God must return to your walk. Not a fear of punishment, but a reverent awe, a sacred commitment to remain in His will, no matter the cost. Because in the end, when you stand before God, you will not be held accountable for what they did. You will be held accountable for what you allowed. Let that settle in your soul. You were never created to blend in with the world. You were created to stand apart, to shine in dark places, to walk with integrity, even when surrounded by evil. And that is not easy, but it is your calling. Do not envy the evil. Their path may seem wide, but it ends in ruin. Their laughter may be loud, but their souls are empty. Their houses may be full, but their spirits are hollow. What they build without God will collapse. What they gain through wickedness will wither. But you, if you walk with God, you will not be shaken. The winds may blow, the storms may rage, but your roots will go deep. Your foundation will hold, and God Himself will sustain you. He will surround you with the right people. He will shield you from the unseen traps. He will guide you away from every counterfeit connection and into relationships that strengthen your soul. You will no longer be deceived by appearance. You will see with spiritual eyes. You will no longer be impressed by charisma. You will seek character. You will no longer fall for empty words. You will discern the spirit behind the voice. This is what it means to walk in the presence of God. not just to feel Him, but to see through Him, to look at a smiling face and sense the spirit behind it, to hear a flattering word and detect the motive underneath, to be unshaken, unbothered, unmovable because you know who you are. And when evil tries to return, dressed in a new disguise, it will not find you vulnerable. It will not find you blind. It will find you guarded by truth, covered by wisdom, anchored in God. This is your shield. This is your weapon. This is your strength to walk in step with the Most High, to live in His shadow, and to stand in His light. Let every evil plan fall. Let every dark spirit flee. Let every voice of confusion be silenced. And let your life be a testimony, not of how much you avoided, but how much God preserved you from what you didn't even see coming. God is with you, and when He is with you, no evil can stand against you. Not in your mind, not in your heart, not in your house, and not in your future. And now hear this deep within your spirit. There is no greater tragedy than becoming comfortable with evil. There is no greater danger than normalizing what God has condemned. Evil does not always crash into your life. It often seeps in through compromise. It comes through the little things we excuse, the behaviors we tolerate, the company we refuse to confront, and over time it hardens the heart. It desensitizes the soul. It makes darkness look like wisdom and truth sound like offense. But when you walk closely with God, He will disturb every comfort that was built on a lie. He will interrupt every relationship that was wrapped in deception. Because God will not allow the ones He loves to settle in places where His presence cannot remain. God is not just concerned about what you do, He is concerned about what you allow. Evil people often don't need your participation. They just need your silence. And the moment you begin to remain quiet in the face of wickedness, you begin to give it space. But the one who walks in the fear of God cannot afford to be silent. When righteousness is being mocked, when holiness is being distorted, when truth is being buried beneath culture and convenience, you must rise not with hate, not with arrogance, but with spiritual fire, with the boldness to say, "This is not of God. This does not belong in my home, in my heart, or in my spirit." Some people are not evil in appearance. They are evil in influence. Their words sound gentle, but they lead you away from prayer. Their presence feels familiar, but it drowns out the voice of God. They feed your flesh, but starve your purpose. They pull you into conversations that dim your spirit, into decisions that slowly corrode your peace. And if you don't examine the fruit, you will be seduced by the shade of the tree. But remember, God never calls you to comfort that compromises your calling. He calls you to peace that comes from purity. He doesn't just want your praise. He wants your protection. He wants you to protect the anointing He placed on your life. Let me tell you something. When your discernment increases, your circle will decrease. When your eyes begin to open, your tolerance for nonsense begins to shrink. You will start to feel irritated by conversations that used to entertain you. You'll feel out of place in rooms you once fit in. You'll feel the tug to separate, to retreat, to realign. And that is not isolation. That is God's invitation. He is calling you to consecration because there are levels of peace, levels of wisdom, levels of spiritual power that cannot be accessed while you're surrounded by those who carry spiritual toxins. You cannot drink from the cup of God and still feast at the table of evil. You must choose. God does not bless who you pretend to be. He blesses who you are when no one is watching. And if you truly want His presence to overflow in your life, You must begin to unclutter your heart. Examine your loyalties. Inspect your attachments. Ask yourself, does this person feed my spirit or weaken it? Does this voice align with the will of God or lead me into confusion? These are not questions of judgment. They are questions of spiritual survival. Because in a world where evil hides behind influence, discernment is your shield. And oh, how desperately the world needs people who walk in divine clarity. Not those who echo what they hear, but those who stand on what God has revealed. Not those who blend into trends, but those who are anchored in truth. The evil people of this world are bold in their deception, confident in their chaos. And it's time for the people of God to be even bolder in righteousness. Not in pride, not in shouting, but in unshakable conviction. A quiet soul aligned with God has more power than a loud crowd chasing vanity. You may not have a platform. You may not have a title, but if you have the presence of God, you carry more authority than those who rule with corruption. Your prayers shake atmospheres. Your obedience builds unseen walls of protection. Your discernment keeps your home safe from infiltration. Do not underestimate the power of walking upright before God. It is not the loudest that are heard in the heavens. It is the purest, the clean heart, the surrendered will, the soul that says, God, even if it costs me everything, I will not entertain evil. I will not welcome it. I will not protect it. I will stand with you even if I must stand alone. Some of you are in seasons of exposure right now. God is revealing hearts. He is lifting veils. You are seeing people for who they truly are, not to hurt you, but to heal you. He is showing you conversations that were never meant to reach your ears, attitudes that were hidden behind smiles, intentions that were buried beneath gestures. And it hurts. But this pain is a gift. It is the hand of God separating you from silent sabotage. It is His mercy wrapped in revelation, because He does not want you to be blindsided in the future. He wants you to be anchored now. And when God exposes evil, do not argue with it. Do not negotiate with it. Do not try to make it comfortable. Rebuke it. Reject it. Remove it. Because what you fail to confront today will confront you tomorrow with greater strength. What you allow in your atmosphere will begin to shape your identity. And once your identity is compromised, your calling begins to slip through your fingers. But not you, not now. God has sent this word to you as a warning, as a wake-up call, as a declaration. You were not made to blend with darkness. You were made to shine with purity. You were not made to tolerate wickedness. You were made to walk in truth. You were not made to remain bound. You were made to be set apart. So guard your gate, guard your ears, guard your eyes, guard your spirits. Because evil does not just want your agreement, it wants your attention. It wants to occupy the space that was reserved for God. But you must decide who gets access to your soul, who gets to speak into your mind, who gets to walk with you in this divine journey. Not everyone deserves that closeness. Not everyone has the purity to stand in your purpose. Let God be your filter. Let Him show you. Let Him cut where you couldn't. Let Him remove what you were too afraid to confront, and when He does, rejoice. Not because you lost something, but because you were delivered from something. Evil may look like gain for a moment, but it is loss wrapped in illusion. And when God takes it away, He's not depriving you. He's preserving you. You don't know the storms He protected you from. You don't know the destruction He blocked. But one day you will look back and say, God, thank you for showing me. Thank you for removing what I didn't have the strength to release. Thank you for opening my eyes. Let this be your prayer tonight. God, remove from me every connection that is not from you. Strip away every alliance that weakens my spirit. Expose every smile that hides a dagger, and build in me the courage to walk away from what you never ordained. This is not a message of fear. It is a call to spiritual maturity, to stop living by feelings and start walking by discernment, to stop chasing comfort and start pursuing holiness, to stop being impressed by the outer and start being aligned with the inner. For God is not concerned with how people appear. He sees their intentions. And if you ask Him, He will show you too. And now let your heart receive this final truth. The power to overcome evil is not found in physical strength, loud voices, or worldly strategies. It is found in unwavering submission to God. It is found in the silent strength of a soul that kneels when no one is watching, that listens for God's whisper in the midst of noise, that chooses righteousness when wickedness is more convenient. Evil cannot stand in the presence of a heart that is fully surrendered. It may try, it may surround, it may even shout, but the soul anchored in God remains unshaken, untouched, and undefeated. You are not weak because you walk away from corruption. You are strong because you choose to walk with God when others compromise for applause. You are not naive because you protect your purity. You are wise because you understand that what God has placed in you is too valuable to be contaminated by false connections and deceptive influences. You are not alone when you let go of those who carry darkness in disguise. God stands with you and He surrounds you. And when you choose Him over everything else, He fills every void, heals every wound, and lifts you higher than anything evil tried to take away. Do not be surprised when evil people rise around you. It is written that trials will come, but let their rising be your reminder to remain in God's shadow. Evil may succeed for a moment, but its success is built on sand. God is building you on rock. And when the storms come, and they will come, what is built in truth will stand, but what was crafted in wickedness will collapse under its own weight. And hear me with every fiber of your being. There is no evil so deep, no deception so cunning, no person so dangerous that God cannot protect you from it. You do not walk blindly. You walk under divine watch. You walk with spiritual sight that sees beyond the surface. God gives wisdom not to puff you up, but to protect your path. He gives you discernment not to judge others harshly, but to guard what He's planted in your life. What He has entrusted to you is holy. Treat it as such. Your time is holy. Your peace is holy. Your mind, your energy, your calling. These are sacred gifts from God, and they are not to be offered to those walking in rebellion against Him. Do not be afraid to change your circle. Do not fear loneliness for a season. God often isolates before He elevates. He separates before He establishes. And what feels like loss is often divine subtraction, removing what was secretly subtracting from your peace, your strength, and your purpose. When God removes, He always replaces with better. What you release in obedience, He replaces with abundance. But trust Him. Trust His timing. Trust His yes. Trust His no, and most of all, trust His silence. Because even when God is quiet, He is still working. Some of you have spent too long trying to figure out why people changed, why relationships turned, why hearts went cold. But hear this now. It was never about you. It was about the unseen battle over your soul. Evil never attacks the empty. It attacks the anointed. It surrounds the chosen. And if you have been in the fire, if you have felt the sting of betrayal, if you have been pierced by silent warfare, take heart. You are not being destroyed. You are being refined. You are not being abandoned. You are being protected. God has seen every tear, every sleepless night, every cry for clarity, and He has not forgotten you. Lift your head, straighten your back, strengthen your spirit. God is not finished with you. What was meant to break you will build you. What was sent to delay you will develop you. What was designed to confuse you will now clarify you. And when you rise, you will not rise with bitterness, but with boldness. You will not rise with pain, but with purpose. You will not rise with hate, but with heavenly vision, because God has used the darkness to make your light shine brighter. He has used the enemy to teach you how to war. He has used the lost to teach you how to guard what matters. Let this be the moment you stop questioning what God removed and start praising Him for what He's about to release. Let this be the moment you stop entertaining what drains your spirit and start protecting what feeds your soul. Let this be the moment you no longer fear evil people because you are walking hand in hand with the one who has dominion over all creation. And as you go forward, take this final word and seal it in your spirit. Where God dwells, evil has no ground to stand. It cannot invade your thoughts, your household, or the destiny ahead of you. Even when the enemy raises his voice, the Lord's voice thunders louder. Even when the wicked devise clever schemes, God's wisdom outshines them all. Even when shadows close in, a single word from God drives them away. Therefore, lean not on your own might, but rest under the covering of the Almighty. Stand firm in truth. Stand steady in holiness. Stand strong in peace. For every weapon forged against you will be broken. This victory is not because of your own strength, but because of who God is. You are shielded. You are chosen. You are set apart. And no force of darkness can undo that truth. Let your very life declare what it means to walk with God, courageous, faithful, and uncompromising. For when you journey with Him, you walk in light. And in that light, darkness has no place to remain. God is ready to catapult you into a fresh realm. I don't know who needs to hear this, but you've been weeping in hidden places, waiting in quiet, asking when the tide will turn. You stayed loyal when it felt like no one noticed. You survived assaults that would have crushed a lesser spirit. You have walked through flames, weathered storms, been pushed aside, felt isolated, and fought battles that rattled your soul. Yet here you are, still upright. I'm here to proclaim with holy certainty, this is not the finale. This is the launch point. This is the breath before your destiny erupts. God is preparing to move in your life in ways no eye has witnessed, no ear has heard, and no heart has imagined. He is working behind the curtain in the hush, setting the stage to lift you into a realm you have never entered. When God is about to act, He first separates. He draws you away from the familiar so He can shape you in the holy. You may feel like you've been hidden, but hidden does not mean forgotten. Hidden means preserved, protected, set apart for a greater purpose. God hides His chosen ones before He reveals them. He covers what He plans to crown. And you, my friend, have been in the workshop of heaven. God has been refining you, molding you, breaking off every weight, cutting away every distraction, removing every counterfeit connection, because where He's taking you, the old things can't go. There's a stirring in the spirit right now. Something is shifting. The pain wasn't random. The delay wasn't a denial. The loneliness wasn't punishment. It was preparation. You had to be stripped so that nothing would interfere with what God is getting ready to place in your hands. You had to be crushed so that the fragrance of your life would rise like incense before Him. You had to be humbled so that pride wouldn't poison the blessing that is coming. God never promotes without preparation. And you've been in the furnace. You've been under pressure. You've been crying out, "God, when? God, how long?" But He hasn't forgotten you. He has heard every prayer, seen every tear, and counted every sleepless night. And I came to tell you with fire in my bones, your waiting is not in vain. God is about to launch you. Not just lift you, not just bless you, hunt you. That means you're not going back to the same level. You're going into a dimension you've never known. A place of authority, a place of power, a place of favor, a place where your enemies will watch from a distance and know God was with you all along. You see, the enemy tried to bury you, but he didn't know you were a seed. He tried to silence you, but he didn't know. God was amplifying your voice through suffering. He tried to wear you down, hoping you would quit before the breakthrough came. But God sustained you. God strengthened you. God shielded you. And now the time has come. The heavens are declaring it. The earth is groaning for it. Creation is waiting for the manifestation of what God has placed inside you. Don't be discouraged by the silence. The silence before the launch is sacred. Rockets don't make noise while they're fueling. They roar when it's time to rise. And you've been fueling in obscurity. You've been gathering strength in secret. But now the countdown has begun. God is aligning the right doors, the right people, the right moment. Everything is about to converge. And when it does, no man, no devil, no system, and no obstacle will be able to hold you back. You may not feel qualified. You may not feel ready. But God doesn't call the qualified. He qualifies the called. And you have been called. Not just for survival, not just to get by. You've been called to dominate, to take territory, to walk in divine purpose with boldness, courage, and power. The fire you walked through was the furnace that forged your faith. The betrayal you survived was the training ground for your discernment. The rejection you endured was God's redirection toward your real assignment. God is not just preparing a blessing for you. He's preparing you for the blessing. Because if He launched you too soon, the weight of it would crush you. But now, because you didn't give up, because you kept praying, because you kept believing, when nothing made sense, you are ready. You are ready to carry what others couldn't handle, ready to build what others only dreamed about, ready to lead, to impact, to shift atmospheres, to walk with authority that comes only from walking with God. And let me tell you this, when God launches you, it won't be a small thing. It won't be a whisper. It will be undeniable. It will silence the mouths of the mockers. It will confound those who doubted you. It will make even your enemies acknowledge the hand of God on your life. You won't need to announce it. You won't need to prove anything. The evidence will speak louder than any words. The fruit will silence every critic. The glory will rest upon you in such a way that people will wonder how you survived what you went through, and you will simply say, God. You see, the launch is not about your talent. It's not about your connections. It's about your obedience. God elevates those who are willing to trust Him when it doesn't make sense. Those who will go where He says, even when it hurts. Those who will surrender their plans so He can fulfill His purpose. That's who God launches. Not the loud, not the flashy, but the faithful. The ones who pray in the midnight hour. the ones who forgive when it's not deserved, the ones who keep showing up even when it feels like nothing is changing. That's you. You've passed the test. You've endured the crushing. You've survived the waiting, and now you're on the edge of destiny. The pressure you feel is not an attack. It's propulsion. The pain you feel is not the end. It's the beginning of something bigger than you can imagine. You're not just turning a page. You're stepping into a whole new book. A dimension where favor follows you, where power flows through you, where peace surrounds you like a shield, where your voice carries weight, where your prayers shift atmospheres, where your steps are ordered and your path is lit by the presence of God. The old doors are closing not to punish you, but to push you into what's next. The old relationships are fading not because you failed, but because you outgrew the soil. You're not being punished. You're being positioned. Positioned for divine encounters. Positioned for supernatural acceleration. Positioned to walk in rooms that your resume never qualified you for. God is about to open doors that no man can shut, and shut doors that no man can open. He is about to place you in positions where your only explanation will be, "This is the hand of God." And as God launches you, understand this: not everyone can go with you. Not everyone will understand the shift. Some will question the change in your life, not because you're wrong, but because they're too attached to the version of you that fit their comfort. But God is not launching you to stay familiar. God is launching you to be set apart. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to stand out. The new dimension God is taking you into requires boldness, obedience, and unwavering trust. It's a realm where compromise cannot survive, and where faith is your only fuel. God does not elevate based on popularity. God elevates based on purity, perseverance, and purpose. You don't need validation from man when you've been commissioned by God. You don't need applause when heaven has already approved you. You've spent too long explaining yourself to people who lack the spiritual eyesight to see what God is doing in your life. Stop shrinking to fit into rooms that were never built for the magnitude of your assignment. Stop watering down your voice to make others comfortable. God is calling you into a dimension where clarity, courage, and conviction will define your every move. This next level requires separation from distractions. God is calling you to a deeper discipline, a higher level of thinking, a sharper level of discernment. You can't carry bitterness where you're going. You can't carry old fears, old wounds, and old patterns. God is trying to take you into a dimension where your spirit is free, your mind is renewed, and your soul is anchored in truth. You're not just entering a season, you're entering a spiritual territory, a domain where your authority is not based on title, but on time spent with God in the secret place. When God launches you, it may feel lonely at first. The higher you rise, the fewer the voices around you. But don't fear the silence. It's in that silence that God begins to download vision, strategies, instructions, wisdom that this world can't offer. You are being entrusted with revelation that can shake systems, shift lives, and break generational cycles. You are being called to carry a voice that disrupts darkness, a presence that changes atmospheres, a spirit that refuses to settle for the ordinary. The dimension God is launching you into is not for the faint of heart. It's not for those who live to please the crowd. It's for those who walk by divine instruction, those who can hear the whisper of God in the middle of noise, those who won't bow to pressure, who won't fold under fire, who won't compromise their integrity for temporary recognition. This is a dimension for the brave, for the pure, or the surrendered. Do you not perceive it? Do you not feel it stirring? God is doing a new thing, not just around you, but inside of you. Your thoughts are changing. Your appetites are changing. Your circle is shifting. Your vision is becoming clearer. You no longer crave what once satisfied you because your spirit is hungry for what only God can provide. You're no longer distracted by surface-level pursuits because your soul is now chasing after deeper purpose. God is releasing you from things that no longer serve your destiny. You thought they were losses, but they were actually divine subtractions. You thought it was rejection, but it was protection. You thought it was a closed door, but it was a divine redirection. And now that the clutter is being cleared, now that the fog is lifting, you can finally see what God has been trying to show you all along. You were born for more. Not more in terms of material things, but more impact, more clarity, more peace, more obedience, more spiritual authority. God is calling you to a place where your prayers shift nations, your words pierce the hearts of many, and your life becomes a living testimony of the power and sovereignty of God. This is not about fame. This is about fire, a holy fire, a spiritual boldness that will make you walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere without saying a word, because the glory of God will rest on you so heavily that people will feel the weight of your obedience. You didn't go through the pain for nothing. You didn't endure the wilderness to die in it. The dry places were a proving ground. God was watching how you responded when no one else was clapping. He was watching how you responded when your prayers seemed unanswered. When people turned their backs on you, when you had every reason to quit, but you chose to keep going. That's what God honors. Not perfection, but perseverance. Not charisma, but character. And because you remain steadfast, God is now raising you up. You've been faithful over the small things. Now God is about to make you ruler over greater. But understand this, with greater elevation comes greater responsibility. With greater visibility comes greater accountability. You cannot walk into this new dimension carrying an old mindset. You must be renewed, refined, re-entered in the presence of God. Because where you're going, distractions can destroy you. Pride can poison you, but humility will preserve you. So guard your heart, stay in alignment, keep your motives pure. Let your yes to God be louder than your fear of man. Let your hunger for truth be stronger than your desire for applause. Let your obedience be swift, your prayer life be deep, and your spirit be sensitive. Because in this next dimension, God is going to speak in ways you've never heard before. He's going to move through you in ways that will surprise even you. Doors will open that you didn't even knock on. Resources will appear from unexpected places. Favor will follow you like a shadow. But you must remain grounded, rooted, anchored in God and God alone. The treasure of people will ask, how did this happen? How did you rise so fast? How did you walk through all of that and still carry peace? And you will say, it was only God. Not my strength, not my plan, not my wisdom. It was God. Every step, every door, every victory, God. Because when God launches you, He makes sure you don't get the glory. He makes sure that those who see you know there is a divine hand at work. You are not entering this new dimension to impress. You are entering to impact, to build, to transform, to walk with authority that breaks chains off others, to release a sound that wakens sleeping spirits, to carry a fire that revives the broken. God didn't save you for comfort. He saved you for purpose. and that purpose is now being ignited. When God begins to launch you into a new dimension, you must prepare for the unfamiliar. The new dimension is not just a place of promotion, it is a place of precision. It is not simply a reward for your suffering, it is a responsibility for your calling. The level of accountability increases because you are no longer just surviving battles. You are now commanding in them. You're no longer reacting to the attacks. You are discerning them before they come. In this new realm, your spirit must be sensitive. Your mind must be sharp. And your heart must remain surrendered to God alone. God does not elevate for the sake of ego. He elevates for the sake of impact. And He chooses those who have been emptied of pride, stripped of self-will, and broken enough to know that without Him, they are nothing. If you still seek the approval of people, you are not ready for what God is about to do. If you still crave comfort more than calling, then this dimension will intimidate you. But if you are hungry for God, if you are willing to move by His instruction, even when it disrupts your logic and stretches your faith, then get ready. You are entering the realm of divine movements. This is the dimension where obedience trumps understanding, where the instructions God gives you may not always make sense in the natural, but your spirit will know they carry the weight of destiny. When God told you to walk away from that place, when He shut that door you thought you needed, He wasn't taking from you. He was preparing the platform for your launching because what is coming requires total alignment. Partial obedience will not sustain you here. God is calling for the kind of surrender that says, even if I don't understand, I will trust. Even if I don't see it now, I will believe. Even if it costs me everything, I will follow. In this dimension, God will place you in situations that stretch your capacity, not to break you, but to build you. He will allow circumstances to expose your weaknesses, not to shame you, but to strengthen your dependence on Him. You are being equipped with spiritual weapons that do not rust with time. Patience, discernment, restraint, peace in chaos, wisdom in uncertainty, silence in storms. These are not traits the world teaches, but they are traits heaven honors. They are marks of those God launches. Some of you have been through spiritual isolation, and you wondered why God removed you from everyone. But isolation is often divine incubation. God placed you in solitude to speak to you without noise. He distanced you from the crowd so He could draw you close to Him. What you thought was rejection was preservation, because God would not allow voices to contaminate the vision He was birthing in you. And now, the vision is ready. The time has come, but He wants you to know this launch is not about applause, it's about assignment. It's not about being seen, it's about being sent. When God launches you, you cannot take old habits into new heights and need. You cannot cling to broken mindsets while expecting breakthrough. The new dimension requires internal transformation before external elevation. And that's why you had to go through the crushing. That's why the process was long. That's why it felt like you were forgotten. Because God was not only preparing the path for you, He was preparing you for the path. The weight of what you are about to carry demanded a deeper root system. Shallow faith cannot sustain divine assignment. And so God took His time with you. Don't despise the stretching. Don't resist the pruning. Every tear, every unanswered prayer, every lonely night was molding something eternal in you. God saw what you could not see. He foresaw the battles you would face in this next level. And in His mercy, He didn't rush your process. He covered you while you healed. He refined you while you doubted. He matured you while you waited. And now that your roots are deep, now that your foundation is strong, He is about to propel you with such force that you will look back in awe at how quickly things changed. But with that speed comes stewardship. What God is placing in your hands must not be misused. Your influence, your voice, your time, your impact, all of it must remain surrendered. God did not raise you to glorify yourself. He raised you to reflect His power, to point others to Him, to build what will outlive you. And that's why your name doesn't need to be known, because your life will carry a weight that names can't hold. Your presence will shift atmospheres not because of who you are, but because of the one who walks with you. The enemy tried to confuse you because he saw what was coming. He tried to cloud your mind with fear, with self-doubt, with distractions. He tried to convince you that you were too late, too broken, too insignificant. But what the enemy didn't understand is that your launch wasn't based on your perfection. It was based on your perseverance. You kept showing up. You kept seeking God. You kept praying in the middle of the storm, and now the heavens are aligning. Now the gates are opening. Now the winds are shifting in your favor. Not because of man, but because of God. And when God launches you, it won't be subtle. The change will be undeniable. The shift will be sudden. Doors you couldn't even find will open before you. Resources you didn't ask for will come to you. People who once ignored you will try to reach for you, but you'll know that your help comes not from people, but from God. You'll walk through rooms with a calm confidence, not because of what you wear, but because of what you carry. And you will move with purpose. You will speak with clarity. You will serve with humility because you will know this is not your doing. This is God's divine movement and God light here. There will be moments where it feels overwhelming, where the weight of the assignment feels heavy. But remember this, if God launched you into it, He will sustain you through it. His strength is made perfect in your surrender. His guidance is available in your stillness. His provision is hidden in your obedience. You will never lack what you need when you remain anchored in God. He does not send without supply. He does not call without covering. He does not assign without assistance. This is your time. This is the divine window you've been praying for. But you must be courageous. You must rise above the noise, walk past the fear, and step into what God has prepared. The atmosphere around you is about to shift. The people connected to you are about to witness a transformation they cannot explain. Not because you became someone else, but because you finally stepped into who God always said you were. And in that step, the old you falls away. The small thinking dies. The limited living is destroyed because when God launches, He leaves no room for the ordinary. So walk into this next dimension with boldness. Carry the fire of your trials with you. Let it fuel your passion, deepen your compassion, and elevate your intercession. You've been through too much to play small. You've endured too long to second-guess the calling. God is not just lifting you, He is entrusting you. He is placing you where you will influence, restore, and build for His purpose. The old season was your classroom, but now it's time for deployment. The tests are over, the refining is complete, the wind is behind you, the door is before you, and the voice of God is saying, go. You are not who you were. You are who God has shaped through the fire. You are not defined by where you came from, but by where God is sending you. Let that truth steady your feet. Let it silence every doubt, because God is not done. He is only beginning. And you are His vessel for this moment. You are His messenger for this generation. You are His warrior for this battle. And now, by His will, by His timing, and for His glory, God is launching you. God is not launching you for convenience. He is launching you for conquest. This is not about stepping into a more comfortable season. This is about stepping into a season of spiritual dominion. You are about to walk into a territory that the enemy once ruled, and your very presence will shake the foundations of darkness. When God launches, it is not for display. It is for disruption. The systems that once oppressed you will now bow to the power God is placing in your voice. The same battles that used to overwhelm you will now be under your feet, because God is not just promoting you. He is positioning you as a force for His divine agenda on earth. Understand the weight of what's being released into your life. This goes beyond a single victory. It moves through generations. The chains you shatter now will liberate faces you'll never meet. The thresholds you step across will remain open so others can follow. The prayers you whispered alone are igniting flames in places you've never set foot. You are more than a beneficiary of God's favor. You are its steward. And carrying something that potent means you cannot treat it lightly. Walk with awe, with deliberate purpose, with fire in your marrow and purity in your motives. In this new realm, God will sometimes call you to voice what others fear, to expose what others ignore, to stand unshaken when others bend, to bring comfort. Do not pull back. Do not dilute the message to make it easier for the spiritually asleep to swallow. You have not been called to lull the weary into deeper slumber. You have been called to awaken the dry bones. You have been chosen to carry a voice that resurrects dead visions, revives broken dreams, and restores wounded hearts. The shift that is coming will not be without resistance. When God begins to launch you, forces will rise to distract, to delay, to derail. But stay focused, stay planted, stay drenched in prayer, because the enemy doesn't attack what isn't a threat. And you, because of what God has placed inside you, are a threat to the kingdom of darkness. Your presence in this world is not an accident. Your pain was not in vain. Your warfare was not wasted. Everything you've endured has prepared you to walk in spiritual boldness. And now that God is moving, you must be ready to act. This dimension will not operate by sight. It will operate by spiritual sensitivity. You must discern where to go, what to say, when to move, and when to be still. Every step must be surrendered. Every decision soaked in prayer. You are not being launched for performance. You're being launched for purpose. And that purpose is not about platforms. It's about people. It's about impact. It's about obedience to the divine blueprint God wrote for your life before you ever took your first breath. Be warned, this next season may cost you some relationships. Everyone who started with you is not meant to finish with you. Some were only there to observe your preparation, not participate in your elevation. Let them go without guilt. Let them walk without explanation. Because where God is taking you, not everyone has the spiritual endurance to follow. Do not drag into your destiny what God already removed in your process. This launch is not dependent on the support of man. It is sustained by the hand of God alone. You've spent enough time questioning whether you're ready. God would not launch you if you weren't equipped. You may not feel ready, but your spirit has been made ready through the trials, the tests, the sleepless nights, the broken prayers, and the moments of deep surrender. You were forged in silence. You were strengthened in private. And now God is calling you to arise in power, not because of who you are, but because of who He is through you. The glory will never be yours. It belongs to God alone. Your story is just the canvas. God is the artist. The world is not in need of more noise. It needs voices that carry the weight of divine encounters. Voices that pierce through confusion with clarity. Lives that reflect the stillness and the strength of one who walks closely with the Most High. You are being launched not to impress, but to illuminate. To be a light in the thickest darkness. To be the echo of truth in a world drowned in deception. You are not called to fit in. You are called to stand out, to rise above, to walk so deeply in your God-given identity that compromise becomes impossible. Do not fear the cost. What you are walking into carries eternal significance. Your obedience now will create waves in generations to come. Your submission to God's timing is setting up divine appointments you haven't yet imagined. You are stepping into a realm where miracles are normal, where favor follows obedience, where your thoughts are not limited by human understanding, but elevated by divine revelation. But all of this requires one thing: complete surrender. Not partial obedience, not delayed submission. God is launching those who are fully yielded. This is a sacred moment, a holy acceleration, a divine release. Heaven has recorded every silent yes, every hidden sacrifice, every private battle. And now God is about to make public what He has refined in private. But this visibility is not for vanity. It is for victory, for others to see what it looks like when a life is laid down for God completely. You are not just going to be noticed. You are going to be needed. You are not just going to be seen. You are going to be sent. You are not just going to speak. You are going to shift lives. You have been marked. You have been chosen. You have been set apart for such a time as this. The spiritual realm is already adjusting to make room for your arrival. Things that once resisted you will now open at your command, not because of you, but because God walks with you. Mountains that once stood before you will move. Valleys that once swallowed your joy will now be filled with praise. And places that once knew you as broken will now witness you walking in healing, in purpose, in authority, in power. You must understand that when God launches you, He is not simply shifting your position. He is elevating your entire posture in the Spirit. This is not merely a change of location or situation. It is a transformation of how you walk, how you speak, how you think, and how you war in prayer. This new dimension is not for the emotionally fragile or the spiritually lukewarm. It is for those who have been made firm through fire, who have been taught by tears, and who have come to know God not by comfort but by covenant. You didn't arrive here by luck. You were carved by divine hands, shaped through hardship. And now you are being released to reflect the power of the one who has held you together in your breaking. In this divine season, your movements must be intentional. Your voice must carry clarity. Your steps must be synchronized with God's timing. You can no longer afford to walk by impulse or emotion. Your mission is too great. Your purpose too weighty. The margin for error is narrow because where God is taking you, your obedience will be the key that unlocks doors, not only for you but for generations after you. The new dimension God is ushering you into demands a new level of discipline. The comfort of yesterday's routine will not survive in the territory of tomorrow's calling. The language of fear must be replaced with the language of faith. The thoughts of limitation must bow to the truth of divine provision. God is not simply elevating your life. He is shifting your influence. He is turning your pain into a platform, your silence into a sound, and your endurance into evidence. The things that once intimidated you will now serve as reminders of your growth. You no longer respond the same. You no longer fear the noise. You no longer shrink under pressure. You've learned that the most powerful oil flows only after the olive is crushed. And now God is pouring from your life the fragrance of endurance, the aroma of righteousness, the strength that comes from complete dependence on Him. Do not become intoxicated by visibility. Remember, the launch is not the destination, it is the doorway. The dimension God is calling you into is not about being seen, but about being trusted. Being trusted to speak when it's easier to stay silent. Being trusted to remain pure when temptation knocks. Being trusted to serve without recognition, to give without condition, and to love without limit. You are being trusted with territory, spiritual territory, that will test your identity, challenge your consistency, and require your unwavering focus. Do not mistake the pressure for punishment. What you feel now is the weight of assignment pressing against your comfort. It is the weight of glory resting on a vessel that has been made ready. You are not being crushed anymore. You are being carried, and God carries those whom He sends. God protects those whom He chooses. There is a hedge around your purpose. There is fire surrounding your steps, and the very things that once wounded you will now become weapons in your hands. Prepare yourself, because not everyone will celebrate this launch. There will be those who question it, those who critique it, those who try to diminish what God is doing in your life because they cannot comprehend it. But you must remain unmoved. Let their doubts strengthen your resolve. Let their silence sharpen your dependence. Let their distance drive you deeper into the presence of God. You were never meant to be defined by the applause or absence of people. Your value is rooted in the one who called you before you were even born. You are stepping into a realm where divine insight will replace natural logic, where God will reveal things to you before they happen, where your decisions will be led by peace, not pressure, where your presence will carry solutions, not just emotions. The world is not desperate for more talk. It is desperate for those who walk in the authority of truth. And you, child of God, have been appointed for such a time as this, not to echo the world, but to echo eternity. Do not be distracted by delay. Divine timing is always perfect. The delays you experienced were not denials. They were divine layers being added to your strength. The season where you saw no movement was the season where God was moving the most within you. You thought nothing was happening, but deep in the soil of your surrender, God was planting power. Now the roots have grown. The foundation has been tested, and what is about to spring forth will not be shallow or short-lived. It will be sustained because it was birthed in alignment. As God launches you, prepare for acceleration. You will cover more ground in less time. You will receive wisdom beyond your years. You will recover what was lost and even gain what was never expected. This is the power of divine positioning. When God says it's time, nothing and no one can hold you back. Not the systems of man, not the opinions of others, not even the past you thought would disqualify you. God is not concerned with where you've been. He's focused on where He's taking you. He is the one who redeems time. He is the one who restores years. He is the one who turns the rejected into rulers, the broken into builders, and the unknown into unshakable. In this new dimension, your posture must change. No more begging, no more doubting, no more pleading for what you already carry. Walk with quiet confidence. Pray with fire. Move with wisdom. Speak with weight. You are no longer who you used to be. You've walked through too much. You've seen too much. You've overcome too much to live like you're still in waiting. You're not waiting anymore. You're walking. You're not wondering anymore. You're witnessing. God is making it happen now, here, through you. So let the fear fall off. Let the shame dissolve. Let the comparisons be silenced. You don't need to look like anyone else, sound like anyone else, or move like anyone else. You were never meant to fit in. You are called to stand out, set apart by God's own hand. And when God marks you, there is no duplicate. When He launches you, it is not a repeat. It is a revelation, a new sound, a new strength, a new season. This is not just your moment, it is your mandate. You are not entering lightly. You are being released with fire, with purpose, with divine permission. What lies ahead is sacred. Guard it, honor it, steward it, and above all, remember this. The same God who lifted you will keep you. The same God who launched you will lead you. And the same God who called you will finish what He started in you. This is not the season for hesitation. When God launches you, hesitation becomes disobedience. You must respond when God speaks. Even if the road ahead is uncertain, even if the steps are invisible, even if the cost is high, because delayed obedience is still disobedience. And what God is doing in this new dimension will require a sharpened spirit, a quickened heart, and a posture of immediate surrender. The time for questioning is over. The time for second guessing is over. Now is the time to move with divine precision, to act with spiritual urgency, to step forward without apology and without fear. The moment you begin to walk in what God has ordained for you, resistance will increase. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're doing something right. The forces that once tolerated you will begin to tremble at your presence. The enemy doesn't war against the complacent. He wars against the obedient. He targets those who carry fire, those who carry purpose, those who are dangerous to darkness. But what he doesn't realize is that your foundation is no longer built on emotion. It is built on revelation. You are no longer driven by what you feel. You are anchored by what you know. And what you know is that God has called you. God has prepared you. And now God is launching you. You are stepping into territory where comfort cannot follow. In this new dimension, sacrifice becomes your offering. Praise becomes your weapon. Stillness becomes your strength. This is not the realm of religious ritual. This is the realm of spiritual reality. A reality where every step you take is guided by divine insight. A reality where you don't just survive, you command. You legislate in the Spirit. You shift atmospheres. You speak with weight, and your words release freedom. You declare with boldness, and chains begin to break. Not because of your eloquence, but because of the authority that flows from your alignment with God. People may not understand this version of you. They knew you in the wilderness. They knew you in the valley. But now, as you rise, some will try to reduce you to who you used to be. Let them talk. Let them wonder. You do not owe explanations for a move of God. The fruit of obedience will speak louder than any defense. The favor on your life will be the confirmation. You won't need to promote yourself. You won't need to push open any doors. When God launches you, the doors swing open by themselves. Not because of who you are, but because of who sent you. Because in you, this launch is not meant to inflate your name. It's meant to magnify God's plan. Your influence is not the prize. It's the platform for impact. And with that platform comes responsibility. Responsibility to remain holy when the crowd cheers. To remain humble when the spotlight shines. To remain hidden in the secret place, even when your name is on the lips of many. Because the higher God lifts you, the deeper you must go with Him. Elevation in the Spirit is sustained not by popularity, but by prayer. Not by performance, but by purity. Not by charisma, but by consistency in the presence of God. There will be moments in this new dimension where you will feel the pressure to compromise, pressure to dilute the message, pressure to soften your voice to accommodate the comfortable. But remember, God did not launch you to entertain. He launched you to awaken. You are not here to echo culture. You are here to establish the standard of truth. You are not called to blend in. You are called to stand up, to speak when it's not popular, to confront what is corrupt, to walk with integrity in a world that celebrates deception. This is the assignment. This is the burden, and this is the blessing. God does not launch the distracted, and He launches the devoted. He does not elevate those who seek applause. He elevates those who seek Him. And if your eyes remain fixed on Him, there is no height too great, no calling too weighty, no battle too fierce. God will give you grace for the assignment, strength for the warfare, peace for the journey, and wisdom for every step. You will not be led by fear. You will be led by fire, a fire that cannot be quenched, a fire that was birthed in nights of agony, long hours of prayer, and a heart that refused to give up even when it was breaking. The Lord doesn't dare just touch it. He lets it. You are not just crossing into a new season. You are stepping into divine timing. Everything that felt delayed, every door that didn't open, every relationship that ended, every path that closed, it was all orchestrated by God. He was not withholding from you. He was preparing you. He was stretching your capacity, training your ears, strengthening your resolve. And now, what was once a mystery will soon become a testimony. What confused you in the dark will make sense in the light. What felt like loss will now be seen as protection. You are being led, not left. You are being chosen, not overlooked. You are being elevated not by men, but by the Most High. And hear this clearly. You do not need the support of many when you are backed by God. You do not need the validation of those who once ignored your calling. You do not need permission from those who doubted you. God has already declared it. The command has already been spoken in the heavens. The launch has already been activated in the Spirit. Now it's time for your steps to match your revelation. Now it's time to walk in what you've prayed for, what you've cried for, what you've fasted for. This is the dimension of fulfillment. The dimension of execution, the dimension of walking out every promise God whispered to your spirit when no one else was listening. This is the call to listen. So stand without fear, stand without delay, stand with without regret. You do not stand by yourself. The presence of God walks ahead of you. His strength wraps around you. His voice directs you. His hand holds you steady. This is the moment of spiritual growth, of living with unwavering purpose, of speaking truth with focus, of keeping silent when it's wise, and roaring with authority when it's commanded. You are not simply invited, you are set apart. Not just talented, you are ordained. Not just prepared, you are released. And once God releases you, no power on earth can undo it. So remain in His presence, walk in His will, hunger for His word, and let your life be the undeniable testimony that when God sends you forth, nothing is ever the same. Imagine this, buried deep within you, yes, you, rests a power so holy, so godly, that should it fully awaken, it would rattle the very foundations of hell. Imagine the heavens leaning in, holding their breath, not because of your skill, not because of your notoriety, and not because of your history, but because of a gift God placed inside you long before the world began. What if the enemy has targeted you not for who you are today, but for the treasure God seated in you that you are yet to uncover? Friend, I declare this to you, you are God-gifted. Now is the time. It is time to uncover that gift and set it ablaze for heaven's glory. Too many drift through life like spiritual orphans, unaware of the inheritance breathed into their spirit by God. They attend services, pray the right prayers, try to live rightly, yet they never step into the fullness of their divine calling. Why? Because they have never found their spiritual gift. And without your spiritual gift, you will never experience the depth of joy, power, and purpose you were created to walk in. Let me take you to a time long before your birth. Picture this. Before time began, before stars were flung into the darkness, before Adam breathed his first breath, God had already written your name in His heart. Ephesians 1:4 says He chose us in Him before the foundation of the world. You were chosen on purpose for a purpose. And when God formed you in your mother's womb, He didn't send you to earth empty-handed. No, beloved, He placed something inside you, a divine seed, a heavenly assignment, a spiritual gift that was meant to build His kingdom, bless His people, and glorify His name. But here's the problem. The world will try to distract you. The enemy will try to confuse you. And even religion sometimes will try to tame you. Because if you ever discover the gift God placed in you, if you ever activate it, you will become a threat to darkness, a healer to the broken, and a vessel of revival in your generation. Let me tell you, discovering your spiritual gift is not about personality tests or church positions. It's not about titles or fame or applause. It is about intimacy with the Holy Spirit. It is about surrender. It is about hunger. The more you seek God, the more you discover yourself. Not the self that culture defines, but the self that was hidden in Christ Jesus before the earth was born. 1 Corinthians 12:47 tells us, there are different kinds of gifts, but the same Spirit distributes them. There are different kinds of service, but the same Lord. Now to each one the manifestation of the Spirit is given for the common good. Did you catch that? To each one. That includes you. That includes the mother raising children in a quiet home. That includes the elderly man who prays alone at night. That includes the young believer who's just learning how to walk by faith. If you belong to Christ, you are not left out. There is a gift inside you waiting to be unwrapped by the hands of surrender. I remember a young man who came to one of my meetings sitting in the back row. He looked ordinary, shy, overlooked, but when the Spirit of God fell upon him, He began to speak with wisdom that no schooling could teach. He wept with a burden for lost souls. He began to teach others with boldness and clarity. That man became a pastor not because of a degree, not because of a platform, but because the Holy Spirit awakened the gift inside of him. And it all started when he dared to believe that God had placed something inside of him that this world needed. Don't you see, my friend, the kingdom of God advances not through superstars, but through surrendered servants, not through charisma, but through consecration. Your gift may not be loud, it may not be visible, but it is powerful. Romans 12 speaks of gifts like prophecy, teaching, encouragement, giving, leadership, mercy. Every one of these is sacred. Every one of these is necessary. Every one of these reflects a facet of God's heart. Maybe your gift is to encourage. Then your words can pull people back from the edge of despair. Maybe your gift is mercy. Then your compassion can melt hearts and reveal the tenderness of God. Maybe your gift is leadership. Then your vision can guide the lost into purpose and order. Maybe your gift is intercession. Then your prayers can shake nations and break chains in the spiritual realm. Never despise your gift. Never compare it. It is divine. It is appointed, and it is dangerous to the enemy. But you cannot use what you do not know, and you cannot know what you do not seek. So how do you find your gift? Start by seeking the giver. Spend time in his presence. Shut out the noise. Silence the distractions. Get on your knees and cry out, God, reveal in me what you've placed in me. James 1:5 declares, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, and it will be given to him. If you want to know your gift, you must go to the throne of the one who gave it. Your spiritual gift is not found in your feelings. It is found in the fire of his presence. And then step out in faith. You will never find your gift by sitting still. You discover it in motion, in service, in obedience. As you begin to serve others, the Spirit will begin to reveal where your oil flows the strongest. That's where your gift lives, where you feel God's anointing surge through you, not for your glory, but for the transformation of others. Some of you are waiting for a lightning bolt, but God is waiting for your yes. He's not looking for perfection, He's looking for permission. He wants to use your hands, your voice, your life, but you must lay it all down. The cross is not a place of comfort. It's a place of surrender. When you die to self, your gift will rise. Don't let fear bury what God has breathed. In Matthew 25, Jesus told the parable of the talents. The one who hid his talent in the ground was not punished for failure. He was punished for fear. Don't hide your gift. Don't bury it in excuses. Don't say you're too old, too young, too broken, too unknown. God knew all of that when He called you, and He called you anyway. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead lives in you. That Spirit doesn't come empty-handed. He brings gifts. Gifts of power, of revelation, of service, of faith. 1 Peter 4:10 says, each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace. That's what your gift is, a delivery system for God's grace. You are not the source, you are the vessel. And oh, how the world needs your gift right now. The darkness is thick, confusion is rampant, hearts are broken, homes are divided, churches are sleeping. But the Spirit is stirring a generation to awaken to their gifts, not to entertain, but to transform, not to build personal kingdoms, but to bring the glory of God's kingdom down into the dust of this earth. You were not saved just to be saved. You were saved to be sent. You were gifted not to be admired, but to be used. Don't you know that the enemy trembles when you find your gift? Because a believer operating in their God-given gift is unstoppable. That kind of believer doesn't need applause. That kind of believer doesn't chase platforms. That kind of believer walks into hospitals, prisons, workplaces, and schools with a heavenly assignment burning in their bones. Now listen closely, beloved. I must tell you the truth that too many are afraid to speak. There is a war for your gift. Yes, a war. The enemy has studied you not to admire, but to assassinate. He has seen the hand of God on you from your youth, and he has tried to derail your purpose through trauma, abuse, confusion, distraction, sin, and shame. He wants you so wounded that you never dare to step into what you were born to do. But hear me, your wounds do not disqualify you, they prepare you. God never wastes pain, and he turns scars into swords, tears into oil, and ashes into fire. The very thing the enemy used to break you, God will use to build you. You ask, how can God use someone like me? But I ask you, how can he not? When God anointed Moses, he stuttered. When he called David, he was tending sheep. When he chose Gideon, he was hiding in fear. When he appointed Esther, she was an orphan girl in exile. Every one of them had reasons to hide, but every one of them said yes, not because they were qualified, but because they were willing. Because they were willing. And when they stepped forward, the Spirit of God clothed them with power. And history was never the same. I feel the Spirit of the Lord stirring even now as I speak. Some of you feel your heart pounding. That's not emotion. That's divine conviction. The Spirit is awakening something within you. You thought it was too late. You thought you missed your moment. But God is saying, I have saved the best wine for last. You are not behind. You are being prepared. You are not disqualified. You are being refined. And now is the time to rise. Some of you have been operating in man-made roles, wearing titles that do not fit the gift inside you. Religion gave you a position, but God gave you a purpose. There's a difference. One can be removed by man, the other is sealed by heaven. And when you walk in your divine gifting, you no longer live to please man. You live to obey God. You're not motivated by applause. You're driven by assignment. The fire that burns in your spirit is not from emotion. It's from the altar of God. And hear this. When God gives you a gift, he does not change his mind. Romans 11:29 declares the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. That means no failure can cancel it. No mistake can remove it. No demon in hell can revoke it. What God has placed inside you is sealed by his Spirit and will outlive your past, outlast your enemies, and overcome your limitations. The only one who can bear your gift is you through fear, complacency, and doubt. You must understand that your gift is not about you. It's not for your glory. It's for God's glory. Your gift is how heaven touches earth through you. Your gift is how light enters darkness. Your gift is how broken hearts find healing. Your gift is how the gospel becomes flesh and blood in the lives of others. If you do not use your gift, somebody else's miracle might be delayed. Somebody else's deliverance might be postponed. Somebody else's breakthrough might be held back. That's how serious this is. Think of the boy with the 5 loaves and 2 fish. He didn't have much, but he gave what he had. And in the hands of Jesus, His small gift fed thousands. Don't despise the size of your gift. Don't look down on it because it doesn't look like someone else's. Give it to God. He will multiply it. He will breathe on it. He will use it to feed a multitude. It's not about the measure of the gift. It's about the master who uses it. And beware, there will be resistance. The moment you begin to move in your gift, hell will notice. The enemy will whisper lies. You're not ready. You're too broken. No one will listen to you. But you silence the voice of the accuser with the truth of Scripture. Say what God says about you. Say, I am God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works. Ephesians 2:10. Say, greater is he who is in me than he who is in the world. 1 John 4:4. Say, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Don't fight with your feelings. Fight with the Word of God. And let me say this to every person who feels invisible. God sees you. The world may overlook you. The church may forget your name, but the Spirit of God knows exactly where you are, and He is calling you deeper. In the secret place, He is forming your gift. In the quiet place, He is sharpening your sword. In the hidden place, He is anointing your head with oil. And when the time comes, He will raise you up, not for fame, but for impact. Not for your comfort, but for His kingdom. Do not despise the process. Every great gift is refined through fire. Joseph had to go through the pit before the palace. Elijah had to hide by the brook before he called down fire from heaven. Paul had to be blinded before he became the apostle to the nations. The fire does not destroy your gift. It awakens it. It purifies it. It prepares it. So if you're walking through a hard season, rejoice. God is making room in your life for a greater anointing. And when your gift begins to flow, guard it, protect it, cover it in prayer. The anointing attracts warfare. The moment you start walking in your assignment, you become a target. But don't retreat. Don't run. Don't hide. Put on the armor of God. Stay rooted in the Word. Surround yourself with other Spirit-filled believers who will fan your flame and call you higher. And don't let pride creep in. Your gift is not your identity. Your gift is not your value. Your gift is not your righteousness. Your identity is in Christ. Your value is in the cross. Your righteousness is in the blood. The gift is powerful, but it is a tool. It is a weapon. It is a doorway to serve others and reveal Jesus to the world. Some of you need to forgive yourself for the times you misused your gift. You prophesied out of pride. You served for applause. You spoke when you should have prayed. But God is merciful. He restores. He redeems. He refines us. If you return to Him with a humble heart, He will anoint you afresh. He will breathe on your gift again. He will turn your failures into wisdom and your wounds into testimonies. And if you've never discovered your gift, today is the day to ask. Don't delay. Go into the presence of God with a hungry heart and say, Lord, what did you place in me that I have not yet seen? And then listen, wait, write, obey, because when God reveals it, it will ring like a bell in your soul. It will feel like fire in your bone. It will not flatter your ego. It will ignite your calling. This is not a motivational speech. This is a commissioning. Heaven is calling you to rise. The same Spirit that hovered over the waters in Genesis now hovers over you. He is ready to activate what has been dormant. He is ready to awaken what has been buried. He is ready to pour out fire on dry bones. He is ready to anoint your gift and send you into the harvest field. You see, beloved, the gift of God inside you was not placed there for comfort, for passivity, or for applause. It was not given to decorate your life. It was given to define your calling. And if you do not walk in it, something eternal will go undone in your generation. God has divinely orchestrated your time on this earth, placing you in this exact hour, not by accident, not by coincidence, but by sovereign appointment. He did not assign your gift to the past, nor reserve it for a future time. He assigned it to now because the cry of this broken world, the pain of this present age, the deep darkness suffocating the hearts of men, it demands your obedience now. There is a holy urgency rising in the Spirit. It's not a time to be neutral. It's not a time to hide your fire under tradition or fear or the approval of man. There is a trumpet sounding in the spirit realm, calling forth the hidden vessels, the overlooked intercessors, the silenced prophets, the weary encouragers, the quiet evangelists who have been wandering in the wilderness. The trumpet is sounding, saying, "Come forth. It's time to take your place. It's time to use what I have given you. For the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. Not because they are missing, but because too many are still doubting what God placed within them." That's why we say you must understand this. Your spiritual gift is not just something you have, it's something you steward. It's not a trophy on your shelf, it's a weapon in your hands. If you bury it, the kingdom lacks a piece of its arsenal. If you neglect it, the battle suffers loss. That's why Paul exhorted young Timothy in 2 Timothy 1:6, "Therefore I remind you to stir up the gift of God, which is in you through the laying on of my hands." Stir it up. Fan it into flame. Don't wait for someone else to do it. Don't wait for conditions to be perfect. You are not waiting on God. He is waiting on you. So many sit paralyzed by comparison. They measure their calling against others. They weigh their worth on the scales of social media, influence, or platform size. But let me tell you something. With every ounce of holy fire in my soul, God does not anoint comparison. He anoints obedience. He does not bless imitation. He blesses authenticity. You don't need their voice, their talent, or their path. What you need is to awaken to your own, to fully embrace your portion, your oil, your calling. When God spoke to Jeremiah, He said, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." Yet Jeremiah answered in fear, "I do not know how to speak. I am too young." And how did God reply? "Do not say, I am too young. You must go to all whom I send you and speak whatever I command. Do not be afraid, for I am with you and I will deliver you." That very same voice which spoke to Jeremiah is speaking to you right now. Do not say, "I am too weak, too sinful, too late, too small." If God created you, then He has also equipped you. If He has appointed you, He will surely anoint you in His time. And behold the beauty of holy partnership. God could have chosen to fulfill His will through the command of angels, by the breath of His mouth, by the thunder of heaven itself. But instead, He chose you. Flesh and blood, imperfect clay molded by holy hands. You are not a mistake. You are a miracle in motion. The Holy Spirit is not looking for polished vessels. He is looking for yielded ones. He is not searching for flawless perfection. He is searching for surrendered hearts. And when you walk in your gift, miracles follow. Yes, miracle, because the spiritual gift is not merely natural, it is supernatural. It flows not from your intellect, but from God's Spirit. When Peter walked in his gift, thousands were saved with a single sermon. When Paul moved in his anointing, demons fled, churches were birthed, and the gospel spread like wildfire. When Tabitha used her gift of compassion and sewing, the community wept when she died and rejoiced when God raised her back to life. Her ministry wasn't on a stage. It was through a needle and thread, but it was anointed. It was powerful. It was kingdom. Let me declare this to every mother raising children in silence. Your gift of nurture is prophetic. To the counselor who listens more than they speak, your gift of wisdom breaks chains. To the janitor who prays over the floor he cleans, your faith sanctifies ground others overlook. To the grandmother who intercedes alone in her room, your cries shake heavens and prepare atmospheres for generations to come. Do not let the world define what ministry looks like. Ministry is using your gift wherever God has placed you to reveal His love and His truth. But let me also warn you, every gift comes with weight. The anointing costs something. The oil of your calling is pressed out in private surrender, in seasons of isolation, in battles no one else sees. There will be trials that do not make sense. There will be storms you didn't cause. There will be betrayals that sting deeper than words can express. But all of it, the fire, the shaking, the breaking, is not to destroy you. It is to purify the vessel so that the gift inside of you can flow without mixture. God is more interested in your character than your charisma, and the weight of the gift must rest on a foundation of holiness. And if you need proof that God desires to use you, yes, you, look no further than the cross. Look at the pierced hands of Jesus, stretched wide not just to redeem your soul, but to release your calling. He did not bleed for you to sit in silence. He did not rise from the grave so you could live a life of religious routine. He poured out His Spirit so that you would become His witness, His ambassador, His royal priesthood. A vessel of divine gifting and glory in a dark and dying world. The blood that saved you is the same blood that qualifies you. The cross doesn't just forgive your past, it awakens your future. When Jesus said, "It is finished," He wasn't just speaking of the penalty of sin. He was also announcing the release of divine destiny to everyone who would believe. That includes the weary. That includes the broken. That includes the unqualified. That includes the overlooked. There is no one beyond the reach of redemption, and there is nothing about your story that disqualifies you from your spiritual assignment. But listen closely. To use your spiritual gift, you must come out of hiding. Adam hid among the trees when he sinned. Elijah hid in the cave when he feared Jezebel. Jonah ran and hid on a ship going in the wrong direction. But every time God came calling, "Adam, where are you? Elijah, what are you doing here? Jonah, arise and go." God always comes for the gifted, because the gift you carry is not about you. It's about souls. It's about the people who are bound waiting to be set free by the touch of God through your obedience. I tell you now with trembling in my soul, your gift is the answer to someone's prayer. Your obedience is the bridge to someone's healing. Your surrender is the key to someone else's deliverance. God did not give you that gift to make you feel important. He gave you that gift to build His body. 1 Corinthians 12 says, "We are one body, but many members. Each one has a part. Each one is necessary." You are not just nice to have. You are needed. If you don't function in your gift, the body of Christ suffers lack. And don't think for a moment that your gift is limited to the four walls of the church. Some of you have gifts meant for the marketplace, for media, for education, for the arts, for politics, for business. The kingdom of God is not confined to a building. It is not defined by pews and pulpits. It is everywhere. The King rules, and He is raising up sons and daughters with fire in their bones to carry the gospel into every corner of society. Not just by preaching, but by being the message, by walking in wisdom, by leading with justice, by creating with excellence, by shining with integrity. That is your ministry. That is your platform. That is your assignment. The Spirit of the Lord is searching for those who will say yes to this higher call. Not a call to be famous, but a call to be faithful. Not a call to be comfortable, but a call to be crucified. The crucified life is the only soil where the true gift of God can grow, because the flesh will always try to hijack the gift for its own glory. Pride will try to take the throne. But when your heart is nailed to the cross and your soul cries, "Not my will, but yours be done," then and only then will your gift operate with holy fire. You must get this deep into your spirit. The gift of God is not earned, but it is stewarded. It is maintained through intimacy. It is sharpened through discipline. It is refined through humility. And it is fueled by love. If you try to use your gift without love, you are just a clanging cymbal. If you preach without love, serve without love, prophesy without love, it is all noise. Love is not just the motivation, it is the very power that flows through the gift. And love will lead you into the uncomfortable. Love will stretch you to lay hands on the sick when no one else will. Love will call you to speak truth when everyone else stays silent. Love will send you to wash feet, to pray through the night, to carry burdens not your own, because you realize the gift in you was never about your elevation, but about someone else's salvation. I feel the Spirit impressing this deeply. Your gift is a holy trust. It is not something to hoard. It is something to pour out. When the woman with the alabaster jar broke it at Jesus' feet, the fragrance filled the room. It was costly. It was extravagant, and some criticized her. But Jesus said, "She has done a beautiful thing to me." In the same way, when you break your gift open at the feet of Jesus, when you pour it out without restraint, He calls it beautiful. Yes, there will be those who mock your gift. There will be those who misunderstand it. But don't let the opinions of the crowd silence the voice of the King. Obey God, even if no one claps, even if no one sees, even if no one thanks you, because He sees. He remembers, and He rewards in secret what is done in secret. And to those who feel empty, as if the gift inside you has dried up, I speak life over you right now in Jesus' name. The river of God has not stopped flowing. You may have let it become clogged with disappointment, with busyness, with sin, with bitterness, but the well is still there. Dig again like Isaac digging up the wells of his father Abraham. Go back to the places where the Spirit once flowed. Go back to the altar. Go back to your first love. Go back to the quiet place where God first whispered your name. Let Him cleanse you. Let Him fill you. Let Him reignite the fire. The gift is still there. It just needs to be stirred. Oh, beloved, do not waste another day. Time is short. Eternity is near. Souls hang in the balance. This is the hour to rise in holy boldness, in Spirit-filled clarity, in relentless obedience. Let your gift be your weapon. Let your life be your sermon. Let your surrender be your legacy. And now I speak to the one who has sat in silence for far too long. You've heard sermons and you've sung songs. You've prayed prayers. But still something inside you feels untapped, unused, unknown. You've watched others walk in their calling while you remain unsure, uncertain, even unworthy. But I declare to you, under the authority of God's Word and the urgency of the Holy Spirit, it is time for you to arrive. Not tomorrow, not when life settles, not when you feel ready now. Because the kingdom is not built by those who feel ready. It is built by those who trust that God will meet them in their obedience. Hear this deep in your soul. God does not call the qualified. He qualifies the call. The calling comes first. The anointing comes next. You don't need to have all the answers before you begin. Abraham didn't. He left his homeland not knowing where he was going, but trusting the one who had called him. And because he moved in faith, he became the father of nations. If you wait for full clarity before you move, you will miss the miracle hidden in your obedience. The gifts of God are waiting to be activated not through emotion, but through surrender, not through striving, but through intimacy. You will not discover your gift by chasing after titles, platforms, or recognition. You will discover it when you go into your secret place. Close the door and say, Lord, whatever you've placed in me, use it. Even if it breaks me, even if it costs me, even if no one sees me, use it. And from that place, the anointing will begin to flow. Not because of your strength, but because of your weakness, surrendered at the feet of a holy God. And do not underestimate the gift just because it does not look like someone else's. In the kingdom of God, obedience is greater than visibility. Some of the greatest gifts are quiet, hidden like roots beneath the surface. They are the unseen strength that holds up the visible tree. The gift of intercession, the gift of discernment, the gift of hospitality, the gift of serving. They may never be praised on a stage, but in heaven they ring like thunder. Jesus said, "The greatest among you will be your servant." And when you serve through your gift, you become great in the eyes of the only one who matters. Don't wait until you feel brave. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is obedience in the face of fear. Gideon was hiding in a wine press when the angel called him mighty warrior. He didn't feel mighty. He didn't look mighty. But God saw beyond his hesitation and into the destiny buried deep inside him. And when Gideon finally obeyed, though he was vastly outnumbered, God used him to deliver an entire nation. Why? Because your gift, activated by faith, will always be stronger than the opposition coming against you. But be warned, your gift will be tested, not to break you, but to strengthen you. God is not just after public performance. He is after private purification. The giver of the gift is also the refiner of the vessel. You must walk through fire, not because you are forgotten, but because you are chosen. And chosen people don't live easy lives. They live consecrated ones. There is a cost to carrying something holy. There is a cost to wielding something eternal. And that cost is your will, your pride, your comfort, and your control. But oh, the reward! The reward of walking in your gift is not just joy, it's eternal impact. Every time you use your gift for God's glory, heaven rejoices and hell trembles. You tip the scales in the spiritual realm. You shine light into darkness. You become the hands and feet of Jesus in a world that desperately needs Him. The gift you carry is not about you. It's about generations. It's about those who will encounter God through the unique expression of His Spirit flowing through your life. Don't let fear paralyze what faith was meant to release. Don't let guilt chain what grace was meant to free. Don't let shame mute what the blood of Jesus has already redeemed. The enemy will always attack the area where you are gifted. He fears your potential. He dreads your awakening. That's why he sends distraction, discouragement, and disillusionment to keep you from discovering who you really are in Christ. But the moment you stop listening to the liar and start listening to the Spirit, everything changes. The world does not need more polished speakers or popular influencers. The world needs anointed people, people who have been with God, people who walk in holiness, people who carry a heavenly burden, people who cry out in the night, not for fame, but for souls, people who are willing to be broken bread and poured out wine so that others might live. That's what your gift is for. It's not to elevate you, it's to resurrect others. Your gift is not just about the here and now, it echoes into eternity. Every time you use it, you sow seeds that will outlive your lifetime. Some of the greatest revivals were birthed not by preachers, but by prayer warriors, not by scholars, but by surrendered hearts. You may never know the full impact of your gift on this side of heaven. But one day, you'll see. One day you'll stand before the throne, and faces will appear. People you never met, lives you never touched directly, and they will say, because you obeyed, I found Jesus. I found healing, I found purpose. That is the glory of a life fully given. That is the miracle of a gift faithfully used. So I ask you again, what are you doing with what God placed inside of you? Not what someone else placed on you, not what society expects from you, not what your past says about you, but what God Himself handcrafted, wrapped in glory, and placed inside your spirit when He dreamed you into existence. Are you burying it? Are you hiding it? Are you minimizing it? Or are you ready to unleash it? Because the same Spirit that hovered over the deep, that raised Christ from the grave, that shook the upper room with fire and power, that same Spirit lives inside of you. He is not silent. He is not distant. He is not asleep. He is waiting. Waiting for your yes. Waiting for your obedience. Waiting for your surrender. And when that surrender is real, when it burns in your bones like a holy fire, you will see the gift rise. You will feel it stir. You will move with purpose. You will speak with power. You will serve with joy. You will carry the fragrance of Christ. And everywhere you go, the atmosphere will shift because heaven lives in you. There is something sacred about the moment you truly recognize what God has deposited in your soul. It's like waking up from a long sleep. Your spiritual eyes begin to open, and suddenly you realize you were never ordinary. You were never meant to blend in, never meant to merely exist. You were formed in fire, fashioned with divine hands and marked by eternity. That breath in your lungs, it carries the weight of destiny. That stirring in your belly, it's the Spirit of God reminding you you were created for more than survival. You were created to shift atmospheres and break chains. But let me go deeper. There's a reason the devil has been after your identity. There's a reason you've been attacked since childhood. It's because the devil doesn't fear your past. He fears your potential. He fears the sound of your voice when you finally speak with anointing. He fears the touch of your hands when you finally lay them on the sick and they recover. He fears the vision in your eyes when you finally see as God sees. He fears the movement in your feet when you finally walk in obedience. He doesn't fear church attendance. He fears spiritual awakening. That's why your battles have been so relentless. That's why confusion tried to paralyze you. That's why shame tried to mute you. That's why people the enemy planted tried to betray and belittle you. Because if you ever tap into what God placed inside you, you become dangerous. Not to men, but to hell itself. You become a living flame, a moving altar, a carrier of kingdom power. And the enemy's lies lose their grip in the presence of someone who knows who they are in Christ. That's why I urge you, stop looking for your spiritual gift in the mirror of man. Stop trying to fit into systems that were never built to contain your calling. God didn't design you for religious routine. He designed you for radical faith. The Pharisees had tradition, but the disciples had power. The religious elite could quote Scripture, but the Spirit-filled apostles moved in it. That's the difference. When you walk in your gift, Scripture becomes alive in you. You become the vessel through which heaven speaks, heals, restores, and transforms. Do not think for a second that your gift is too small. Heaven does not measure value by volume. God is not impressed by outward display. He looks at purity. He looks at obedience. He looks at intent. The widow who gave 2 mites gave more than the rich man with bags of gold because she gave from her heart. In the same way, your surrendered gift, even if unseen by man, is glorious in the eyes of God. Whether it's preaching to thousands or praying for one lost soul in secret, it is holy. And here is a truth that must pierce your heart. Your gift is not for your elevation. It is for someone else's deliverance. Your breakthrough becomes their blueprint. Your scars become their hope. Your voice becomes their alarm clock from spiritual slumber. When you don't use your gift, people suffer. That may sound intense, but it's reality. We are one body, and when one part doesn't function, the whole body is hindered. You are not optional. You are not replaceable. You are essential. Romans 12:6 says, we have different gifts according to the grace given to each of us. And I want you to catch that. Grace given. Your gift is a form of grace. It's not earned. It's not deserved. It's grace manifested through function, and grace flows when you stay in alignment with the one who gave it. That's why spiritual gifts flourish in intimacy, not performance. They are fueled in the secret place, not in public applause. Some of you are asking, but how do I know my gift? The answer is not found in a test. It is found in a relationship. Get alone with the Holy Spirit. Ask Him, listen, reflect. What burdens you? What ignites a holy fire in your bones? What brings you to tears when others don't seem moved? That is often the clue to your assignment. Your gift is often hidden in your holy frustration. What breaks your heart is often what God is calling you to heal. Let me tell you, when you operate in your gift, there is no striving. There is no pretending. There is no burnout. Because the grace of God empowers what He designed you to do. That doesn't mean it will be easy, but it will be anointed. You will find strength that is not your own. You will experience joy in the fire. You will walk with boldness in battle because you are not performing. You are flowing in divine order. And here's something else the Lord is revealing even now. Your gift doesn't just bless others, it transforms you. As you pour out, He fills you. As you step out, He lifts you. As you release what's in your hand, He reveals more of what's in His heart. And you begin to realize this gift is not a burden. It is an invitation into deeper communion with the giver. But be vigilant, because where there is anointing, there will also be imitation. The enemy will try to twist your gift into pride, performance, or distraction. He'll try to get you to build your own kingdom rather than God's. That's why you must stay rooted, stay humble, stay pure. Let your gift serve, not shine. Let it edify, not exalt. Let it glorify Him, not you. And let me speak to the one who has been sitting on their gift because of wounds from the past. Maybe a leader shut you down. Maybe a parent didn't affirm you. Maybe a friend mocked you. But I want you to hear this in your spirit. Man did not give you your gift, so man cannot take it away. The only one with authority over your gift is the one who placed it inside you. And He is saying, come forth. He is saying, I remember what I planted. I have not changed my mind. You are not too broken. You are not too late. You are not too far gone. You are still chosen. You are still anointed. You are still called. And now is the time to rise. Yes, you will stumble. Yes, you will have moments of doubt. But the righteous fall 7 times and rise again. Don't you dare stay on the ground, dust off your gift. Lay it before the Lord and say, God, if you can still use me, here I am. And I promise you, He will answer, because He's not looking for perfection. He's looking for yes. So discover your gift, protect it, put it to work, and let it multiply, for there is a generation longing for what you carry. There is a famine of the Spirit in this land, and the bread is in your hands. You are the answer to someone's desperate midnight prayer. You are the hands and feet of Christ to a soul wandering through the dark. Do not let fear bury what faith was created to release. The hour is drawing late. The fields are ripe, and the Spirit of God is on the move. Will He find you faithful? Will He find you prepared? Will He find you ablaze with holy fire? Because this is more than just another message. This is a sending forth, a sacred moment, a summons from heaven. And if you respond not merely with words, but with your very life, then your gift will become an open door for miracles, a weapon of light against the darkness, and a legacy that will resound through eternity. My beloved brothers and sisters, every soul reaches a point where human effort simply collapses. You try to mend it, you struggle to fight it, you attempt to plan, to control, to solve it, yet nothing changes. The walls remain unmoved, the mountain refuses to shift. And in that moment, when your knees hit the ground and your tears stain the floor, when your strength runs out and your reasoning finally lets go, you stand in the most powerful place a person can ever be. The place of prayer, the place of trust, the place where God is not your last resort, but your only hope. And it is in that sacred surrender that God begins to work the impossible. You may be standing before something right now that feels too vast, too shattered, too far gone. Perhaps the doctor said it cannot be healed. Perhaps the weight of debt feels like an ocean you cannot cross. Perhaps the relationship is fractured beyond mending. Or your soul is so drained you no longer even know how to weep. But hear me, when you pray and when you believe that God will move, when you place your burden into the hands of the one who set the stars in place and commands the winds, you have done the most powerful thing a human being can ever do. The world teaches you to hustle, to scheme, to manipulate your way through life. But prayer, real prayer, is not weakness. It is the boldest act of war against darkness. It is a declaration that you believe in a power far greater than anything you can touch or see. It is saying, God, I cannot, but you can. And that trust, that surrender, is the soil where miracles begin to grow. Some of you have been praying for years and haven't seen an answer yet. You wonder if God hears you. You wonder if anything is happening at all. But let me ask you, do you think God has forgotten you? Do you believe the Almighty who parts seas and raises dry bones cannot handle your situation? Do not mistake silence for absence. God is not ignoring you. He is building something in you. He is stretching your faith, is preparing the perfect time. And when His appointed moment comes, no force on earth, no demon in hell, no man, no system can stop what He is about to do. Do not let time weaken your trust. Do not let delay devour your hope. For when you pray with faith, you are aligning yourself with the very will and power of God. You are inviting the eternal into your temporary. You are calling down heaven into your battle. And my friend, there is no limit to what God can do when a person truly believes. Look around this world. People put their trust in money, in science, in governments, in philosophies, in their own abilities, but all of that crumbles. All of that fails. But those who trust in God stand unshaken. You can be broke, but still at peace. You can be sick, but still confident. You can be alone, but still bold. Because you know that your help doesn't come from man. It comes from the Almighty. And when He steps in, the impossible becomes possible. Prayer is not just word. It's not just rituals. It is communion with the one who breathes galaxies into existence. It is intimate access to the throne room of the King of all creation. And when you trust Him, when you come not as a beggar but as a believer, not doubting but expecting, God begins to move in ways you cannot imagine. He does not need permission from people to bless you. He does not need logic to make a way. He does not need your credentials or your connections. All He needs is your faith. That mustard seed trust that says, God, I believe you can do what no one else can. And God honors that kind of faith. He is drawn to it. He responds to it. Not always in the way you expect, but always in the way that's best. Some of you have been told, it's too late. The enemy whispers, you'll never recover. You'll never get out. You'll never be free. But God says, I make rivers in the desert. I call things that are not as though they are. I open doors no man can shut. You have to stop measuring your future by what you see right now. Stop letting your emotions dictate your faith. What you feel is not always what is real. What you see is not always the full picture. God works in the invisible. He works behind the scenes. And when you least expect it, He will show up in a way that leaves you in awe. You must be willing to wait and worship, to pray and praise, to trust even when there's no sign, because that is the very definition of faith. Believing when there is no evidence, trusting when there is no proof, holding on when there is no reason left but God. And that kind of faith, that kind of relentless trust, it moves the heart of God. There is a divine timing to everything. Some breakthroughs come instantly and others come through a process. But when you commit to prayer not as a task but as a lifestyle, you begin to see things from a higher perspective. You no longer panic at the storms because you know who is in the boat with you. You no longer fear the fire because you know God is in the flames. And you no longer chase after man's approval because you are anchored in the assurance that God is for you, and that is enough. You have to speak what you believe, not what you feel. Speak victory when you see defeat. Speak life when you see death. Speak breakthrough when you see breakdown. Because your words are seeds, and faith speaks even before the harvest appears. Every time you pray, you are watering that seed. Every time you trust, You are pulling it closer to manifestation. You don't need to see it to believe it. You need to believe it. And then you will see it. You trust to treat you. Do not let the size of your problem intimidate your faith. Let the size of your God intimidate your problem. He is not limited by what limits you. He is not scared by what scares you. When you put your trust in God, you are stepping out of natural limitation and into supernatural possibility. And yes, the enemy will try to distract you. He'll try to discourage you. He'll use delay to make you doubt. But if you just keep praying, if you keep trusting, if you keep standing even when it hurts, God will honor your perseverance. Heaven does not overlook persistent faith. God does not ignore a heart that keeps crying out. In fact, sometimes the battle gets hardest right before the breakthrough. That's not the time to quit. It's the time to push harder in prayer. You must remember God's delays are not His denials. He is never early and never late. He moves when the moment is right, when the story will bring Him the most glory. And sometimes He allows the situation to become utterly impossible, so that when He moves, no one can steal His glory. It won't be your wisdom, your power, or your talent. It will be clear to everyone around you. This was God and God alone. There's someone listening right now who feels like all hope is gone. You've prayed, but nothing changed. You've trusted, but the burden still feels heavy. Let me speak directly to your spirit. God has not forgotten you. He has not abandoned you. There is something happening in the spiritual realm that your eyes cannot yet see, but it's real, it's powerful, and it's coming. The breakthrough you're waiting for may not come the way you expected. God's answers often look different than our requests, but they are always better, always wiser, always more complete. That's why you must pray with open hands, not clenched fists. Let God be God. Let Him write the story. Let Him choose the method. You just keep trusting, keep believing, keep expecting. You don't need to have it all figured out. You don't need to know the details. All you need is the confidence that God is able and willing to do the impossible. And He will, not for your glory, but for His. Not to elevate your name, but to lift up your trust. And when He does, your story will become a testimony. Your pain will become purpose. Your trial will become triumph. Every great move of God starts with someone who dares to believe. Someone who prays like it's already done. Someone who stands on the promises, not on the circumstances. Someone who shuts out the noise of doubt and tunes into the whisper of God's faithfulness. Be that person. Be the one who refuses to give up. Be the one who walks by faith, not by sight. Because prayer is not just talking, it's trusting. It's surrendering your need to control and saying, God, I believe your way is better. And when you live like that, when you breathe faith, walk in trust, and pray without ceasing, then you become unstoppable. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is within you. You may be tired. You may feel weak, but your strength is not the source of your victory. God is, and He never runs out. He never grows weary. He never fails. So pray like the answer's already on the way. Trust like the breakthrough is just around the corner. Because with God, nothing, absolutely nothing is impossible. When you kneel in prayer, you are not just making a request. You are activating a covenant with the Almighty. You are declaring, God, you alone have the power. You alone have the wisdom. You alone are my source. And the moment you make that declaration, from the depths of your soul, the atmosphere begins to shift. the chains in the unseen begin to loosen. The clouds of confusion start to clear. Why? Because when a human heart fully surrenders to God with unwavering trust, all of creation responds to that faith. Mountains tremble, storms obey, and doors that were locked for years begin to open. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is. You were never meant to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. That pressure, that anxiety, that fear, it was never yours to bear. It belongs in the hands of the one who shaped the heavens and knows the number of hairs on your head. God is not watching from a distance. He is involved. He is invested, and He is moving even when you feel stuck. Sometimes God's greatest work is done in the waiting. Sometimes the silence is His strategy, not His absence. He is sculpting something in you that cannot be rushed. And while you wait, He asks only one thing: that you pray and that you trust. When you pray, do not pray as if you're begging. Pray as one who knows the authority of the one you're speaking to. When you ask, do not come with a spirit of defeat, but with bold expectation. God honors confidence in Him. Not arrogance, not pride, but holy boldness. The kind that says, even if the whole world turns against me, I will still stand firm because my hope is in the one who never changes. That kind of trust is a magnet for miracles. It calls heaven to attention. It demands a response from the throne of power. You must rise above your emotions. Feelings fluctuate like the wind, but truth remains unshaken. And the truth is, God has never failed. Not once. His record is perfect. He delivered when there was no way. He provided when the cupboards were bare. He protected when the enemy encamps on every side. Do not let a temporary struggle make you doubt eternal power. Trust is not blind. It's visionary. It sees beyond the now into the realm of what will be. Because when God speaks, it is already done in the unseen. You're just waiting to see it manifest in the physical. Stop asking, how will it happen? That's not your business. The how belongs to God. Your part is to believe. Your part is to speak as if it's done. To act as if the door is already open. To walk with the posture of someone who knows their breakthrough is inevitable. Faith isn't passive. It moves. It breathes. It expects. So get up from that place of despair and stand in the authority of your prayer. Cry out to God with a voice that refuses to be silenced by fear or failure. Let them laugh. Let them mock. Let them call your trust in God foolish. Because soon they'll witness the hand of God move on your behalf, and all their words will crumble in the light of His glory. God does not let His faithful ones be put to shame. What you prayed for in private, He will reward openly. What you whispered through tears, He will answer with thunder. What you trusted Him with in secret, He will display in the daylight. But understand this, true trust does not come from comfort. It is forged in fire. It is built in the storms. And maybe, just maybe, what you're going through isn't punishment, but preparation. Maybe the delay isn't rejection, but redirection. God is not trying to break you. He is trying to build you. And in the process, He is teaching you to pray without ceasing, to believe without doubting, and to trust without borders. Stop putting limits on what God can do. He does not operate within the boundaries of human reason. He parts seas with wind. He feeds multitudes without kitchens. He creates outcomes no man can explain. That's the God you serve. the God of the impossible. So don't limit him with your thinking. Don't box him in with your logic. Don't restrict him with your fear. Instead, open your heart wide. Let your faith rise like a flood. Declare with every breath, my God is able, my God is willing. My God will do what no one else can. There are blessings with your name on them, waiting on the other side of your obedience. There are miracles that are triggered by your surrender. And yes, there are battles that will not be won by fighting harder, but by trusting deeper. There are victories that will come, not when you strive, but when you rest in God's timing and power. So don't confuse movement with progress. Sometimes the most powerful move you can make is to be still, pray, and trust. This is not the time to give up. This is not the time to shrink back. This is the time to press in harder, to speak louder in prayer, to fight not with fists but with faith, because you are not alone. God is with you. He goes before you. He stands behind you. He surrounds you, and He will not allow you to be defeated when your trust is anchored in Him. Be warned, there will be voices trying to pull you into fear. People will say, be realistic. But you weren't called to be realistic. You were called to be faithful. God is not bound by statistics. He is not hindered by diagnosis. He is not threatened by the odd. He is above them all. So let your faith be louder than the facts. Let your prayer be stronger than your panic. Let your trust in God drown out every voice of doubt. And when the answer comes, and it will come, you will not only rejoice, but you will understand why you had to wait, why you had to weep, why you had to walk alone for a season, because God was preparing you for something greater than you imagined. He was stretching your capacity, deepening your roots, expanding your faith, and now you are ready to carry the weight of the blessing that's about to be poured into your life. Keep praying. Keep trusting. Not because you see the signs, but because you know the one who holds the signs. Not because you feel strong, but because you know God is your strength. Not because it makes sense, but because you believe in the one who sees what you cannot. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not too late or too far gone. You are exactly where God wants you to be. For His power to be revealed, for His name to be glorified, and for your life to become a living testimony that prayer and trusting God will make the impossible bold. And when that day comes, when the floodgates burst open, when the answer arrives, when the healing flows, when the chains fall off, when the door swings wide, you will not say, look what I did. No, you will say, look what God has done. I prayed, I trusted, and God did the impossible. And listen to me carefully now. This is not just about waiting for a miracle. It's about becoming the kind of person who trusts God so completely that your peace is unshakable, your faith is untouchable, and your hope burns brighter even in the darkest valley. This is about spiritual maturity. Anyone can pray when life is smooth, but it takes divine strength to trust God when the winds howl and the waves crash. And that's when real faith is revealed, not in the absence of pressure, but in the presence of it. Trust becomes your torch when the night is long, and prayer becomes your oxygen when it feels like you're drowning. And let me tell you, God honors that kind of resilience. You must begin to see delay not as a denial, but as development. You are being forged in fire, not forgotten. You are being refined, not rejected. And when God is done shaping you, molding you, preparing you, nothing will be able to stop what He has planned for your life. The doors you thought were closed forever will begin to open. The opportunities that bypassed you will circle back around. The healing that seemed out of reach will come rushing in. But first, God must bring your trust to a place where it's no longer attached to outcome. It's attached to Him alone. Do not tie your trust to results. Tie it to God's character, because His ways are higher than yours. His thoughts are deeper than yours, and His timing is wiser than anything you could plan. Sometimes what you call a delay is God's divine protection. What you think is punishment is actually preparation. God is not in the business of instant gratification. He's in the business of eternal transformation. And every tear you shed in secret, every prayer you whisper in the quiet, every moment you choose to believe when everything screams doubt, God sees it all, and He rewards it in His time. It's easy to want answers. It's natural to crave closure, but faith doesn't feed on answers. It feeds on trust. And when you begin to walk by trust and not by sight, you enter into a realm where miracles are born. You become someone who no longer needs to see it to believe it. You believe it, and therefore you see it. You begin to speak with authority because you've been in the presence of the Almighty. You walk through storms with a steady heart because your anchor isn't tied to your circumstances. It's tied to God. And hear this, God doesn't only want to pull off the impossible for you. He wants to shape you into a vessel that carries His power to other people. He wants your life soaked in prayer, rooted so deep in trust that when people look at you, they say, "There's something different about this one." There's a strength here that can't be traced to human effort. There's a part of you that defies explanation. That's the mark of truly trusting God. You stop living by the world's panic. You stop reacting like everyone else. You move to a higher cadence, a divine rhythm, because you know who holds your life. Some of you are pressed in right now, feeling the walls tighten. The enemy would have you believe it's finished, that God has turned away, that you are alone. But I promise you, God draws nearest when you feel least able. He does His finest work when your options run dry. If you choose to trust Him in this so-called impossible hour, you will witness a power that reason cannot explain. The kind of power that only God can display. You must learn to speak to your situation with authority. You must declare, even when your voice shakes, that you will not be moved. You will not give up. You will not stop believing, because your God is greater than every fear, every obstacle, every attack, every lie, every delay. Say it with me now. My trust is in God alone. I will not be shaken. I will not be silenced. I will not be discouraged. Let that be the anthem of your life. Let it rise in your spirit like a fire that cannot be quenched. Trust is not just an emotional decision, it is a spiritual discipline. It must be built daily, watered by prayer, guarded by worship, sustained by reflection. You must constantly remind yourself of who God is. Look back at the times He carried you, the battles He already won, the doors He already opened, and know this: if He did it before, He will do it again. Maybe not the same way, maybe not in the same timing, but He will move, because God is faithful to every promise. Don't get distracted by the voices of fear. Don't get swallowed by the news, the gossip, the noise. Block out every sound that contradicts the voice of God. Build your mind on truth. Meditate on the power and greatness of God. Speak words that build your spirit, not break it. And pray with the confidence of someone who knows that God is not far off, not uninterested, not unaware. He is near. He is active, and He is listening. Prayer is not a ritual. It is a lifeline. It is the meeting place between your weakness and God's strength. It is the bridge between your confusion and God's clarity. It is where burdens are lifted, vision is restored, and courage is reborn. And the more you pray, the stronger your trust grows until one day, what once terrified you becomes the very ground you dance upon. What once overwhelmed you becomes the testimony you share with others, because God will take the pain that nearly broke you and use it to build you. So do not back down. Do not retreat. Do not fall into despair. You are not defeated. You are in process. You are not overlooked. You are being positioned. Every setback is setting the stage. Every closed door is being used to direct your steps. God is orchestrating details you don't even know about. And when the fullness of time comes, when all the pieces align, what seemed impossible will suddenly become reality. But remember, the greatest miracle is not the thing you're asking for. It is what God is doing inside you while you wait. He is making your heart steadfast. He is making your spirit unbreakable. He is forming you into someone who doesn't just believe in God's power. You live in it. You move in it. You walk in it. You speak from it. You no longer just know of God. You know Him intimately, and once you reach that level of trust, no storm can shake you again. There is nothing more powerful than a person who prays without doubt and trusts without limits. That kind of person cannot be manipulated by circumstances. They cannot be held back by fear. They cannot be destroyed by trials because they are connected to the eternal. They are rooted in the unshakable, and they walk through life knowing no matter what comes, God is with me. And if God is with me, I cannot fail. And now I speak to the depths of your soul, the place where fear often whispers louder than faith, where doubt knocks on the door of your destiny, and where delay tries to make you question your worth. Let me remind you with thunderous certainty, your prayers are not in vain. Your trust is not wasted. Every cry you've uttered, every tear you've shed in the solitude of your struggle has been heard and seen by God. He has not turned away. He has not abandoned you. He is closer now than ever before, silently moving, divinely orchestrating, and preparing a blessing that far exceeds your request. You must understand that God is not limited by time the way we are. What feels like years of silence to you could be moments in the divine design. God is eternal. He sees the end from the beginning. He knows what lies behind every closed door and what miracle waits behind every trial. And sometimes He allows you to walk through fire, not to burn you, but to refine you, to purify your faith, to burn away the dependency on others, on outcomes, on circumstances, until all you're left with is complete, unshakable trust in Him alone. That, my friend, is when the impossible becomes possible. Not when you have all the answers, not when everything feels good, but when your trust is so anchored in God that you can walk through the valley and declare, "Even here I believe." When you can face the lion's den, the furnace, the flood, and say with trembling courage, "My God is able," that's when the atmosphere begins to shift. That's when God's hand begins to move, not just for you, but through you. You see, true trust doesn't wait for evidence. It becomes the evidence. It doesn't echo the voice of the world. It drowns it out. And prayer, real prayer, isn't about repeating fancy words. It's about aligning your entire being with the will and wisdom of God. It's about opening your spirit to say, "God, not my way, not my timeline, not my plan, but yours." That is the most dangerous and powerful place you can live from, because you are no longer relying on the strength of man. Do we know? You are relying fully on the might of God. When you pray and trust, you stop panicking at every setback. You stop questioning your worth because of other people's opinions. You stop doubting your future because of what the world says is possible. Because you know who holds your tomorrow. You know who commands the wind and tells the oceans where to stop. You know who sustains the heavens and governs the earth. And that same God is sustaining you right now, this very moment. Even if everything around you feels like it's crumbling, listen closely. The greater the battle, the greater the blessing on the other side. The deeper the pain, the more glorious the purpose it's birthing. The trial you're in, it's not the end of your story. It's the chapter that leads to your testimony. But only if you don't give up. Only if you keep praying through the silence, trusting through the delay, and praising through the pain. Because God is not done with you. No, He is just getting started. Some of you are waiting on a miracle, but God is waiting on you, waiting for you to let go of your grip on fear, waiting for you to stop depending on your own strength, waiting for you to stop talking about how big the problem is and start declaring how limitless He is. It is not your job to figure everything out. Your job is to believe, to trust, to pray with boldness, and stand in unshakable faith, no matter how long the night lasts. The night may be dark, but God is the master of dawn. He brings morning with a single command. He speaks, and creation obeys. If He could carve the mountains, separate the seas, and hang the sun in the sky, what is your situation in comparison? If He sustains the galaxies with precision, don't you think He can sustain you? If He opens the womb of the barren, parts the seas for the faithful, and delivers the oppressed from armies, do you not believe He can do the same for you? And if the answer hasn't come yet, if the door hasn't opened yet, if the healing hasn't arrived yet, then trust this truth. God is still working behind the scenes in ways you can't see, in people you don't know, in places you've never been. And when the appointed time comes, and it will come, it will be so perfect, so divine that you'll fall to your knees, not asking why did it take so long, but thanking Him that He didn't give it to you a moment sooner. This journey of trust is not just about what God will do for you. It's about who you become through the process. God wants to birth in you a deeper strength, a bolder voice, a more refined spirit. He wants your life to echo His power. He wants you to walk in such authority that when storms come, you don't flinch. When opposition rises, you don't flee. When fear knocks, you don't answer because you know who you belong to. You know who you stand with. And you know that nothing, absolutely nothing, is impossible for God. So don't let discouragement take root. Don't let the temporary steal the eternal. Don't let the shadow block the light of God's promise. When your mind says this will never work, let your soul rise up and declare, but God can. When the facts say it's over, let your faith shout, God has the final word. When everything around you says be afraid, let your trust in God roar back, I will not fear. Let me speak now to the one who's been on the edge of quitting, the one who has prayed for so long and seen nothing change, the one who wonders if they heard God wrong. You didn't. You are still on the right path. Do not turn back. The very resistance you feel is confirmation that something powerful is on the way. The enemy fights the hardest when he knows a breakthrough is near. Your prayer is shaking the heaven. Your trust is stirring divine action. And God is watching not with indifference, but with great delight. Your faith right now in this very moment is being recorded in the eternal record of heaven. Your tears are being caught. Your sighs are being heard. Your name is being whispered in the courts of glory. And soon, when the fullness of time has come, God will move. And when He moves, you'll understand why you had to wait, why it had to be hard, why the journey seemed long, because He was preparing you to receive something bigger than you asked for. So lift your head, wipe your tears, square your shoulders, and pray again, trust again, speak life again, because God has not forgotten you. God has not failed you. God has not changed His mind about you. And what He promised, He will perform. What He spoke, He will fulfill. What He started, He will complete. Not by your strength, not by your wisdom, not by your connections, but by the power of God, who alone can do what no man can, who alone can change in a moment what years could not, and who alone deserves every ounce of your trust. Keep praying, keep trusting, and watch. Yes, watch as the impossible bows before the Almighty. And now let your heart be still and your ears be open. For what I speak next is not from the intellect of man, but from the depth of the soul that has tasted the fire and knows the faithfulness of God. There's a realm you can only enter through unwavering trust, a place not reached by status, not unlocked by influence, not accessed through intellect, but opened only by the heart that believes, truly believes, that God is greater than all things visible and invisible. And when your soul begins to live in that truth, then prayer becomes more than a practice. It becomes your power. Trust becomes more than a word. It becomes your weapon. God is not moved by fancy words, eloquent speech, or rehearsed rituals. He is moved by the heart that is bowed before Him in humility, by the spirit that cries out, "You alone are my helper." And when you reach the end of yourself, when your plans fail, your strength fades, and your resources run dry, God does not leave you empty. He fills what is surrendered. He empowers what is yielded. He lifts what is bowed low. So if you feel weak today, if you feel empty, you are in the perfect position for God to do something extraordinary in your life. But hear me clearly, there is a price to be paid for real trust. It is not cheap. It is not comfortable. It demands your pride. It crushes your ego. It strips you of the illusion that you are in control. And in that sacred place of dependence, God builds you. He breaks what is false so He can establish what is true. He tears down every idol, every distraction, every false sense of security so that you may stand with clean hands and a pure heart before Him. When God wants to elevate a person, He doesn't start by lifting them up. He starts by stripping them down, because He knows that only a heart purified by pain and refined by pressure can carry the kind of power He is about to pour out. That's why you cannot despise the struggle. You cannot curse the process. You must trust that even in the silence, even in the loss, even in the confusion, God is at work. And what He is building in you is not ordinary. It is sacred. It is eternal. It is strong enough to carry not just a blessing, but a divine purpose. Your trust in God must become your identity. Not a backup plan, not a second option, not something you run to only when life breaks down, but the very foundation upon which you stand, breathe, and move. That is where real transformation happens. That is where prayers stop being wishful thinking and become declarations of faith. That is where you stop living from fear and start living from power. The world will look at your storm and call it failure. But God sees your storm and calls it preparation because He knows what He is about to do with your life. And sometimes He allows the flood so you'll learn to build an ark. Sometimes He permits the wilderness so you learn how to follow the cloud. Sometimes He hides the answer so your trust will become pure, not based on reward, but on relationship. And when you begin to live like that, when your entire being is anchored in God alone, then you will no longer be shaken by delay or discouraged by defeat. You'll walk through the fire and not smell of smoke. You'll face the lions and never flinch, because you will know that nothing can touch what God has covered. Nothing can stop what God has spoken. Nothing can overturn what God has ordained. Some of you are praying for healing, but God is first healing your faith. You're asking for open doors, but God is making sure your character can handle what's behind them. You're crying for the mountain to move, but God is teaching your spirit how to climb. Because God is not just concerned with what you want, He is committed to who you're becoming. And the only way to become someone who carries divine purpose is to learn how to trust even when it hurts. There is a sacred confidence that comes when you trust God. It's not arrogance. It's not pride. It's not based on who you are, but on who He is. You begin to walk into rooms differently. You face your challenges differently. You look at life with a steadiness that confuses people because they see the storm, but you see the one who commands it. They see the fire, but you know the one who controls the flame. And even when you're surrounded by impossibility, you walk in peace because you know God is with you. And that trust, that holy trust, it becomes contagious. Others will see your faith and be strengthened. They will witness your endurance and be inspired. They will watch you worship through the storm and begin to question everything they thought they knew about strength. Because when a person truly trusts God, they become a living example of His power, a light in darkness, a voice of hope in a hopeless world. But you must choose it daily. You must feed your faith. You must protect your trust like a treasure. You must guard your heart from the lies of fear, from the poison of doubt, from the voices that say, "It's too late, it'll never happen, God has forgotten you." Because those are not the whispers of God. They are the tactics of the enemy designed to kill your courage and silence your prayers. Reject every lie that says you are unworthy, that you are forgotten, that you are broken beyond repair. God does not deal in hopeless cases. He specializes in resurrection stories. He takes what man throws away and uses it to reveal His glory, and your life is no exception. If you can still breathe, then He can still move. If you can still pray, then the heavens can still open. If you can still trust, then the impossible is still within reach. Do not waste your energy comparing your journey to someone else's. Their timing is not your timing. Their path is not your path. Trust that God knows the unique blueprint He has for you. He knows your strengths, your wounds, your past, your potential. And He is writing a story that is beyond what you can comprehend. A story that will make sense only when you see the masterpiece He has been weaving through your pain. So today, choose trust over turmoil. Choose prayer over panic. Choose faith over fear. Stand in the truth that God is not just able, He is willing. He is not just powerful, He is personal. He sees you. He knows you. He cares for you. And if you will walk with Him, trust Him, and stay close to Him, then your life will not be defined by your struggle, but by your surrender. Not by your pain, but by your prayer. Not by the impossible, but by the God who makes all things possible. And now, as you stand at the crossroads of your decision, Will you keep worrying, doubting, and depending on your own strength? Or will you rise up in faith, fall to your knees in prayer, and trust that God will do what no one else can do? This is your moment. The moment to shift your perspective, the moment to stop limiting God to your understanding, the moment to stop waiting for signs and start walking in faith. Because God is not waiting on your perfection, He's waiting on your trust. He's not demanding your strength. He's asking for your surrender. The impossible is not for the powerful. It is for the faithful. If you dare to believe, if you choose to pray, if you decide to stand firm when everything around you tells you to collapse, then nothing will be out of reach for you. God is still at work. He is still answering cries. He is still unlocking doors that no hand can close. And the very power that spoke the heavens and the earth into being is prepared to act for you. But you must pray as though it's already accomplished. Believe as though the answer is already written, and live as though the breakthrough is already unfolding. Do not allow fear to script your life. Do not let doubt rob you of your miracle. Let your journey reflect not your own strength, but your unwavering faith in the one who makes all things possible. For when you pray and trust Him completely, God will do beyond what you ask, faster than you expect, and greater than you can imagine. So rise up, not in fear, but in faith. Walk forward, not in confusion, but in confidence. Speak out, not in defeat, but with holy expectation. And hold fast to this eternal truth. God will accomplish the impossible. There comes a point in every life, yes, in each of us, when we stop and feel the hollow space of what once was. A point when the quiet burden of loss rests heavy. Relationships that slipped away, health that faltered, finances that dwindled, time that can never be recaptured. We journey through valleys of sorrow, eyes filled with tears, hearts filled with questions. But hear me today, with fire burning in my spirit and a conviction that cannot be shaken. God will restore what has been taken from your life. This is no empty promise. This is no fragile hope whispered by the broken. This is the eternal truth of a powerful God who never forgets what the enemy dared to steal from His faithful children. When God looks upon what was stripped from you, the years that slipped away, betrayals that cut deep, dreams that were buried beneath sorrow, He does not remain silent. He does not turn His face. No, He stands ready to restore, to renew, to redeem every single thing that was lost. And when God gives back, it is never returned the same. He multiplies it. He strengthens it. He makes it new. You may have lost people you love, but God has not left you loveless. You may have lost opportunities, but God has not finished writing your story. You may have lost confidence, hope, peace, but listen to me now. God is the restorer of broken years, the healer of torn hearts, and the provider of new beginnings. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. God has watched every tear fall. God has felt every ache in your heart. And God will not let your loss be the end of the story. There is power in trusting God even when you don't understand. There is power in standing firm, even when the winds of life have tried to blow you over. There is power in faith that refuses to bow to discouragement. Because when you put your hope in God, when you say, even though I've lost much, I still trust God to restore, that is when God moves in your life in a mighty way. That is when the heavens shift. That is when the impossible becomes reality. God is not a God who abandons. God is not a God who turns His back when life gets hard. No, God leans in closer to the brokenhearted. God draws near to the weary when you're walking through the rubble of what used to be. God walks with you, and He speaks this truth into your soul. I will give you back what you lost. I will turn your mourning into dancing. I will lift you from the ashes and set you among the blessed. Do not measure your future by your past. Do not look at the wreckage and think that's all there will ever be. You may be standing in loss right now, but you serve a God who specializes in restoration. God does not see your situation as hopeless. He sees it as the perfect place for a miracle. What you see is broken, God sees as the beginning of something glorious. What you call the end, God calls the foundation. So many walk around feeling like their best days are behind them. But I say to you, your best days are not in the past. They are ahead of you because God is not done. God is still writing your future. God is still working behind the scenes. God is preparing blessings that will chase you down, favor that will find you, peace that will fill you, and restoration that will shock those who thought you were finished. So you will promise, for you will know. You may have been lied to. You may have been betrayed. You may have lost everything you thought you needed. But God says, I am enough. And when God steps in, the impossible bows down. The wounds begin to heal. The shattered pieces begin to form a new creation. You do not serve a small God. You serve a mighty, unstoppable, mountain-moving God. And that God will give you back what was stolen, not out of pity, but out of purpose. And you didn't go through that loss for no reason. You didn't survive that betrayal for no purpose. You didn't cry those tears for nothing. God allowed what was taken to set the stage for what is coming. He allowed the pain to make room for the promise. He allowed the breaking to lead to the blessing. So don't you dare give up. Don't you dare sit down in sorrow. Get up in faith and believe that God is about to give you more than you had before. And let me tell you something the enemy doesn't want you to hear. What God gives you back will not only restore what was lost, it will elevate you to a place you never thought you could reach. Because God is not in the business of bringing you back to where you were. He's in the business of taking you higher, stretching your faith, enlarging your territory, and proving to you and the world that He alone is God. Do not confuse delay with denial. Just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it won't happen. God works in His own time. And when that time comes, no devil in hell can stop it. When the time comes, the door will open, the blessing will come, the healing will rush in like a river, and everyone who saw you struggle will witness the glory of God on your life. You may be in the waiting room of life right now. You may be looking at empty hands and wondering when they will be filled again. But I urge you, wait with faith, not fear. Wait with hope, not despair. Because God has never failed. Not once, and He will not fail you. If He took you through the fire, He will bring you out. If He allowed the loss, He will restore the gain. And when He does, you will say, only God could have done this. Every great story of faith was born out of loss. Every powerful testimony began in a season of brokenness. But God steps into the middle of that mess and begins to breathe life. He takes the things you thought were dead and brings them back to life. He takes the years that were stolen and makes them more fruitful than ever before. God is not intimidated by how bad it looks. He's not discouraged by how long it's been. God is ready to move. Even now, even in this moment while you're listening to these words, God is stirring something in your life. You may not feel it, you may not see it, but trust this. God is setting things in motion. He's calling hearts to change. He's moving people into position. He's aligning moments of favor that will open new doors. And all of it, every step is part of His divine plan to give you back what was lost. You must understand, when God chooses to restore, He does not simply return what was taken, He redeems it with purpose. That pain you endured, that season of lack, that heartbreak and confusion, God takes it all and turns it into power. He converts tears into testimonies and wounds into wisdom. When others look at your life and see the scars, they will not see defeat. They will see proof that God was with you the entire time, that even in loss, you were never alone. Some of you have been holding on by a thread. You've said in silence, God, I don't know how much more I can take, but I say to you today, you are closer to restoration than you realize. You are closer to divine compensation than you can imagine. God hears the silent cries, the prayers whispered into your pillow, the groans too deep for words, and God responds, not always in the way you expect, but always in the way that's best for your soul. There are no accidents with God. If something was removed from your life, it is because God saw what you could not. If someone walked away, it is because God is making room for someone better. If a door closed, it is because that door could not lead you to your destiny. You may have lost something you thought you needed, but God will replace it with something you were created for. God's restoration doesn't just satisfy, it exceeds. And let me tell you, when God is about to restore, it often feels like everything is falling apart. That's when the ground shakes. That's when people start changing. That's when confusion rises. But don't be deceived by the chaos. Don't be discouraged by the shaking. God is simply rearranging the pieces. He is breaking down the old to build up the new. He is tearing down the false to make way for the truth. Sometimes before God gives back, He has to clear the clutter, remove the counterfeit, and silence the noise. There are seasons when God allows loss to awaken your dependence on Him. Because sometimes it is only when everything else is gone that you finally realize that God is everything you truly need. And in that moment of awakening, you become positioned for divine restoration. You become a vessel that is no longer trying to live off your own strength, but fully surrendered to the strength of God alone. You must stop measuring God's faithfulness by your timeline. His ways are not our ways. His thoughts are higher. When you look at your life and say, it's too late, God says, I'm just getting started. When you look at your age, your situation, your mistakes, and think the damage is beyond repair, God sees opportunity for a miracle so mighty, so undeniable, that no one will be able to take credit but God alone. Do not let the enemy convince you that the loss was the end. That is the lie of darkness. The enemy wants you to settle in sorrow, to build a home in the valley of despair. But you were not made to live in the land of loss. You were made to rise. You were made to be renewed. You were made to walk out of that grave of grief with a spirit full of power. You were made to be a living witness to the goodness of God, who restores, revives, and repositions. There is a power that comes when you praise God in the middle of your pain. There is a shift that happens when, instead of complaining about what you've lost, you start declaring what God is about to do. Praise in the pit shakes the foundation of your future. Gratitude in grief summons divine intervention. When you say, God, I still trust you even now, you invite the supernatural into your natural. You see, God is not looking for perfection. God is looking for faith. The kind of faith that says, even though I don't see the answer, I know God is working. The kind of faith that says, even though I feel alone, I know God is near. The kind of faith that doesn't wait for the restoration to begin praising, but praises as if it's already done. Because with God, it is. There are blessings with your name on them that have not yet been delivered. Not because God has forgotten you, but because He is preparing you to carry them. God will never release a blessing that will crush you. He strengthens your character before He returns what was lost. He stretches your faith before He brings the breakthrough. He deepens your trust before He gives you double for your trouble. And once the preparation is complete, the restoration comes like a flood. Some of you are asking, why did it take so long? Let me answer with truth, because God is not interested in quick fixes. God is interested in eternal foundations. What God is doing in your life is not small. It is not temporary. It is not fragile. It is strong. It is lasting. It is sacred. And because of that, it requires time. Trust the process. Trust the plan. Trust the promise. When God restores, He also refines us. He doesn't just return what was lost. He cleanses what was broken. He renews your mind. He reshapes your thinking. He purifies your motives, so that when you receive the restoration, you're not just returning to where you were. You're stepping into who you were always meant to be. You may think, I've lost years, but God can restore years. You may think I've lost reputation, but God can lift your name higher than it ever was. You may think I've lost family, peace, identity, but hear this now. God can rebuild what was torn down, even from ashes. Even if everything burned to the ground, God can raise up something more beautiful than what once stood. That is the power of divine restoration. Some of the most powerful people you will ever meet are not the ones who never lost anything. They are the ones who lost everything, yet still chose to believe, still chose to trust, still chose to hope. And because they did, God honored their faith with restoration beyond what they could have imagined. When God begins to restore, it's not just a matter of replacing what was taken. It's a divine rearranging of your destiny. It's God stepping into the ruins of your disappointment and building a foundation that cannot be shaken. You see, the loss wasn't sent to destroy you. It was sent to reveal the strength that only comes from God. The stripping away was necessary to make room for the sacred. The pruning was painful, but it was purposeful. For God does not plant without intention, and He does not allow loss without the promise of greater gain. You must understand something deep, something that pierces the soul. Every loss in your life that drew you closer to God was not really a loss. It was a blessing in disguise. When God removes something, He's protecting your spirit from contamination. When something slips from your grasp, it may be because it could not carry you to your next season. God is too wise to be mistaken and too faithful to abandon you in your brokenness. What you thought was the end, God sees as the beginning of transformation. Sometimes it takes losing everything to see that God is the only one who never changes, the only one who stays, the only one who restores not just what was taken, but restores with wisdom, maturity, clarity, and divine favor. Some of the most precious things you gain in life come through what you lost. God will use your wilderness to sharpen your walk. He will use your silence to sharpen your spirit. He will use your pain to expand your purpose. There are doors that close not because you were unworthy, but because God had something better. There are people who left not because you were unlovable, but because God saw their presence would hinder your peace. Do not mourn the chapters God has ended. Rejoice that He is the author who writes with redemption. When others give up on you, God steps in and says, I will restore, I will renew, I will raise you up again. And when God raises you up, it won't be subtle. It won't be hidden. It won't be quiet. God will make it known. The same people who saw you at your lowest will see the evidence of divine restoration in your life. The same ones who mocked your pain will witness your rising. Because God does not restore you in secret. He blesses you in the open. He honors you where you were once humiliated. He lifts you where you were once overlooked. Who glorifies His name through your comeback. Some of you are in a place right now where you don't even know what to pray. You've lost so much, cried so much, struggled so much that words feel empty. But let me tell you this truth. God hears the prayer of the heart. God sees the prayer of the soul. God recognizes faith even when it is silent. And that silent faith, that unwavering trust, that mustard seed of hope, that is what moves mountains. That is what invites restoration. Do not compare your life to others. Do not measure your worth by what others have gained. You don't know what God is protecting you from. You don't see the storms He already stopped. You don't see the traps He already destroyed. While others may seem to be rising quickly, remember what rises fast may fall just as fast. But what God builds in patience, what He restores in quiet seasons, stands the test of time. Let this truth settle in your spirit. God doesn't restore just for you. He restores through you. Your life becomes a light. Your survival becomes someone else's strength. When you walk in restoration, you carry a testimony that reaches beyond your pain. God turns your life into a message of hope for those who feel forgotten. He uses your healing to point others toward His power. You don't just get back what you lost, you gain the ability to guide others to the one who restores all. You may have lost time, but God can redeem time. You may have lost youth, but God can renew strength. You may have lost relationships, but God can fill the emptiness with peace that passes understanding. You may have lost your way, but if you're listening now, if your heart is still open, then God has already started the process of restoration. The very fact that you're still breathing means restoration is still possible. Your story is not over. The ink is not dry. God is still writing. And when God restores, He restores in layers. First, He restores your soul. He breathes new life into your spirit. He quiets your restlessness. He reminds you of who you are and whose you are. Then He restores your mind, cleansing you of toxic thoughts, calming your anxiety, renewing your perspective. Then He restores your surroundings, aligning your steps, guiding your path, opening doors that no man can shut. But let me warn you, restoration doesn't always look like what you expect. Sometimes God gives you back something in a different form. You lost one opportunity, and He gives you another with more purpose. You lost a relationship, and He replaces it with peace and clarity. You lost a position, and He gives you a platform to influence more souls than you ever could have in your previous state. Restoration is not just about retrieval, it's about elevation. So many people settle in sorrow because they think what was lost cannot be replaced. But you must reject that lie. You must rise up in faith and declare, God will give me beauty for ashes. God will restore my soul. God will return what was taken and more. Speak it, believe it, expect it. Because what you expect in faith, God will often deliver beyond. You must walk like restoration is coming. Speak like healing is on its way. Live like favor is surrounding you. Because God responds to faith, not fear, not doubt, but faith. The kind of faith that says, even if I lost everything, God is still good. Even if it hurts, I still trust God to restore what's mine. That is the kind of faith that opens heaven. That is the kind of faith that brings divine compensation. And I tell you now, from the depths of my soul, from the fire that God has placed in my spirit, what God is going to return to you will be better, bigger, and more blessed than what was lost. You're not just going to recover. You will rise, and you won't just reclaim what was lost. You will step into abundance. God doesn't simply balance accounts. He restores with increase. Every tear you shed, every sleepless night, every closed door, every wound of rejection, every season of pain and confusion, none of it has been in vain. God has seen it all. And when His hand moves to restore, suddenly it will all come together. Even the silence was shaping you. Even the waiting was holy. Even the detours carried you closer to destiny. For God is not a man. He never forgets. He cannot lie, and He makes no mistakes. You are standing exactly where He intends. He is preparing the feast. He is arranging the stage. And when the time comes, when His appointed hour arrives, you will walk into a restoration that no human hand can take credit for. When God restores, He doesn't simply patch up the broken. He rebuilds with purpose. He doesn't just fix what was shattered. He constructs something that carries your future. What was lost was never greater than what is coming. And God is not rushing, because what He is preparing for you is not temporary comfort but eternal impact. The fire you walk through will not leave you in ashes. It will leave you refined, purified, unshakable, and ready for what only God can place in your hand. You must stop looking back with regret and start looking forward with divine expectation. God does not operate in reverse. The past is not your dwelling place. It is your classroom. The pain taught you. The loss shaped you. The season of silence trained your ears to hear only God's voice. And now you are being positioned not by chance, not by coincidence, but by the direct hand of God who restores with holy precision. You may feel like you've been forgotten, passed over, cast aside, but God is not bound by the opinions of others. He does not choose based on what people say about you. He chooses based on the purity of your heart, your faith in the unseen, and your endurance through the trial. And when God says it's time, nothing can stop the restoration. No enemy, no betrayal, no mistake, no delay. When God says now, the doors open, the healing flows, the favor surrounds you like a shield. There are seasons when you will walk through loss and think, God, why did you let this happen? And in those moments you may not get an answer, but you will get something better. You will get God Himself, His presence, His power, His peace. And when you have God, you have everything. When you walk with God, what you lost cannot compare to what He is about to do. For what you lost was for a time, but what He restores will echo into eternity. Sometimes God will let you be emptied so that only He can fill you. He will allow the things you depended on to fall away so that your trust is in Him alone. He will remove the distractions, silence the noise, and let you stand still so that in the quiet you can hear Him whisper, I am still here. God is not in the business of temporary relief. He is in the business of permanent transformation. And I say to you now, what God is preparing to return to your life will not resemble what you lost. It will be greater because it will come from His hand, not man's. It will come with no sorrow attached. It will come wrapped in peace. It will come dressed in power. It will come covered in purpose. You may not understand how or when, but you can be certain of who, and that is enough. Do not give in to hopelessness. Do not sit in the shadows of yesterday. Do not let fear make your decisions. You are not abandoned. You are not invisible. You are not forsaken. You are held by the hand of God, who is preparing something in the silence, in the shadows, in the places no one sees. Restoration begins before the world notices it. It starts in the unseen, and then it bursts forth into glory. God is not waiting for your circumstances to change. He's waiting for your faith to rise, because faith is the access point. It is the key. When you believe, even when everything seems empty, God begins to move. When you expect His goodness despite your loss, the doors begin to shake open. When you say, God, I don't know how, but I know you will, you invite a power into your life that no force can resist. You must walk differently when you believe restoration is coming. You must talk differently, think differently, pray differently, speak like the breakthrough has already arrived. Think like the doors are already open. Live like God is already returning what was taken, because He is even now. Even in this moment, things are shifting. The spiritual realm is moving. The delay is ending. The drought is breaking. And the floodgates of restoration are preparing to pour. Do not curse your broken season. It was necessary. It prepared you. It revealed who was real. It exposed who was temporary. It showed you what you needed and what you didn't. And above all, it brought you closer to God. And that alone makes the pain worthwhile. Because when everything is stripped away and all that remains is your faith in God, that is where true power begins. The world may have turned its back. People may have betrayed you. Circumstances may have crushed you. But God has remained. God has stayed. God has watched. And God is rising on your behalf. The time for mourning is closing. The time for rejoicing is drawing near. The time of rebuilding is at hand. Your name is being remembered. Your tears are being counted. Your prayers are being answered. You have not suffered in vain. You have not endured for nothing. God is going to use every ounce of it. The rejection, the delay, the loss, the waiting, every chapter will become a platform. Every scar will become a badge of honor, and every word spoken against you will fall powerless when God begins to move in your favor. You must walk into this new season with holy boldness. Not with fear, not with apology, but with a confidence that comes from knowing that God is your restorer. Not man, not systems, not your own effort, but God. And what God restores, no one can revoke. What God declares yours, no one can steal. What God lifts up, no one can bring down. There are things God gives back that no human eye can measure. You may expect restoration to come in the form of money, relationships, or status. But listen closely. The greatest restoration God gives is peace of mind. When you've cried so long your heart is numb and the world's noise has drowned out your inner voice, God steps into the quiet storm of your soul and restores peace. It's not like the world gives, but a peace that steals the chaos, calms the fear, and steadies your step. You cannot buy that kind of peace. You cannot earn it. You cannot fake it. It comes only from God. And when it comes, it guards your heart and mind like a fortress. That is restoration. That is healing at its highest level. Because when the mind is healed, When the heart is made whole, everything else follows. What good is wealth without peace? What good is status without stability? But when God restores the soul, even the wilderness becomes a garden. But when God restores the soul, even the wilderness becomes a garden. You may not realize it now, but some of your losses were divine protection. Some of what you prayed to keep, God removed to preserve your purpose. Some people you begged to stay, God allowed to walk away so they wouldn't block what He was building in you. And though it hurt, though it broke your heart, God was preserving your calling. God was shielding your destiny. The separation wasn't rejection, it was redirection. And now on the other side of that loss, God is bringing you into clarity. What once confused you now reveals truth. What once shook your confidence now strengthens your faith. What once weakened your spirit now builds your endurance. Because God doesn't just restore what you lost, He restores your ability to see clearly. No more walking in fog. No more living off false expectations. God sharpens your vision before He gives you the victory. There is something sacred about the season after the storm. That quiet moment when everything seems still, don't miss it. That is where God does His greatest work. That is when He whispers direction, downloads wisdom, and pours out fresh understanding. In that silence, the soul becomes fertile ground for something divine. Do not rush through it. Do not despise it. Let God speak. Let God plant. Let God rebuild. And when He does, you will begin to see how every loss was a lesson. Every trial was a teacher. Every tear was water for your harvest. Restoration doesn't mean returning to what used to be. Restoration means stepping into what was always meant to be. And what God is preparing for you is not a duplicate of the past. It is a completely new beginning. There are places God is about to take you where the pain of your past will no longer have authority. You will walk into rooms where no one knows your sorrow, only your strength. You will stand on platforms that were built on the very tears you cried in secret. You will see the favor of God do what no effort could accomplish. That is the power of divine restoration. That is what happens when you let go of what you lost and trust God for what's next. You must stop rehearsing the pain and start prophesying the promise. Speak life over what's been broken. Declare strength over what's been weakened. Say aloud, even now God is restoring me. God is reviving me. God is preparing something greater than what I lost. Let your words align with God's will. Let your mouth echo what your faith believes, because there is power in declaration. There is authority in agreement with God. Some people around you won't understand it. They'll see the broken pieces and think your story is over. They'll measure your future by your failure. But what they don't see is what God sees. They don't see the oil being pressed out of your pain. They don't see the wisdom being forged in your wilderness. They don't see the promise God whispered to you in the darkness. And they don't need to, because what God is doing is not for applause. It's for purpose. Let them doubt. Let him walk away. Let him speak against you. But you keep your eyes on God. Keep your ears tuned to His voice, because when He restores, He doesn't consult your critics. He doesn't need the world's permission. He blesses whom He chooses. He exalts whom He wills. And when your name is called in heaven, no force on earth can deny what God has declared. And understand this, the restoration coming is not just about you, it's about those who will rise from your testimony. Those who will look at your scars and find hope. those who will hear your story and refuse to quit. God is not only restoring you, He's raising a generation through you. Your pain has purpose. Your survival has weight. What you've endured will become someone else's deliverance. There is a moment, a sacred turning point, when the weight of all you've carried becomes the foundation God builds upon. And for many, that moment is now. Not tomorrow, not someday. Now! God is calling you out of the grave of regret and into the garden of renewal. He is not waiting for the perfect circumstances. He is waiting for your unwavering surrender. He does not require your strength, only your trust. Because it is not by might, not by power, but by God alone that the restoration begins. And make no mistake, this restoration is not partial. It is not fragmented. God does not restore halfway. He restores completely, thoroughly, and with precision. He brings back the lost years, the stolen joy, the silenced voice. And when God restores, He adds something extra, something divine, something the enemy cannot touch. He gives you peace that cannot be shaken. He gives you strength that cannot be faked. He gives you purpose that cannot be denied. Some of you are still looking at the ruins, wondering if anything good can grow again. But let me tell you with divine certainty, God is a builder of ruin. He is the architect of rebirth. He does not abandon broken things. He transforms them. And you, the one listening now, the one who has been crushed under the weight of disappointment, God is about to lift you with a restoration so deep, so personal, so powerful, that your story will leave people speechless. That said, don't confuse the silence of God with the absence of God. Sometimes when heaven is quiet, it's not because God is distant. It's because He's crafting something so great your ears aren't ready to hear it yet. He's not ignoring you. He's perfecting the timing. There's a blessing being shaped in secret. And when it appears, it will not only surprise others, it will overwhelm you because it won't make sense to natural mind. It won't be deserved. It won't be explained by logic. It will be understood only by this truth. God did it. You may not feel worthy. You may not feel ready. But God's restoration is not based on your perfection. It's based on your posture, a humble heart, a surrendered will, a persistent faith. These are the vessels God chooses to restore. So even if you've made mistakes, even if you've walked away, even if you've doubted, come back. Return with faith. Return with hope. Because God is not counting your failures. He's counting your return. The enemy wants you to believe that it's too late, that the damage is done, that you've missed your chance. But that is a lie crafted to imprison your purpose. You serve a God who operates outside of time. You serve a God who steps into what was and rewrites it for what will be. When God restores, He goes back into the years you thought were wasted and fills them with meaning. He redeems time itself, not just for you, but for generations to come. You may have been robbed of your childhood. You may have endured trauma, betrayal, abandonment. But God saw it all, and God will repay. He will restore the joy you never knew. He will give you the laughter you missed. He will heal the parts of your soul you forgot were broken. And this healing, this divine repair, will not come from people, positions, or possessions. It will come from God and God alone. And when it comes, you will not walk with arrogance, but with authority. Because true restoration does not puff up. It humbles and empowers. You will know where you came from. You will remember the pain. And because you remember, you will walk with compassion. You will speak with fire. You will move with clarity. And your life will not be about proving people wrong, but proving that God is right always. So stand still and see the salvation of God. Do not try to force open doors that God has closed. Do not chase what God has removed. Do not cling to what He has stripped away. Let go. Let Him rebuild. Let Him write your story, because the chapters ahead are filled with favor, with increase, with clarity, with divine connections, and with restoration that will make you weep, not from sorrow, but from gratitude. You'll look back and say, had I not lost that, I would have never gained this. You'll realize the closed doors were the greatest blessings. You'll thank God for the people who walked away. You'll see how He used rejection to set you apart, how He used pain to cleanse you, and how He used silence to sharpen your hearing for His voice. This is the restoration that only God can perform. And do not worry about what others think of your journey. Some will question your restoration. Some will doubt your favor. Let them. Their opinions have no power over what God has ordained. You don't need validation from man when you've received confirmation from God. What He has restored in you is not subject to human approval. When God sets you free, you are free indeed. When God blesses you, no one can curse. When God lifts you, no one can bring you down. And know this, the weight of restoration is not just for your comfort, it's for your calling. With every blessing comes responsibility. God does not pour into vessels just to fill them. He pours so that you overflow into others. Your renewal will ignite healing in the lives of others. Your journey will flow like water to the weary, like a beacon to those wandering in the dark. A living testimony that God still restores, still embraces, still creates anew. Guard your heart, but don't let it turn to stone. Protect your peace, yet never abandon the calling within you. Remain tucked away in God's covering until the moment He calls you forth. For when you rise, no announcement will be needed. The work of restoration will declare itself. The evidence will be undeniable. Peace will radiate like light, and everyone will recognize that God has done something extraordinary. The world longs for your voice. The world longs for your story, not a rehearsed version, but the raw and honest one, the one that proclaims, I lost it all, yet God blessed me beyond imagination. I was shattered, but He made me whole. I was overlooked, but now I walk in His favor. And every bit of it, every blessing came from the hand of God. What does it really mean to hand everything over to God? Not just with words, not just in a desperate moment, but wholly from the deepest core of your heart. I'm not describing half-hearted obedience. I'm not referring to shallow faith that collapses when the pressure comes. I'm speaking of what unfolds when a soul releases control, lets go of pride, and bows low before God in complete surrender. That instant marks the start of something fierce, something transformative enough to shift the entire course of your life. It shakes the ground of fear. It dismantles anxiety. It breaks chains you didn't even know had tightened around your spirit. When you give yourself fully to God, you don't lose your identity. You discover it for the very first time. People wander through this life weighed down by burdens they were never meant to hold. They strive in their own strength, fight wars they cannot win, chase after affirmation in a world that only leaves them hollow. But there always comes a moment in every chosen life when God whispers the call to surrender. Not because God wants to take something from them, but because God wants to give them something greater. That surrender is the key that unlocks destiny. It's not weakness. It is the highest act of strength. It is the declaration that you trust God more than your circumstances, more than your thoughts, more than your fears. When you truly surrender to God, you begin to live a different kind of life. Your decisions are no longer based on your emotions. They are anchored in divine instruction. You stop running after people who don't value you. You stop fighting battles that are not yours to fight. You stop chasing approval and begin walking in divine alignment. There's a stillness that comes, not the stillness of laziness, but the stillness of power. The kind of stillness that says, I know my God is in control, and I no longer have to panic. God doesn't ask for surrender because He wants to control you. God asks for surrender because He wants to bless you. The problem is too many people try to hold on to both the world and God. They want to lean on their own understanding but still expect divine guidance. They want God's peace, but not God's process. You cannot have both. You cannot walk with one foot in the kingdom and one foot in chaos. When you fully surrender to God, you walk away from confusion. You walk away from spiritual double-mindedness. You begin to see clearly. You begin to hear instructions that others miss. God speaks to the surrendered soul with clarity and power. There is a reason why the most powerful people of God were also the most surrendered. Not because they were smarter, not because they were stronger, but because they dared to let go. Because they dared to say, God, I trust you even when I don't understand. I follow you even when the road ahead is dark. I obey you even when my flesh wants to rebel. That kind of obedience moves the hand of God. That kind of surrender will position you in rooms you never imagined. It will protect you from traps you never saw. It will elevate you without you having to strive or manipulate or beg. Because what God gives to the surrendered, no one can take away. When you surrender to God, you no longer make decisions based on fear. You stop calculating every move like a person who has no divine covering. You stop relying on what makes sense to your limited mind. Instead, you begin to walk in the wisdom of the one who sees the end from the beginning. That changes everything. You may not understand why God is leading you the long way. You may not understand why doors are closing. But the surrendered heart says, if God said no, it was a gift. If God delayed it, it was protection. If God removed it, it was poison. This kind of thinking doesn't come from the world. It comes from total trust. You see, the surrendered person is not easily shaken. Storms will still come, but they will not break you. People will still betray you, but they will not destroy you. The devil will still attack, but he will not defeat you. Why? Because you are not fighting for yourself anymore. God is fighting for you. You are not running your life anymore. God is. You are not trying to prove yourself. God already knows who you are. That is the power of surrender. Let me tell you something that the world doesn't understand. The greatest strength is not in control, but in release. The greatest victory is not in resistance, but in surrender. When you let go of your will and embrace God's will, you become unstoppable. Not because of who you are, but because of whose hand you're walking in. The surrendered life is not free from pain, but it is full of purpose. It is not free from tears, but it is anchored in peace. It is not without enemies, but it is surrounded by protection. When you surrender to God, He begins to reorder your steps. Things you used to tolerate begin to irritate your spirit. You begin to see the difference between what is good and what is God. You stop being impressed with flashy opportunities and start being drawn to divine assignments. You no longer move because of pressure. You move because of instruction. You no longer seek comfort. You seek obedience, and that is when real transformation begins. Surrender brings clarity. It removes confusion. It silences voices that once overwhelmed you. It aligns your heart with God's timing. You no longer rush ahead. You wait. You no longer manipulate outcomes. You trust. And in that waiting, in that trusting, in that divine patience, God begins to unfold blessings that you were not ready for before. Some doors are delayed not because God is punishing you, but because you were not surrendered enough to handle what was behind them. But when you fully surrender, God knows you can be trusted with more. God knows your hands are clean. God knows your motives are pure. God knows you are not chasing the blessing. You are chasing the blesser. There is peace in surrender. Not a temporary calm, but a peace that surpasses all understanding. A peace that lets you sleep in the storm. A peace that lets you smile in the valley. A peace that says, my life is not in my hands. My future is not in man's hands. My soul belongs to God. That peace cannot be faked. It cannot be bought. It only comes from a life that has truly bowed in surrender. And let me tell you, the surrendered life will be tested. People will misunderstand your peace. They will think you're weak because you don't retaliate. They will think you're foolish because you don't chase what they chase. But they don't know the power behind your silence. They don't know the strength behind your stillness. They don't know the fire burning in your soul. Because when you surrender to God, you no longer need to prove anything. You no longer need to defend your name. God becomes your defender. God becomes your witness. God becomes your reward. The world teaches self-reliance. The world says, make it happen. God says, be still and know that I am God. The world says, push harder. God says, wait on me. The world says, control everything. God says, release it to me. And you have to choose. Will you follow the noise of the world or the whisper of God? Because you cannot serve both. You cannot surrender halfway. God doesn't bless halfway obedience. God honors total surrender. And if you surrender fully, you may honor the total surrender. Some of you are tired not because you're weak, but because you're trying to carry things God told you to release. You're trying to fix what only God can heal. You're trying to change people God told you to walk away from. You're trying to open doors that God locked for your protection. And until you surrender, you will keep wearing yourself out until you say, God, not my will, but yours. You will keep feeling stuck. But the moment you surrender, things begin to shift. The weight lifts. The path clears. The noise stops because God is not waiting on your perfection. God is waiting on your surrender. God doesn't need your plan. God needs your permission. Permission to lead you, permission to correct you, permission to guide you in ways that may not make sense to the world. But if you give Him that permission, if you lay down your agenda and pick up His, you will see things you've never seen. You will go places you never imagined. You will walk in favor that doesn't match your resume. You will receive protection that confuses your enemies. You will experience provision that comes out of nowhere because God takes care of those who surrender fully. When you surrender, you stop striving and start abiding. You stop performing and start trusting. You stop panicking and start resting. And it's not because life gets easier. It's because you've handed the reins to the one who cannot fail. You've given control to the one who sees what you cannot see. You've submitted to the will of the one who created your purpose before you were even born. That kind of surrender is not loss, it is gain. That kind of surrender is not weakness, it is wisdom. That kind of surrender doesn't make you smaller. It prepares you for something greater. But let me be clear, surrender is not a one-time event. It is a daily choice. Every morning you must choose to say, God, I trust you again, I release control again, I choose your way over mine again. And every time you make that choice, something inside of you grows stronger. Your discernment sharpens. Your character deepens. Your peace expands and your connection with God becomes unshakable. When a person truly surrenders to God, everything begins to align not with their preferences, but with their purpose. The surrendered soul doesn't chase outcomes. It obeys instructions. And in that obedience, something begins to awaken inside. A holy fire, a divine clarity, a boldness that cannot be explained by intellect or logic. It is the kind of boldness that only comes from walking in step with the will of God. It is not arrogance. It is authority divinely given, divinely sustained, or God does not pour His wisdom into vessels that are already full of their own opinions. God waits until a soul is empty of self, empty of pride, empty of rebellion. Then and only then does God fill that vessel with something eternal, with insight, with power, with direction. The surrendered life is not passive. It is deeply alive, intensely focused, radically obedient. Because when you give up your plan for God's plan, you don't step into less. You step into more. More peace, more clarity, more power, more favor. That doesn't come from titles or positions, but from spiritual positioning. And here is a truth many ignore. Surrender doesn't make life easier. It makes you stronger. It doesn't remove every storm, but it builds within you a shelter that cannot be shaken. When you are surrendered, storms don't destroy you. They reveal you. They expose the depth of your trust in God. They test your foundation. And if you are rooted in surrender, you will not fall. The winds may roar, but your soul will stand steady, not because of who you are, but because of who holds you. There are things God cannot reveal to a proud heart. There are doors that will not open until humility becomes your foundation. You can pray, fast, and speak all the right words, but if your heart is still trying to wrestle with the will of God, the heavens remain still. But when you break before God, not in defeat, but in reverence, when you lay your will down and say, God, even if it costs me comfort, even if it costs me relationships, even if it costs me recognition, I surrender. That is when things begin to shift. God never abandons the surrendered. Others may turn their back. People may doubt your path. But when God sees your willingness to obey, no matter the cost, you gain access to a realm of divine intimacy and strength that the world cannot touch. Surrender turns pain into purpose. It turns delay into preparation. It turns confusion into divine instruction. And it turns ordinary people into vessels of extraordinary power, not by force, but by submission. Many ask, why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't the breakthrough come? But the real question is, have you truly surrendered? Not partially, not selectively, but fully. Have you laid down your fears? Have you released your timelines? Have you let go of your opinions of how things should unfold and set God your way alone? Because God does not bless what we hide. God blesses what we surrender. Until you put it on the altar, it cannot be transformed. Until you let it die in the hands of God, it cannot live in the light of purpose. Surrender requires trust, and trust is built through stillness. In the silence, in the unseen, in the unknown, God is building you. And you must trust that process. Surrender is not about understanding everything. It's about obeying even when you understand nothing. The mind may scream, "This doesn't make sense." But the Spirit whispers, "This is God's will." And when you follow that whisper, doors open that your intellect could never have unlocked. The surrendered person stops reacting to the noise of light. They begin responding to the voice of God. And that changes everything. You begin to walk slower, speak with purpose, act with intention. You're no longer rushed by pressure or manipulated by emotion because your decisions are no longer based on urgency. They're based on divine timing. God doesn't rush. And when you're surrendered, you don't either. You wait, not with frustration, but with faith. Surrender redeems your identity. You stop identifying with your past, your pain, your performance. You start identifying with purpose, with destiny, with the hand of God that has been guiding you through every valley, every battle, every silent night. Surrender removes the masks. It strips away the false identities we wear to impress others. And what's left is something raw, real, and powerful. Your true self as God intended it. And that version of you, the surrendered version, becomes unstoppable. Not because of personal strength, but because it is God who carries you. Let me tell you, surrender is not for the faint of heart. It is the path of fire. It is the furnace where ego burns, where pride is shattered, where independence dies. But what rises from those ashes is something fierce, something immovable, a soul that walks with God without compromise. A spirit that cannot be manipulated because it no longer seeks approval from man. A heart that doesn't panic when rejected because it is accepted by God. That's the reward of surrender. Not applause, not fame, but divine intimacy, a closeness to God that no amount of success or status could ever replace. And with that closeness comes discernment. You begin to sense when something is off, even if it looks right. You begin to know when to speak and when to stay silent, when to move and when to wait. God begins to whisper secrets to the surrendered, instructions that lead to open doors, warnings that keep you from traps, nudges that steer you around what could have destroyed you. This is not luck. This is not intuition. This is what happens when your spirit is in sync with the Creator. The surrendered life is full of power because it is empty of pride. God does not pour new wine into old wine skins. You cannot carry the next level of purpose with the old level of thinking. Something must die so something greater can live. And that is the core of surrender. It is death to self. Not physical death, but death to ego. Death to rebellion. Death to the illusion that you are in control. And when that death happens, resurrection follows. A new mindset, a new peace, a new vision. You begin to see not with the eyes of the flesh, but with the clarity of divine insight. When you surrender, you walk differently. You don't panic when plans fall apart. You don't collapse under rejection. You don't compromise to be accepted. Because your security doesn't come from the world. It comes from God. That's why surrendered people carry a certain calm. It's not apathy. It's assurance. They know that even when they don't understand, they are being led by the one who does. And that assurance is unshakable. And let me warn you, when you truly surrender, not everyone will celebrate it. Some will call you foolish. Some will distance themselves because your surrender will convict their comfort. Your obedience will expose their compromise. But don't retreat. Don't explain. Don't apologize for choosing the higher path, because your life is not meant to blend in. It is meant to reflect the will of God. Surrender is not a retreat. It is a rise. It is not stepping back from life. It is stepping forward in divine authority. When you surrender to God, you are no longer reacting to the chaos of the world. You are responding to the wisdom of the heavens. You are no longer tossed by the waves of circumstances. You are anchored in the unwavering sovereignty of God. There is a kind of confidence that only comes from surrender. A confidence not based on outcomes, but on obedience. The confidence that says, even if I don't see the path, I know the one who directs my steps. This is not blind faith. This is enlightened trust. The kind of trust that is birthed through fire, through trial, through kneeling when your flesh wants to run. You see, surrender doesn't mean you understand everything God is doing. It means you trust that God is always doing what is right. It is the sacred act of laying down your timeline and embracing divine timing. And divine timing never fails. It may not operate on your schedule, but it always operates with perfect purpose. So many people live in frustration, not because God isn't moving, but because they haven't surrendered their need to control how and when God moves. But when you surrender, you stop demanding answers and start walking in alignment. You stop praying why and you start declaring, let it be according to your will. There is a divine order to life that only the surrendered can access. God does not reveal the fullness of His plan to the proud, to the impatient, to the impulsive. God reveals the next step to the one who is still, who is attentive, who is humble enough to say, I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I know who holds tomorrow. That's the language of surrender. That's the language of spiritual maturity, and that's the voice God responds to. The surrendered heart becomes a vessel, and a vessel doesn't dictate its use. It simply makes itself available. The surrendered don't argue with God's assignments. They don't delay obedience, waiting for comfort or convenience. They move quickly, quietly, obediently, because they know that partial obedience is disobedience. And delayed obedience is still rebellion. The surrendered don't need applause or confirmation from others. They have already received approval from the only one who mattered. That's why the surrendered are often misunderstood. They walk in a different rhythm. They live by a different code. They are not impressed by the superficial. They are not distracted by the temporary. They are locked into eternity. When you truly yield your life to God, your appetite for what once drained you disappears. You no longer chase the approval of those who used to define your value. You stop reaching for rooms where you were merely endured, never celebrated. God will not allow surrendered hearts to remain trapped in circles that choke their calling. He will stir the atmosphere until you rise, until you step away, until you walk into the higher place of purpose. That is why surrender so often begins with separation. Because God cannot unlock destiny while you're still knotted up in distraction. Surrender unmasks your idols. It reveals what you've been holding tighter than Him. Perhaps it's your carefully built plan. Perhaps it's a relationship. Perhaps it's your reputation, your image, that hunger to be noticed. Yet when you surrender, every one of those things comes into the light. Not so that God can condemn you, but so that He can free you. The pain you feel when surrender strips something from your life is not the pain of punishment. It is the pain of purification. And when you've been purified by surrender, nothing can defile what God has placed within you. You become sacred territory, a vessel of power, a carrier of divine fire. Let me tell you, when you surrender, God doesn't just change your life, God changes your spiritual DNA. You begin to see with different eyes, hear with different ears, speak with a different weight. Your words carry impact because they come from a place of obedience, not opinion. Your presence begins to shift atmospheres, not because you are aligned with the will of God. And when you are aligned with God, you don't chase influence. God gives you impact. You don't chase platforms. God builds them beneath your feet. But be warned, true surrender will cost you. It will cost your comfort. It will cost your pride. It will cost your desire to be understood by everyone. It may even cost relationships you thought were lifelong. But what you gain is greater. You gain clarity. You gain peace that cannot be shaken. You gain a spiritual boldness that causes you to walk into unfamiliar places without fear because you know God sent you there. That kind of boldness cannot be taught. It is forged in surrender. And when you live surrendered, you become dangerous to darkness. You are no longer bound by emotional traps. You are no longer easily deceived by flattery. You are no longer shaken by delay, denial, or detour because you walk with the understanding that everything God does is intentional. Every no is protection. Every silence is instruction. Every delay is preparation. The surrendered do not crumble in the waiting. They grow, they mature. They develop the patience that holds their promotion because they know that what God is building in them is bigger than what they are walking through. The world teaches you to take control. God teaches you to let go. The world says manifest your future. God says submit to my will. The world says follow your heart. God says guard your heart and follow me. These are two different systems, two different kingdoms, and you must choose. You cannot serve both. The moment you choose to surrender to God, you will begin to see the cracks in the ways of the world. The lies that once seduced you will lose their power. The noise that once distracted you will become silent because surrender turns down the volume of the world and tunes your soul to the frequency of God. That frequency is pure. It is steady. It is clear. God doesn't speak in chaos. He speaks in stillness. But only the surrendered are still enough to hear. Only the surrendered have ears sensitive enough to receive what others ignore. And in that stillness, God reveals strategy. God gives revelation. God downloads wisdom that can unlock generations. The surrendered become solutions in a world of confusion, not because they know more, but because they trust more. Because they've been emptied of self and filled with divine instruction. When you surrender, your spirit becomes unpolluted. You no longer operate in fear disguised as caution. You no longer confuse overthinking with wisdom. You act when God says act, and you wait when God says wait. And in that rhythm of divine obedience, your life becomes fruitful without force. Doors open without begging. Help arrives without hustling. Peace flows without effort. Not because life becomes easy, but because you are no longer resisting God. Some of you are fighting battles that would end today if you would just surrender. Some of you are living in anxiety, not because you lack faith, but because you're still trying to control what God has asked you to release. But hear this, God doesn't need your control, God needs your cooperation. God doesn't need your perfection, God needs your submission. And when you finally get tired enough of doing things your own way, when your strength runs out, surrender won't feel like defeat. It will feel like relief. It will feel like peace in your bones, clarity in your mind, fire in your spirit. And suddenly the chaos that used to shake you will pass by like wind through trees, because your roots will be deep. Not in ambition, not in your plan, but in God's presence. And what is rooted in God cannot be uprooted by man. When God becomes your foundation, surrender no longer feels like sacrifice. It becomes your sanctuary. It is the place where your soul finds rest. Not because the storm has ended, but because your heart has finally stopped wrestling. When you surrender to God, you stop living life on your own terms. You stop running from silence. You stop fearing the unknown. The surrendered soul learns to breathe deeply even in the dark, because it trusts the one who designed both the day and the night. It knows that even if God is silent, God is still working. Even if the path is hidden, God is still guiding. This is not passive waiting. It is powerful trust. Surrender is not about giving up your voice. It's about giving your voice to God. It's not about being weak. It's about being wise enough to recognize that your strength has limits, but God's strength does not. The world tells you to speak your truth, but the surrendered don't speak just to be heard. They speak when God says, speak. They move when God says, move. And they are silent when God says, be still. This kind of life requires discipline, sensitivity, and courage. It requires intervention, where human effort ends and divine provision begins. God steps into surrendered places, not crowded places, not noisy places, but emptied, yielded, sanctified places. The surrendered life is not void of ambition. It is ambition purified by purpose. You don't lose your dreams, but your dreams become realigned. Your goals no longer serve your ego. They serve God's kingdom. Your pursuit is no longer applause. It is assignment. You no longer run after status. You run after sanctity. God begins to trust you with influence not because you crave it, but because you no longer need it to feel valid. When you surrender, you become a trustworthy steward. You no longer serve for recognition. You serve because it's your responsibility. You don't chase light. You become light. And it is in that quiet obedience that God begins to elevate. Not by force, but by favor. Not by striving, but by selection. And that selection is not about being better. It's about being available. God uses the available, not the arrogant, the yielded, not the loud. The ones who say, I don't need the spotlight, I just want to be where God wants me to be. That is where elevation begins. That is where legacy is born. In hidden obedience, in surrendered silence, in unseen loyalty to the will of God, there is a holiness that surrounds the surrendered. You can feel it when they enter a room, not because they try to impress, not because they speak eloquently, but because there's a weight on their words, a presence on their posture, an authority in their humility. They don't command attention, they command atmosphere. Because when you live a surrendered life, you carry the residue of God's presence wherever you go. Not for show, but for impact. You become a walking encounter, a living testimony of what happens when a soul bows low and allows God to rise high. And make no mistake, surrender's not without testing. God doesn't trust the unproven. Before promotion, there is always pruning. Before expansion, there is always isolation. Before release, there is always refinement. And the surrendered don't fight that process. They embrace it. They don't curse the fire. They thank God for the purification. They don't resist the silence. They lean in to listen more closely because they understand the fire is not punishment. It is preparation. And if God is allowing it, it is building something in you that comfort never could. Surrender repositions your pain. It doesn't remove the memory, but it removes the sting. It doesn't erase what happened, but it transforms how it shapes you. The surrender don't deny their past, and they offer it to God. And in God's hands, pain becomes purpose. Scars become symbols of survival. Wounds become wells of wisdom. The surrendered carry their history without shame because they know God has offered their healing. In surrender, you learn the difference between discipline and delay. Sometimes God holds things back, not to deny you, but to develop you. If God gave you everything you asked for right now, would your character be strong enough to carry it? Would your soul be grounded enough to survive it? Would your heart remain pure if the platform expanded? God sees what we don't. And surrender is saying, even when I think I'm ready, I trust that you know better. So I'll wait, I'll serve, I'll grow, I'll obey. And when the time is right, God moves. Not a second late, not a moment early, but precisely on schedule. And when God moves, no human hand can stop what He starts. When God opens a door for the surrendered, it doesn't creak open. It swings wide. When God makes a way, it's not temporary. It is established, and what God establishes, no enemy can undo. So what do you need to surrender today? Is it your plan, your timeline, your fear, your need to control outcomes, your unwillingness to let go of what no longer serves your growth? Whatever it is, God is not asking for it to punish you. God is asking for it to position you. What you release into God's hands multiplies. What you cling to in fear decays. Let it go, not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. Because the version of you that God is calling forth cannot rise until the old you is laid down. This is the power of surrender. It is both an end and the beginning. It is the end of trying to be your own God, and the beginning of walking with the one who holds all things together. It is the end of anxiety-driven striving, and the beginning of peace-infused purpose. It is the death of self-sufficiency and the birth of divine dependence. And from that dependence springs power, wisdom, clarity, and supernatural strength. The most dangerous people in the world are not those with money or status or popularity. The most dangerous people in the world are those who have fully surrendered to God because they cannot be bought. They cannot be intimidated. They cannot be distracted. They are led by something higher. They are anchored in something eternal. They are governed by the unshakable presence of God. And through them, God moves freely, powerfully, intentionally, and without obstruction. If you want to experience that kind of life, the answer is simple, but not easy. Surrender. Surrender again. Surrender deeper, not partially, not occasionally, but fully. Because the life you've been praying for is on the other side of the surrender you've been avoiding. And once you lay it all down, your fear, your pride, your plan, your past, God will raise you up. Not for your glory, not for your name, but so the world will know what it looks like when a soul gives God everything and receives everything it never even imagined in return. When you fully surrender to God, you stop surviving and start living. Your existence shifts from reaction to revelation. You are no longer driven by what the world throws at you. You are moved by what God places within you. You stop chasing everything outside of you because what you carry inside of you becomes greater than any external reward. That is the supernatural effect of surrender. It transforms your inner world so radically that the noise of the outer world can no longer control your peace. And peace is not the absence of war. It is the presence of God ruling within you. Surrender is not silence. It is spiritual alignment. It is the daily decision to bring every thought, every fear, every desire under the authority of God. This is not a one-time emotional moment. This is a daily spiritual discipline, a sacred rhythm where your will bows low so God's will can rise higher. And every time you surrender, you clear the path for God to do what only God can do. Surrender says, God, even if I don't see the outcome, I will still walk the path. It says, even if I feel weak, I will still obey. It says, even if everything in me wants to run, I will remain where you planted me. That kind of surrender terrifies the enemy because it means you are no longer ruled by what you feel. You are ruled by what you know God has spoken. You see, God doesn't call the surrendered to comfort. He calls them to conquest. Not conquest in the way the world defines it, but spiritual dominion. Dominion over fear, dominion over confusion, dominion over generational cycles that have held your family hostage for years. God gives authority to the surrendered because they can be trusted not to abuse it. Power in the hands of the unbroken is dangerous. But in the hands of the surrendered, power becomes purpose. It becomes healing. It becomes restoration. That is why God waits. That is why the blessing is sometimes delayed, because God is watching to see if you want the promise more than the process, or if you are willing to die to self so that divine purpose can live in you. Surrender doesn't erase your identity. It refines it. It chisels away the false labels, the shallow layers, the ego-driven desires that culture has placed upon you. And what remains is something authentic, holy, and unstoppable. When you surrender to God, you are no longer defined by where you've been. You are redefined by where God is taking you. No past can limit a surrendered future. No failure can cancel a surrendered purpose. No, because God does not consult your history to determine your destiny. God looks at your posture, and if your heart is bowed low, God will lift you high. So many walk around asking for clarity, asking for direction, asking for purpose. But the key is surrender. God does not reveal vision to a heart that is already set on its own way. God reveals vision to the one who says, even if you change the course, I will follow. That is when doors open. That is when the fog lifts. That is when decisions become simple. Not always easy, but clear. Because the surrendered are not guided by pressure or persuasion. They are guided by peace. And peace is the compass of the surrendered soul. Let me speak plainly. Surrender is not weakness. It is war. It is the war against your flesh, your fears, your stubbornness, your habits, your need to control. Surrender is a spiritual fight, and you must win it daily. Every time pride rises, surrender cuts it down. Every time fear whispers, surrender declares God is still in control. Every time doubt knocks, surrender answers with faith. This war is not fought with fists. It is fought on your knees, in your mind, in your decisions, in your silence, in your yes to God. When everything around you screams no. And as you grow in surrender, something beautiful happens. You become immune to the traps that once ensnared you. The praise of man no longer moves you. The criticism of others no longer breaks you. The urgency of the world no longer manipulates you because your soul has found its anchor. And that anchor is God. And when your soul is anchored in God, you don't drift with every wave. You don't chase every trend. And you don't fear every storm. You walk with a quiet authority, a holy confidence, a peace that others cannot explain. The surrendered don't need to control outcomes because they trust the one who writes the outcome. They don't need to rush into decisions because they understand that anything forced is rarely from God. The surrender have the patience to wait, the courage to stay, the humility to serve, and the faith to obey. And that is what positions them for divine favor. Not because they demand it, but because they've been molded to carry it. You see, God is not just preparing the blessing for you. God is preparing you for the blessing. And sometimes that preparation feels like loss. It feels like rejection. It feels like isolation. But in God's eyes, it is purification. It is sanctification. It is spiritual elevation. And the more you surrender, the more you are refined. The more you are emptied of the world, the more you are filled with God, until one day your life becomes a living testimony, a light on a hill, a vessel of divine fire, burning not with ambition, but with assignment. To let go. Let go what they said. Let go of who left. Let go of the timelines you created in your mind. Let go of the illusion of control. Because as long as your hands are full of what you think you need, they cannot be filled with what God wants to give. The surrendered life is a life of empty hands and a full heart. And in that emptiness, God pours in everything that matters: peace, wisdom, strength, purpose, and unshakable joy. Surrender is the highest form of worship. It says, I trust you more than I trust myself. It says, I believe you even when I don't see how it will work out. It says, your will is better than my plan. And when you live with that level of trust, God begins to do things in your life that no eye has seen, no ear has heard, and no mind has imagined because you're not forcing it. You're moving with the current. You're not forcing anything. You're yielded. The world will label you strange. They'll claim you've lost your hunger, that you've abandoned ambition. But they can't measure what you've received. They can't witness the calm that lives inside you. They can't hear God's whisper in your stillness. They can't sense the flame of obedience burning within you. You haven't dulled your edge. You've honed it. You've faced God and refused to be dragged by anything else. So remain yielded. Remain hidden when God asks it of you. Remain small while God shapes you. Remain steadfast in the unseen places. For the same God who notices your secret surrender will honor you in ways the world cannot overlook. Not because you pursued it, but because you released it. And that, my friend, is the strength of a life fully given to God. There comes a moment in every life when silence speaks louder than any words. When those you believed would stand by you forever suddenly disappear. When the hands that once lifted you now push you aside. When voices that felt so close fade into distance. And places that once gave comfort now feel empty. And you begin to ask yourself why. Why did they leave? Why did they change? Why did they betray me? Why did the very ones I loved most walk away right at the edge of my breakthrough? Let me speak a truth to you, one you must never forget. God removed them because your blessing was near. Hear me, my friend. This is not a loss. This is not rejection. This is divine protection. This is not abandonment. This is alignment. God knows what you don't know. God sees what you cannot see. And when the time comes for your elevation, for your anointing, for your breakthrough, God removes every weight that cannot fly with you. There are people who are only assigned to your struggle, not your success. They were meant to be part of your process, not your promise. And God in His wisdom and in His timing said, no more. You didn't lose them. They were pulled away, pulled by the hand of God, who said, this one is not fit for where I'm taking you. And yes, it hurt. Yes, it broke your heart. But don't mistake the pruning for punishment. God was not trying to destroy you. He was preparing you. He was making room. He was clearing the field. He was positioning you to receive a blessing so powerful that no impure hand could touch it. No jealous spirit could contaminate it, and no false friend could sabotage it. You see, many of us ask God for blessings, but we're not willing to let go of the baggage. We want the promise, but we don't want the pruning. But God knows the weight of His blessing, and before He pours it out, He cleans the cup. Before He builds the palace, He clears the ground. And that clearing, it doesn't always feel good, but it's necessary. Because some people were hiding their envy behind support. Some were smiling in your face while planning your fall. Some were close only because they were feeding off your weakness, not contributing to your strength. But when God is about to move in your life, really move, He begins to shake everything. He exposes motives. He unveils intentions. He causes conversations to shift and atmospheres to change. And suddenly those who once cheered for you begin to fade. Those who once praised you now criticized. Those who once called you family now call you a stranger. But don't cry over who left. Rejoice. Rejoice that God thought you worthy of elevation. Rejoice that your name reached heaven. Rejoice that God trusted you enough to say, I am about to bless you. But first, I must remove them. Some of you have been asking, why did they betray me after all I did for them? Hear me clearly. You didn't do wrong by loving them, but God did right by removing them. He saw what you couldn't. He heard what they said when you weren't around. He witnessed the hidden intentions, the silent jealousy, the quiet contempt they carried in their heart while they pretended to clap for you. And so God in His mercy stepped in because your blessing was too big, your calling too holy, your destiny too sacred to be surrounded by the wrong company. And let me say this, when God removes, He also replaces. When He takes away, He always brings better. But you must be willing to let go of what was to receive what is to come. Stop trying to resurrect relationships God buried. Stop trying to mend what God dismantled. Stop opening doors God closed. Because every person who left you created space for someone sent by God. Every voice that went silent made room for divine instruction. Every exit, every goodbye, every betrayal, it all had purpose. God never subtracts unless He's about to multiply. Sometimes the worst pain is not physical, but emotional. The betrayal of a friend, the abandonment of a loved one, the silence of someone who promised to always be there. And in those moments, the devil whispers, you're not loved, you're not valued, you're alone. But hear this loud and clear, you were never alone. God was with you through every tear, every sleepless night, every moment of confusion. And when they walked out, God walked in. When they said goodbye, God said, "Now, watch what I'm about to do." You see, blessings require a certain atmosphere, a certain level of purity, a sanctified environment. God cannot bless you fully while you're surrounded by snakes. He cannot elevate you while you're attached to anchors. So, He cuts, He separates, He uproots, and we mourn the loss. But heaven celebrates the clearance because the blessing coming over your life is so massive, so undeniable, so heaven-ordained that only the right hearts can handle it. The God is about to open doors that no man can shut. He is about to release favor that generations before you never tasted. But first, He had to clean house. You thought it was a breakup. It was a breakthrough. You thought it was rejection. It was redirection. You thought you were being punished. No, beloved, you were being positioned. And God, in His perfect knowledge, said, "I must remove them before I release this." Because if they stayed, they would have tried to claim credit for your miracle. If they stayed, they would have sown seeds of doubt in your moment of faith. If they stayed, they would have clapped with one hand and cursed with the other. And God will not share His glory. When He blesses you, He makes sure everyone knows it was Him. Not them, not the crowd, not the helper, but Him. And so He clears the room. He empties the space so that when the blessing lands, no one can say, "I did that." Only God. But here's the challenge. Can you trust God when He subtracts? Can you praise Him when the circle gets smaller? Can you walk in faith when the road gets lonelier? Because that's where your power is. That's where the real shift happens. Not when you're surrounded by applause, but when you're alone in the quiet, trusting that God is still working, still speaking, still moving. And He is. Even when you don't feel it, even when the silence is deafening, God is orchestrating something unseen and unstoppable in your favor. There are moments when God will strip everything, friends, opportunities, plans, comforts, not to harm you, but to humble you, to remind you that your blessing is not in the hands of people, but in the hands of God alone. And once you realize that, once you grasp that God is your source, not people, then and only then are you ready for what He's about to release. You may be misunderstood, misjudged, misused, but you're not misplaced. You are in the center of God's will. And the pain you feel now will soon make sense. You will look back on this season and say, "Thank God they left. Thank God He removed them. Thank God I didn't settle." Because what God gave me is beyond anything I imagine. And I speak this into your spirit today. The blessing is coming. It is coming faster than you think. It is coming stronger than you expect. And when it comes, it will overtake you. But you must be ready. Don't look back. Don't chase what left. Don't beg for what God removed. Stand still, be faithful, and watch God work. There's a reason the wheat is separated from the chaff. A reason the gold is purified by fire. A reason the tree must be pruned to bear more fruit. God is preparing you for abundance. And anything or anyone not rooted in truth cannot come. God is not being cruel. He is being careful. Careful with your heart, careful with your destiny, careful with your future. Because the blessing He has for you is sacred, and sacred things require sanctified surroundings. So yes, it hurt. Yes, it confused you. But trust the hand behind the removal, because the same hand that closed the door will open a new one, a better one overflowing with purpose, peace, provision, and power. And when it opens, you will no longer question why they left. You will thank God that they did. You are not being punished. You are being protected. You are not being abandoned. You are being advanced. God has seen your tears. He has heard your prayers. And now He is acting, removing, replacing, restoring, releasing all so you can walk into what He ordained before you were even born. There is power in your pain. There is purpose in your loss. There is victory in your valley, and God is not done with you. What He's about to do will silence every doubter, humble every hater, and restore everything the enemy tried to steal. But He had to clean the stage before the performance. He had to empty the table before the feast. He had to remove them before you were blessed. Hold your head high, dry your tears, lift your hands, and give glory to the one who sees what you cannot. Trust the process. Trust the pruning. Trust the removal, because your blessing is closer than it's ever been. And the absence you feel now is the greatest evidence that God is working behind the scenes. When God removes someone, it's never by accident. He doesn't operate in confusion. He doesn't make mistakes. Every exit is calculated. Every detachment is directed. And every loss is laced with love. Because God knows what you need and what you don't. Who is for you and who is against you. And when your name is being written on blessings that eyes haven't seen and ears haven't heard, He ensures that no unclean spirit gets close. Now, as your spirit begins to awaken to this divine truth, let this echo deep within your soul. God's removals are a sign of your preparation, not your punishment. God does not tear away to harm. He removes to refine. He does not subtract to break you down. He subtracts to build you up in strength, in clarity, and in obedience. And when He sees that your heart has remained faithful, even in confusion, even in betrayal, even in silence, then He pours out what no eye has seen and no heart has imagined. There are seasons in life when you will walk through silence so thick it will feel like the heavens have closed. People you trusted will disappear. Connections you nurtured will wither. The applause will cease. And all that will remain is you and God. But let me tell you something. When it is only you and God, you have all you need. Because God alone is the source of strength, the wellspring of wisdom, the shield in battle, and the voice that never lies. Sometimes God removes people not because they were evil, but because they were limited. They could only walk with you to a certain altitude. They couldn't handle the spiritual pressure of your next level. The air gets thinner at the top, the calling gets heavier, the vision gets sharper, and the path becomes narrower. God removes them because the blessing requires isolation, the anointing demands consecration, and your next season will not tolerate lukewarm faith, divided loyalty, or shallow commitment. Do not think for a moment that God has forgotten you. That's the lie the enemy wants you to believe. The truth is, God is setting the stage in silence. He is working while you're weeping. He is building while you're breaking. He is lifting while you're learning. Because the blessing that is coming requires a level of character, discipline, and maturity that only solitude can produce. There is a sacredness and separation. God speaks clearest when the noise is gone. He trains you when the crowd is absent. He corrects you when there's no one to flatter you. And if you truly desire His blessing, you must embrace His process. If you want the crown, you must endure the crushing. If you want the overflow, you must first withstand the drought. Too many are trying to carry into their blessing the weight of relationships that are no longer part of God's will. But when God says it's over, it's over. Let them go. Do not resurrect what God buried. Do not romanticize what God removed. Some people were only sent for the storm, not for the harvest. They came to teach you, not stay with you. They were a chapter, not your conclusion. God is not only a builder, He is a protector. He removes access when there's a threat to your purpose. He closes doors when betrayal is hiding on the other side. He shuts down paths when deception waits ahead. And though we may question the timing, the truth is God sees the full picture. He knows what lies 5 steps ahead, while we only see the next footstep. So trust Him, not your emotions. Trust Him, not your attach. Trust Him, not your need for validation. Many blessings have been delayed, not because you weren't ready, but because you were still holding on to people who were unqualified to witness your miracle. And God in His mercy said, I must protect the integrity of this promise. I must separate you before I elevate you, because your blessing is not entertainment. It is divine equipment for your calling, and God cannot afford for it to be contaminated by unclean motives, fake smiles, or selfish ambition. You are not weak for letting go. You are wise. You are not cruel for creating distance. You are consecrated. When God speaks, obedience is the only right response. And when He removes, surrender is the only path to peace. Because resisting God's pruning will only prolong your wilderness. But submission brings you closer to your promised land. Think about this. Every great elevation in Scripture came after separation. The moment of testing always precedes the moment of triumph. The blessing never came without the cleansing. And that's what you're in right now. A cleansing, a clearing, a divine reset. And it's not punishment. It's preparation. God is saying, I am about to open doors you've never dreamed of. I am about to shift the atmosphere in your favor. But first, I must remove every soul that would poison the promise. Some of you are standing on the edge of your greatest breakthrough. You can feel it. The wind has changed. The season has shifted. The weight is lifting. But don't look for the old faces in your new season. Don't expect familiar voices to echo in this next chapter. God is doing a new thing with new people in a new way. And when He blesses you, and He will, those who left will wonder how you made it. Those who doubted you will witness your deliverance. Those who mocked your silence will be stunned by your success. But you won't need to explain. You won't need to justify. Your fruit will speak for itself. Your peace will testify. Your elevation will be your answer. Let your heart rest in this. God has not removed them to leave you empty. He has removed them to fill you with something far greater. Where there was betrayal, He will plant loyalty. Where there was manipulation, He will pour wisdom. Where there was heartbreak, He will sow joy. And where there was emptiness, He will overflow. But don't rush the process. Don't try to fill the gaps with your own plans. Wait. Wait in trust. Wait in hope. Wait in obedience. Because what God is about to place in your hands will make every sleepless night, every lonely tear, every silent prayer worth it. He is not a man that He should lie. And if He removes someone, it's because they could not carry the weight of the blessing you are about to receive. And now listen closely, because this truth must burn deep into your heart. God's removals are not the end of your story. They are the beginning of your release. When God removes someone from your life, it's not to wound you, it's to wake you up. Wake you up from depending on man more than on God. Wake you up from chasing approval that was never meant to sustain you. Wake you up to the reality that God alone is your sustainer, your provider, your defender, your companion, your protector, and your reward. There are seasons when God must isolate before He elevates, not to punish, but to purify. God is not interested in surface-level success. He's not moved by outward appearances. He is moved by the condition of the heart. So when God sees that your heart is about to be entangled with people or relationships that will distort your focus, He intervenes. He cuts ties to preserve your truth. He removes attachments that could compromise your soul. That's not cruelty. That is the highest form of mercy. God would rather see you cry for a moment than be destroyed forever. Some people were never meant to walk with you into the land of blessing. They were assigned to your journey to teach you, test you, or sharpen you, but not to stay. And when their role is complete, God removes them swiftly and without negotiation. Because where you are going, there is no room for divided loyalty, no room for emotional parasites, no space for spiritual leeches. God will not bless you with a heavy crown only to see it fall off under the weight of unworthy company. And when God clears a space, don't fill it with substitutes. Do not rush into new alliances to numb the ache of absence. Every space God clears is a sacred space. It is a space of purpose. Let Him fill it. Let Him order the replacement. Because when God chooses who walks with you, they will walk in alignment with your calling, not against it. They will water your spirit, not drain it. They will lift your arms, not bind your wings. Some of you are still wounded because you tried to drag people into seasons. They had no grace to survive. You carried them out of loyalty, but it cost you your peace. You kept them near out of history, but it robbed you of destiny. And God, who is rich in mercy, said enough. He saw you giving love where there was no honor, trust where there was no truth, time where there was no growth. And so He stepped in not to take from you, but to give you a future uncontaminated by counterfeit connections. It's time to see the removal not as a curse, but as a cleansing. God was cleaning your atmosphere. He was purging the surroundings. He was silencing every voice that whispered doubt when He was speaking faith. Because your next chapter demands clarity. And clarity cannot come with confusion walking beside you. Some of you are stepping into positions of influence, decisions of legacy, seasons of destiny, and God had to make sure that no double-minded person had access to the game. The truth is, not everyone can handle the blessing God is about to release over your life. They see your potential, but they don't honor your process. They want your oil, but they don't respect your altar. And God, being the righteous judge and the loving caretaker of your soul, knows how to separate the wheat from the chaff. Don't mourn what left. It couldn't stay. It wasn't built to endure the glory coming your way. You must understand your blessing is holy. It has been preserved, fought for, protected by God Himself. And it will only land in a life that is ready, obedient, and aligned. That's why the shaking had to come. That's why the separation felt so sudden. Because your destiny was on the line. And God is not casual with the destiny of those who trust Him. He uproots what you were too afraid to confront. He ends what you were too loyal to release. He tears down what you were too distracted to see was already falling apart. Let this be the moment where you stop looking backward and start praising forward. Stop replaying conversations and start reciting the promises of God. Stop mourning the exit and start preparing for the entrance. Because God is about to fill the space. The same space where betrayal lived, peace is about to reign. The same place where confusion once dwelled, wisdom is about to flow. The same emotional room where pain used to sit, joy will take up residence. You are not forsaken. You are being formed. You are not abandoned. You are being anointed. You are not broken. You are being built. This separation, this cutting away, this divine pruning, it was not by accident. It was urgent because the hour of your blessing is drawing close. You are nearer now than you have ever been. And when that door swings open, and it will, you will step through unburdened, free, clear-minded, with a heart no longer attached to what God never meant to remain. There comes a sacred turning point in every walk of faith where you realize the loss was never about what left. It was always about what God was preparing to release. When the pruning finally makes sense, not to your flesh but to your spirit. When your tears have ceased, your vision sharpens, and you suddenly see that what felt like breaking was actually shaping you for readiness. Ready for the doors that had been hidden from view, ready for the favor your character had not yet grown to carry, ready for a blessing so great that without God first removing the distractions, you would not have had the strength to hold it. This is not the moment to mourn those who left. This is not the season to doubt God's will. This is the moment to stand in faith and declare that every removal was ordered by the one who sees the end from the beginning. God, in His perfect understanding, does not guess. He decides. He does not hope. It happens. And when God makes a move, it is not to hurt you. It is to prepare the room where your next miracle will reside. You must understand the timing of God is perfect. Never late, never early. And when God says someone's season in your life is over, He doesn't consult your emotions. He doesn't wait for your approval. He doesn't ask if you're ready, because obedience is not about comfort. It's about trust. God removes what you think you need to make space for what you truly need. And oftentimes that sacred removal feels like abandonment. But in truth, it is divine acceleration. If God hadn't closed that door, you would still be knocking. If God hadn't severed that tie, you would still be entangled. If God hadn't removed their presence, you would still be mistaking proximity for purpose. But God steps in not just to rearrange your surroundings, but to align your spirit with what is holy, what is right, and what is true. God never removes without purpose. His silence is not absence. His stillness is not inactivity. Even when your world feels pause, God is always moving. The people who left didn't delay your destiny. They cleared the way for it. The betrayals that stung your heart didn't weaken your future. They protected it, because not every battle is meant to be fought. Some are meant to be avoided. And God, in His mercy, will remove the fight before it ever reaches you. You may never know the conversations He shielded you from, the lies He exposed before they took root, the traps that were set but never triggered because God intervened. That's the kind of God you serve. Not just a God who provides, but a God who prevents. Not just a God who builds, but a God who blocks. God who will block your own plans because He sees how small they are compared to what He has designed. And sometimes in your prayers you cry out, why didn't that relationship work? Why did that opportunity slip away? Why did that person I trusted betray me? But if you could only see with spiritual eyes, you would realize God was saying, I'm not letting this stand in the way of what's coming next. There are times when protection looks like pain, when God allows your heart to break so your pride can be dismantled, when He removes people who gave you comfort so that you learn to lean on Him entirely. Not halfway, not when it's convenient, fully, constantly, desperately. Because your blessing doesn't come from man. It doesn't come from approval, connection, or applause. It comes from God alone. This is why God must purify your dependence. You cannot serve two sources. You cannot worship the blessing and the blesser. You cannot trust the vessel more than the one who fills it. So God strips everything that competes for His place in your heart. And yes, it feels lonely. Yes, it feels unfair. But it is holy, holy isolation that makes room for holy increase. Holy stillness that makes space for sacred instruction. God removes what was loud so you can finally hear His whisper. And what He is whispering now is this: what I have for you is not behind you. It is before you. What I am about to do will make you forget what you lost. I am not recycling your past. I am releasing your purpose. You are not empty. You are being positioned. You are not left behind. You are being moved to the front. And everything that looked like a loss is going to be the very soil where your increase begins to grow. Do not fear the emptiness. Emptiness is often the birthplace of greatness. When everything else is stripped away, that is when faith becomes real. That is when your voice begins to cry out, not from emotion, but from conviction. That is when you stop pretending and start depending. And God is not deaf to your dependence. He is not blind to your burden. He sees, He knows, and He will answer. The deeper the removal, the greater the revival. God is reviving your strength. He is renewing your spirit. He is resetting your direction. And when the blessing arrives, it will come with such force, such clarity, and such abundance that you will say, had they stayed, I would have missed this. Had I held on, I would have forfeited this. Had I resisted God's hand, I would have walked right past the very thing I was praying for. And hear this, what God is preparing is not just for you. It is also for those who will be blessed through you. Your obedience will overflow. Your healing will be a testimony. Your breakthrough will be a bridge for others to cross. That's why the purification had to be personal, because what's on you will affect what flows through you. And God doesn't want contaminated blessing. He wants pure rivers of purpose flowing from a heart that trusts Him fully. And now I say to you, stand still and see what God is doing. Even when it looks like everything is falling apart, do not measure the movement of God by the comfort of your current situation. God's hand is strongest when it seems the quietest. What looks like rejection is often redirection. What feels like abandonment is often advancement. And what appears as the loss of man is the gain of God. Because when God removes someone, it is not because your life is being diminished. It is because your purpose is being preserved. There is a sacredness to separation, a divine mystery in every detachment that God allows. We, in our limited understanding, often weep over what left us while heaven rejoices over what was lifted from us. We pray to hold on, and God in His mercy says no, because holding on would hinder and clinging would corrupt. God knows that not everyone who starts with you can finish with you. Some were scaffolding only meant to hold you up while you were being built. But once the structure is strong, the scaffolding must come down. You may not understand it yet. You may still be walking through the ashes of what was asking why it had to end this way. But I declare this to your soul. God is not a God of disorder. He is a God of alignment. And in his divine alignment, he shifts people like pieces on a board, not to harm you, but to position you for something far greater than you could have planned for yourself. Sometimes the greatest act of love from God is when he says, I love you too much to let them stay. Because if they stayed, they would weaken your resolve. If they stayed, they would distract your devotion. If they stayed, they would pull your heart away from what truly matters. So God steps in and he removes, not as a thief in the night, but as a master architect clearing the clutter to build something greater. Not all removals are losses. Some are upgrades disguised as heartbreak. God sees further than your eyes can see. He sees the end from the beginning. You may see a friend, God sees a betrayer. You may see a supporter, God sees a hidden enemy. You may see a partner, God sees a stumbling block. So when he says enough, when he says no more, you must trust his decision above your desire. Because the pain of temporary loss is nothing compared to the danger of long-term misalignment. You were created for divine purpose. You were not placed on this earth to fit into every room or to be accepted by every crowd. Some removals were necessary because they were draining your vision, diluting your calling, and distracting your spirit. God needed to separate you so he could strengthen you. He needed to isolate you so he could instruct you. He needed to take you into the wilderness so he could speak to you without interference. Many of you have been wondering why the circle got smaller, why the phone stopped ringing, why the people who once praised you have now grown cold. But I tell you today, it's because God is purifying your environment. The blessing he's about to release cannot survive in contaminated spaces. It cannot be shared with those who would mishandle it. It cannot be given where honor is absent. So God made the decision to clean the space before he filled it. There are some levels of peace, wisdom, and elevation that only come when you release your grip on what God already let go. The longer you hold on to expired people, the more you delay what is divinely assigned. You cannot pour fresh oil into an old wineskin, and you cannot carry the blessing of tomorrow while dragging the broken pieces of yesterday. Release it. Let it go. Trust the hand that removed them. You see, this is a season not just of healing, but of preparation for glory. What God has planned for your life is not average. It is not small. It is not ordinary. It is marked, purified, sanctified, and sealed for an appointed time. And anything that threatens to interfere with the weight of that blessing must be stripped away. That's why the separation felt sudden. That's why the change was abrupt, because God is not negotiating with your destiny. He is protecting it. You don't need to explain yourself to those who left. You don't need to beg for closure or chase after what fell apart. God has already spoken, and his word is final. When he removes, he redeems. When he subtracts, he multiplies. When he breaks, it is only to build better. You don't need to mourn what God has already replaced in the realm of the unseen. You just need to walk in faith until your eyes catch up with what your spirit already knows. This is holy ground. The silence you feel is not emptiness. It is preparation. The loneliness you sense is not rejection. It is sacred consecration. God is setting you apart, because the next doors that are about to open were not meant for the crowd. They were meant for you alone. And when you walk through them, you will not need validation. You will not need applause. You will only need the assurance that you followed God and not man. Let the removal mark a turning point. Not a place of pity, but a place of power. Not a pit, but a platform. because God is lifting you out of every place that hindered you and into every place that was promised to you. And when you look back, it won't be with bitterness, but with praise, saying, if God had not removed them, I would have missed what was mine. There is still more to come. The blessing has not been delayed. It's being perfected. And when it arrives, it will not come with confusion. It will come with clarity. It will not arrive in fragments. It will arrive in fullness. But only when you are willing to stand in agreement with God's decision, even when it wounds your flesh because your spirit knows it was necessary. God removed them not because He wanted you to suffer, but because He wanted you to soar. And now you're finally ready to fly. And now, hear this. With all the weight your soul can carry, when God removes, it's never without a revelation waiting behind the veil. You may not understand it when the ties are severed, when the voices go silent, when the path gets lonelier, but that's the very soil where spiritual clarity begins to bloom. It's in the tearing that truth is revealed. It's in the letting go that vision is sharpened. And it is in the separation that God finally has your undivided attention. You were never meant to blend in with everyone. You were never assigned to please the masses. There is something specific, something sacred, something set apart on your life. And that calling carries a weight that not every person is equipped to walk beside. God is not interested in popularity. He is interested in purity. And when the crowd around you begins to shrink, don't panic. Don't beg them to stay. Don't grieve over what had to be removed, because God reduces before He releases. He cuts back so that fruit may multiply. He trims branches so strength may flow to the root. There is a cleansing that must take place before glory can settle, a sanctification of your surroundings, a pruning of your partnerships. Because God will not pour oil into a cracked vessel, He will not pour rivers into deserts you refuse to let go of, and He will not rain blessings on a foundation that still entertains distractions. Removal was never about who left you. It was always about who God is forming you to become. Let your spirit rise with this unshakable truth. What God removes, He replaces with something that matches your destiny, not your history. The people who walked with the old you may not have the capacity for the person God is turning you into. You're not going backward. You're being elevated. And elevation demands transformation. The same mind that clung to comfort will never hold the keys to the next door God is unlocking. So let God rewire your thinking. Let Him refine your prayers. Let Him reshape your priorities. His next move is not about where you've been. It's about where God is leading you. And that means some voices must go silent so you can hear the whisper of divine direction. Some doors must stay closed so that your eyes stop wandering. Some people must leave so that your heart returns fully to God and God alone. Because you can't receive your next assignment if you're still grieving your last attachment. The blessing that's coming is not ordinary. It's not familiar. It's not a recycled version of your past. It's fresh. It's divine. It's tailor-made for the soul that has been stretched, for the spirit that has been broken, for the heart that has remained faithful even when surrounded by loss. And God will not let this blessing be shared with those who doubted the process, disrespected your journey, or despised the gift He placed in you. He'll remove them because He is about to reveal what only faith can access. So don't be afraid of the empty spaces. God often does His greatest work in the gaps. The silence you feel is not abandonment. It is alignment. God is aligning your life with truth, with peace, with purpose. And sometimes the loudest move from God is the one He makes in secret. You won't always see the shift happening, but suddenly you'll wake up and realize the weight has lifted. The burden is gone and your heart is free. That is the power of divine removal. It frees you for what is holy. You must come to the place where you stop asking, "Why did they leave?" and start asking God, "What are you making room for?" Because it's not just about what was lost, it's about what's coming. And what's coming will not be small. It will not be subtle. It will not be stolen. It will arrive with evidence, with power, with unmistakable favor, but only a surrendered soul will be able to carry it. Let this moment awaken your discernment. Not every exit is a threat. Some exits are gifts. Some farewells are holy because God knows what you need better than you do. You may have been trying to save what God was trying to sever. You may have been holding on out of loyalty, out of history, out of fear. But God, in His love, pulled it away before it could poison what He planted inside you. You see, God doesn't just want to bless you. He wants to protect the blessing within you. And protection sometimes looks like subtraction. It sometimes comes in the form of isolation. It sometimes hurts before it heals. But in the end, you will look back and say, "God, I thank you. I thank you for every no. I thank you for every closed door. I thank you for every person you removed, because if you hadn't, I would have settled for less than what you prepared." You're not being punished. You're being purified. You're not being forgotten. You're being fortified. And this process, though painful, is perfect in the hands of the one who formed you. Trust the breaking. Trust the silence. Trust the exit. Because when God takes, He only does so to give what is better, what is fuller, what is eternal. This is a holy season, a season of divine shift, a season where your soul must choose to release the past and embrace the promise. Not with doubt, not with hesitation, but with bold, relentless trust. Because God has not brought you this far to leave you loved. He has not removed what you love to leave you with emptiness. He has cleared the way so that you can walk into what eyes have not seen, what ears have not heard, and what your heart is only beginning to believe. So now, stand firm. Let your heart rest. Let your soul breathe. Because the removal was not the end. It was the unveiling of your beginning. God, in His infinite wisdom, saw what you couldn't see, knew what you didn't know, and stepped in. Not to destroy you, but to deliver you. To deliver you from unseen harm, from silent sabotage, from hidden traps that your heart was too loyal to detect. This is not the season to mourn. This is the moment to rise. Rise with courage, rise with vision, rise with purpose. Every farewell is a reminder that God is still unfolding your story. Every door that shuts is proof that He is still leading your steps. Every night you've spent in solitude is evidence that He has never left your side.